Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Julia. The rental car door slammed shut behind me with a satisfying thunk, and I stretched my arms overhead, working out the kinks from the 4-hour drive. The crisp October air hits my lungs like a wake-up call, sharp and clean in a way that city air never manages to be. A gust of wind sends a cascade of maple leaves tumbling across the gravel driveway, brilliant scarlets and burnished golds that crunch under my feet as I walk toward the house. The trees surrounding the property look like they've been dipped in fire, their branches heavy with autumn's grand finale. I pause to watch a particularly stubborn leaf spiral down from an oak tree, dancing on invisible currents before landing on my shoulder like some kind of woodland blessing. "Well, Aunt Vivian," I murmur, brushing the leaf away, "you always did have a flair for the dramatic." The maplewood bed and breakfast sits before me like something from a postcard I might have sent home during a weekend getaway, if I'd ever taken weekend getaways. The 2-story Victorian house wears its age gracefully, all weathered cedar shingles and white-trimmed windows that catch the afternoon light. The wraparound porch beckons with its promise of lazy mornings and rocking chairs, though right now it's populated by cheerful clusters of potted chrysanthemums in every shade, from deep burgundy to sunny yellow. I adjust the strap of my laptop bag and start up the flagstone path, my heels clicking against the stones. The sound feels wrong somehow, too sharp and businesslike for this place that seems to exist outside the normal rules of corporate efficiency. The porch steps creak under my weight, a sound I remember from childhood visits, though back then I was light enough that the old boards barely whispered their complaints. Now they groan like they're announcing my arrival to anyone within earshot. I run my hand along the painted railing, noting where the white paint has started to chip near the corners. Nothing that can't be fixed with some elbow grease and a weekend trip to the hardware store. But as I reach for the front door, I freeze, because suddenly I'm 8 years old again, standing on this exact spot while Aunt Vivian fusses over my wind-blown hair and grass-stained jeans. Her voice echoes in my memory, warm and slightly exasperated. "Julia May Irving, what have you been doing? Rolling around in the garden with the rabbits?" I'd been doing exactly that, actually, trying to catch the cottontails that lived under the rose bushes, much to Vivian's horror and my mother's mortification. But Vivian had just laughed and steered me inside for cookies and milk, telling me stories about the guests who'd stayed in each room while she braided wildflowers into my hair. My throat tightens. She'd been gone for 3 months now, and I still catch myself reaching for my phone to call her on Sunday afternoons. Still expect to hear her voice on the other end, asking about my latest marketing campaign, or whether I'd finally started dating someone worthy of her approval. The answer to that last question had always been no, much to her endless frustration. "You work too hard, Sweet Pea," she'd said during our last conversation, her voice already thin from the illness she'd been hiding from me. "Life's not just about climbing ladders and checking boxes. Sometimes you've got to jump off the ladder entirely and see where you land." I'd laughed it off then, chalked it up to her eternal optimism and small-town sensibilities, but standing here now, keys heavy in my palm, I wonder if she'd somehow known this moment would come. If leaving me the B&B had been her way of forcing me to jump. The autumn wind picks up again, sending another shower of leaves across the porch and rattling the hanging baskets of late-season flowers. The mums bob and sway like they're nodding encouragement, and I can almost hear Vivian's voice again. "Well, don't just stand there gawking, honey. Those floors won't scrub themselves." I take a deep breath and slide the key into the lock. It turns smoothly, and the door swings open to reveal the front hallway I remember. Hardwood floors, polished to a honey glow, an antique coat rack standing sentinel beside the door, and the subtle scent of lavender and lemon oil that had always been Vivian's signature. But there's something else in the air now. Something that smells like neglect and closed-up spaces. The particular mustiness that settles into a house when it's been empty too long. My chest tightens again. But this time, it's not just grief. It's determination, sharp and purposeful as the October air. "Okay, Aunt Vivian," I say aloud, my voice echoing in the empty hallway. "Let's see what we're working with." I drop my bags by the door and pull out my phone, immediately switching into assessment mode. The photographer I hired for the website will be here next week, which means I need to get this place camera ready. Fresh flowers for the dining room, new linens for the guest rooms, and definitely something about that squeaky floorboard in the upstairs hallway. But as I start toward the kitchen to begin my inspection, another memory stops me cold. Vivian, flower in her silver hair and an apron tied around her ample waist, teaching me to make her famous blueberry scones. The kitchen had been the heart of this place, always warm and welcoming, filled with the sound of her humming and the smell of whatever delicious thing she'd been conjuring up for the guests. I close my eyes and let myself feel the weight of what I'm taking on. This isn't just a business venture or a career pivot, it's a legacy. Vivian's life work, wrapped up in cedar shingles and memories. The responsibility should terrify me. Instead, it feels like coming home. I wander through the main floor, making mental notes about what needs immediate attention versus what can wait until spring. The hardwood floors could use a good polish, and there's a water stain on the dining room ceiling that suggests the upstairs bathroom might need some plumbing work. Nothing catastrophic, but enough to keep me busy for the next few weeks. The afternoon light streaming through the windows catches dust motes dancing in the air, and I find myself gravitating toward the large bay window in what Vivian always called the morning room. She'd placed a small writing desk here, positioned perfectly to catch the eastern light, and I can picture her sitting here with her coffee and guest book, planning menus and coordinating room assignments. I lean against the window frame, surveying the view that stretches across the back garden toward the neighboring properties. Vivian's flower beds are overgrown, but not beyond saving, and the old apple tree in the corner still looks sturdy enough to support the swing that hangs from its lowest branch. But it's the house next door that makes me pause mid-inventory, where the Maplewood B&B embraces its Victorian charm with gentle grace. This place commands attention like a magazine spread come to life. Modern lines cut sharp angles against the autumn sky, all steel and glass and architectural confidence. Floor-to-ceiling windows reflect the surrounding maples, and I can see straight through to what appears to be a sunroom or studio space on the far side. And in that sunroom, completely oblivious to my accidental surveillance, stands a man who definitely doesn't belong in any of my carefully organized life plans. He's shirtless, which my brain registers with the kind of clinical detachment I usually reserve for spreadsheet analysis. Broad shoulders taper down to a lean waist, and there's something about the way he moves, fluid and purposeful, that suggests he's comfortable in his own skin in a way that most people spend years trying to achieve. He's painting. The easel stands angled toward the windows, catching the same golden afternoon light that's warming my face through Vivian's glass. His dark hair falls across his forehead as he leans in to add detail to whatever masterpiece he's creating. And when he steps back to assess his work, I catch a glimpse of his profile. Strong jaw, the kind of nose that probably looked distinguished rather than broken after whatever sport had rearranged it. And even from this distance, there's an intensity to his focus that speaks to someone who takes his craft seriously. I should look away. Should get back to cataloging the items Vivian left behind and figuring out which of her china patterns will photograph best for the website. Should definitely not be standing here like some kind of voyeuristic neighborhood watch captain, studying the painting habits of a stranger. But apparently my feet have other ideas, because they stay planted firmly in place while my eyes continue their unauthorized reconnaissance mission. He sets down his brush and reaches for what looks like a rag, wiping paint from his hands with movements that are somehow both practical and graceful. There's something mesmerizing about watching someone completely absorbed in their work, unguarded and authentic in a way that's rare in my world of client presentations and quarterly reviews. The afternoon light shifts, sending shadows dancing across his studio space, and he moves to adjust something on the easel. The motion gives me a better view of whatever he's working on, though from this distance, I can only make out splashes of color that might be a landscape or abstract, or possibly a portrait of his grocery list for all I know. A gust of wind rattles the window I'm leaning against, and the sound jolts me back to reality. I step away from the glass quickly, heat crawling up my neck, as I realize I've been standing here for who knows how long, watching this man like he's my own personal art installation. Get it together, Julia, I mutter, turning back toward the room and the very real, very non-shirtless tasks waiting for my attention. But as I make my way toward the kitchen to check on the appliances, my eyes drift back to that window. Just a quick glance, I tell myself, just to see if he's still there. He is, still painting, still beautifully unaware that his new neighbor has apparently developed the observational skills of a nature documentary filmmaker. I force myself to focus on the kitchen, opening cabinets and checking the contents of Vivian's spice rack. Most of it will need to be replaced. Cardamom from 2019 probably won't impress any guests, but her collection of vintage mixing bowls and copper pots could definitely stay. They add character, the kind of authentic charm that boutique hotels pay interior designers thousands of dollars to fake. But even as I'm mentally calculating the cost of restocking the pantry, part of my brain keeps circling back to the man next door. Who is he? How long has he lived there? And more importantly, why am I suddenly so interested in the daily routine of someone whose name I don't even know? I move on to the dining room, testing the stability of Vivian's antique table and checking the condition of her good china. The afternoon light continues to shift and change, and every time I pass a window that faces his direction, I find myself glancing over. Not staring, just a quick look to see if he's still in his studio. He's moved to a different position now, working on what appears to be the upper portion of his canvas. The late afternoon sun has turned his studio into a golden fishbowl, and I have to admit that the whole scene, artist at work, dramatic lighting, architectural backdrop, would make for incredible photography if I were the type of person who took pictures of strangers without their permission, which I'm absolutely not. The rational part of my brain points out that I have actual work to do. Guest rooms to inspect, linens to inventory, and a business plan to finalize before I run out of savings and have to crawl back to my old job with my tail between my legs. The last thing I need is to get distracted by some attractive neighbor who probably doesn't even know I exist. But as I head upstairs to check on the guest bathrooms, I can't help but notice that the second floor windows offer an even better view of his studio. Just for reference, of course, in case I need to know which direction gets the best light for my own future projects.
Chapter 2. Sam. The October light hits the canvas just right, turning the crimson maple I'm painting into something that damn near glows. I step back from the easel, wiping ultramarine blue from my fingers with a paint-stained rag, and assess the morning's work. Not bad for someone who's supposed to be taking a break from art. My outdoor studio setup isn't exactly conventional. An easel planted in the grass beside my house, palette balanced on an old wooden crate, and paint tubes scattered across a folding table like colorful ammunition. But screw conventional. Some of my best pieces have come from working outside, letting the natural light and fresh air seep into the paint. The maple tree I'm capturing stands about 20 feet away, its branches heavy with leaves that shift from gold to scarlet to deep burgundy, depending on how the light hits them. It's the kind of subject that would make my gallery clients in the city roll their eyes. Too simple, too accessible, not nearly avant-garde enough for their pristine white walls. But there's something honest about painting what's right in front of you, something that speaks to why I moved back to Maplewood in the first place. Wow, that looks just like the real tree! The voice comes from behind me, high-pitched and filled with wonder. I turn to find two kids standing at the edge of my property, probably 8 or 9 years old, staring at my canvas with the kind of wide-eyed fascination that adults train themselves out of. You think so? I set down my brush and crouched to their eye level. I was worried the red wasn't quite right. The girl with her blonde pigtails and a backpack covered in unicorn stickers tilts her head like she's considering a $1 million acquisition. Maybe it needs more orange, like right there. She points to a section of the painted tree where the light would naturally create warmer tones. Damn, kid's got an eye. You know what? You're absolutely right. I pick up my brush again and add a few strategic strokes of cadmium orange, blending it into the existing reds. Better? Both kids nod enthusiastically, and the boy with dark hair sticking up in all directions bounces on his toes. Are you gonna sell it? My mom says artists sell their paintings for lots of money. I laugh, remembering when art felt that simple. Create something beautiful, find someone who wants it, exchange money. Before the politics and pretension and endless networking events where everyone talks about process and vision while secretly calculating price per square inch. Sometimes. But this one might be just for me. I glance back at the canvas, at the way the painted light seems to dance between the brush strokes. Some things are worth keeping. That's stupid, the girl says with the brutal honesty that only children possess. If people want to give you money for your pictures, you should let them. Emma, the boy elbows her. You can't call grown-ups stupid. I didn't call him stupid. I called not selling it stupid. That's different. I grin. Emma's going to be a force of nature when she grows up. What's your name, by the way? I'm Sam. Emma Rodriguez. And this is Tyler Martin. We live on Birch Street. She adjusts her backpack straps with the importance of someone making official introductions. I'm Sam Calder. I make and sell art for a living. And sometimes I have to find good artwork for museums and collectors to buy. Their eyes go wide like I've revealed some kind of superhero origin story. Then Emma tilts her chin a little higher. Do you know Mrs. Irving? Tyler asks. She bought Mrs. Vivian's house. Mom says she's from the city and probably doesn't know how to fix anything. My brush hovers over the palette as something tightens in my chest. Mrs. Irving? Yeah, she moved in yesterday. We saw the moving truck and everything. Emma's already lost interest in my painting, more focused on the gossip potential of new residents. She's really pretty and has a fancy car. Vivian's house. Damn. I'd been dreading this moment for months, ever since the for sale sign went up in her front yard. Vivian Jenkins had been like a grandmother to half the town, myself included. When the cancer took her in July, it felt like Maplewood lost its center of gravity. I'd known the B&B would eventually sell, but I'd been secretly hoping it would sit empty for a while longer. Give me time to adjust to the idea of someone else living in Vivian's kitchen, sleeping in her rooms, maybe painting over the cheerful yellow she'd chosen for the front door. But apparently Mrs. Irving from the city has other plans. Is she nice? I ask, trying to sound casual while my brain starts calculating what this means for my morning routine. No more wandering over to borrow sugar or tools. No more sitting on Vivian's porch when I need to think through a difficult piece. No more feeling like I have family within walking distance. We haven't met her yet, Tyler admits, but she drove past our bus stop this morning and waved. A wave. How encouraging. I turn back to my painting, adding a few more touches of orange where Emma suggested, but my concentration's shot. Through the trees that separate our properties, I can just make out the B&B's roofline, the white-trimmed windows catching the morning light. Yesterday, it was empty. Today, someone named Mrs. Irving is probably inside, making plans to change everything Vivian loved about the place. Is she stingy? Is she old and cold and more willing to tear down the B&B instead of caring for it like Vivian used to? We should go, Emma announces, apparently bored now that the art lesson is over. Mom said to be home by noon for lunch. Nice meeting you, Sam, Tyler calls as they head back toward the street. Your tree painting is really good. I wave them off, but my attention has already shifted to the house next door. Through the large windows on the second floor, I catch a glimpse of movement, just a shadow, really, but enough to confirm that the new owner is definitely in residence, Mrs. Irving. The name sounds professional, formal in a way that makes me think of business suits and conference calls. Nothing like Vivian, who'd introduced herself to everyone as, "Just call me Viv, honey," and meant it. I'm still contemplating the implications of having a city neighbor when my phone buzzes. The ringtone, Beethoven's Fifth, because my mother thinks she's hilarious, makes my stomach drop. Hello, Mother. Samuel, you sound like you're expecting bad news. Margaret Calder's voice carries the kind of crisp authority that probably served her well during her years as a federal judge. Retirement hasn't softened her edges much, though she's channeled her need for control into what she calls family optimization projects. I'm her current project, just painting. You know how I get when I'm concentrating. Ah, yes, your little hobby. Speaking of which, I have wonderful news. I close my eyes. In Margaret Calder's vocabulary, wonderful news usually translates to life-altering announcement that you'll hate, but must endure because I'm your mother. I'm listening. I've decided to visit Maplewood next month. It's been far too long since I've seen your charming little town. And frankly, I'm curious about these artistic pursuits of yours. My mother has never, not once in 34 years, described anything about my life as charming. This is definitely a trap. That's great, Mom. I'll make sure the guest room is ready. Wonderful. And Samuel, I do hope you'll introduce me to someone special while I'm there. You're 34, darling. At your age, I'd already been married for 8 years and had 2 children. There it is. The real reason for her visit. Margaret Calder, in addition to her many other talents, possesses an almost supernatural ability to detect when her children are happy with their current life circumstances. The moment she senses contentment, she swoops in with helpful suggestions about how we could be living better, more efficiently, more in line with her vision of successful adulthood. My brother David learned this lesson early and moved to Seattle, where distance provides a natural buffer against maternal interference. I apparently am a slower learner. Mom, we've talked about this. I'm not interested in getting married just to check some arbitrary box on your timeline. It's not arbitrary, Samuel. It's biology and social development. And frankly, I'm tired of making excuses to my friends about why my brilliant, successful son is still playing bachelor in a town of 3,000 people. I pinch the bridge of my nose, feeling a headache building behind my eyes. I'm not playing anything. I'm living my life. Are you? Because from where I sit, it looks more like you're hiding from life. When was the last time you had a meaningful relationship? When was the last time you brought someone home for the holidays? The answer to both questions is longer than I care to calculate, but that's beside the point. I moved to Maplewood specifically to avoid the kind of pressure cooker dating scene that my mother apparently thinks I'm missing. I'll think about it, I say, which is what I always say when I need to end this particular conversation. Think harder. I arrive October 20th and I'm staying for a month. Plenty of time to meet this mystery woman who's finally captured my son's attention. The line goes dead before I can point out that no such woman exists. I stare at my phone for a long moment, then at my painting, then at the B&B next door where Mrs. Irving is probably settling into her new life, blissfully unaware that her neighbor is having a minor existential crisis 30 feet away. 2 weeks. My mother expects to meet someone special in 2 weeks. I could explain that Maplewood's dating pool is roughly the size of a puddle, that most of the single women my age moved away years ago for better opportunities. In larger cities, I could point out that meaningful relationships don't typically develop on command, regardless of parental expectations or holiday schedules. Or I could find someone willing to play the part for a couple of weeks, someone who needs a favor as much as I need a buffer against maternal interrogation. My gaze drifts back to the B&B, where a figure moves past one of the downstairs windows. Too distant to make out details, but definitely female, definitely real. Mrs. Irving, the city woman who probably doesn't know anyone in town yet, who might appreciate having a friendly neighbor, especially one willing to help with, what had Tyler said? Fixing things? It's a terrible idea, the kind of scheme that works in romantic comedies and fails spectacularly in real life, leaving everyone involved feeling used and embarrassed. But as I clean my brushes and consider my alternatives, terrible ideas start looking suspiciously like the only ideas I've got.
Chapter 3. Julia. The smell of cinnamon and nutmeg wafts up from my coffee mug as I spread marketing materials across the dining room table. October's chill has settled into Maplewood like a determined houseguest, and I've got the fireplace crackling to ward off the cold that seems to seep through every window frame of this old house. My laptop sits open beside a half-eaten slice of pumpkin pie, which is the best I've tasted since moving here 3 days ago, courtesy of Miller's Bakery on Main Street. The local coffee isn't bad either, though it's a far cry from the Ethiopian single origin I used to grab from the boutique roastery near my old office. Grand reopening? I type at the top of a new flyer design, then delete it. Too corporate. Welcome back to Maplewood B&B? Delete. Too presumptuous. How many people even remember this place was closed? I take another bite of pie and study the color scheme I've chosen. Warm autumn tones, nothing too flashy. The goal is to look established, but fresh. Professional, but approachable. Classic marketing strategy. Make people feel like they're discovering something that's been wonderful all along, not something scrambling to reinvent itself. Though, if I'm being honest, scrambling to reinvent itself describes both the B&B and its new owner pretty accurately. Through the kitchen window, I catch a glimpse of movement in the house next door. I've been sneaking looks at my neighbor's place since I arrived, partly out of curiosity and partly because it's impossible not to notice when someone's working shirtless in what appears to be a converted sunroom studio. Not that I'm looking, much. Okay, I'm totally looking. Sue me. It's been a long few months since Aunt Vivian's death, and the view happens to be excellent. From what I can tell, he's some kind of artist. Easels, canvases, paint supplies scattered around in organized chaos. The kind of creative workspace I used to dream about when I was stuck in conference rooms, listening to discussions about Q4 projections and market penetration strategies. I force my attention back to the flyer. Aunt Vivian's Maplewood B&B, now accepting reservations for fall foliage season. Better. Personal, but not overly sentimental. The truth is, I'm flying blind here. My aunt left detailed notes about running the B&B, which include guest preferences, local supplier contacts, seasonal decoration schedules, but marketing a small-town bed and breakfast is entirely different from promoting corporate software solutions. Here, reputation travels by word of mouth rather than targeted digital campaigns. Success depends on genuine connections rather than conversion metrics. It's terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. My fingers hover over the keyboard as I try to craft copy that captures what makes this place special. The wraparound porch with its view of the maple grove, the breakfast nook where morning light streams through lace curtains, the way each room tells a story through carefully chosen antiques and local artwork. A sharp knock at the front door interrupts my creative process. I glance at the clock. Barely past noon. Too early for package deliveries. And I'm not expecting anyone. Maybe it's someone from town, curious about the new owner. Or perhaps a potential guest who saw the "under new management" sign I hung yesterday. I smooth my curly hair and check my reflection in the hallway mirror before opening the door. Professional but friendly. Approachable but competent. What I'm not prepared for is the man standing on my porch. He's tall, probably 6'3", with tousled brown hair and the kind of piercing blue eyes that belong in cologne advertisements. The flannel shirt he's wearing hangs open over a white t-shirt that does absolutely nothing to hide the athletic build I'd only glimpsed from a distance. This is definitely my artist neighbor, and he's even more attractive up close, which seems fundamentally unfair. "Hi," my voice comes out slightly higher than intended. I mean, hello? "Hey there." His smile is confident, the kind that suggests he's perfectly comfortable showing up unannounced at strangers' doors. "I'm Sam Calder, your neighbor." He gestures toward the house next door. Thought it was about time I introduced myself properly. "Oh, yes, of course. I'm Julia Irving." I'm staring, definitely staring. I inherited the B&B from my Aunt Vivian. Vivian was a hell of a woman. I'm sorry for your loss. The genuine warmth in his voice catches me off guard. Thank you. That means a lot. She used to bring me cookies when I was working late. Said artists needed proper nutrition, not whatever takeout garbage I was living on. He grins. She wasn't wrong. I find myself smiling back. That sounds like Aunt Viv. She always said taking care of people was her calling. Looks like it runs in the family. I heard you're reopening the B&B. Trying to. I'm actually working on promotional materials right now. I gesture vaguely toward the dining room, where my laptop and pie await. It's a bit of a learning curve. I bet. Moving from the city to small-town hospitality is a pretty big shift. How did you know I'm from the city? Lucky guess. Plus, the kids in town mentioned seeing your car yesterday. It's not exactly built for gravel roads. I laugh. My BMW is having an identity crisis, but I'm hoping we'll both adjust. Speaking of adjusting, Sam says, his expression turning more serious. I wanted to offer my help with any repairs or touch-ups you might need. I knew Vivian well, and I have a pretty good sense of how she liked things maintained around here. The offer surprises me. In my experience, neighbors in the city barely acknowledge each other's existence, let alone volunteer for home improvement projects. That's incredibly kind, but I couldn't impose. It's not an imposition. Vivian helped me out more times than I can count when I was getting established. Feels right to pay it forward. I study his face, looking for signs of ulterior motives or hidden agendas. But his offer seems genuine, and I'd be lying if I said I couldn't use the help. The B&B is in good shape overall, but there are dozens of small details that need attention before I can officially reopen. Actually, that would be amazing. I've been making a list of minor repairs, and I'm not exactly handy with tools. Perfect. I've got time this week, and I know where Vivian kept all her paint samples and hardware specifications. You really knew her well. She was like a grandmother to me. Fed me, lectured me about my life choices, celebrated every small success like it was a major victory. His voice softens. Maplewood won't be the same without her. Something tightens in my chest. I'd only seen Aunt Vivian a handful of times over the past few years, but her warmth and generosity had always made me feel instantly welcomed. Learning that she'd had that same effect on others makes her loss feel both more meaningful and more painful. I hope I can honor what she built here, I say quietly. From what I can see so far, you're off to a good start. We stand in comfortable silence for a moment, and I realize I'm still holding the door half open, like some kind of awkward barrier between us. Would you like to come in? I've got coffee, and I picked up this incredible pumpkin pie from Miller's Bakery. Miller's makes the best pie in 3 counties. But actually, I had another idea. Sam's smile turned slightly mischievous. There's a Harvest Festival planning meeting at the community center this afternoon. Good chance to introduce yourself to some of the local business owners and potential guests. Interested? The suggestion catches me completely off guard. I came to Maplewood specifically to escape the networking events and social obligations that dominated my city life. But this feels different. Less about professional advancement and more about becoming part of a community. I don't want to intrude on established traditions. Trust me, they'll be thrilled to have a fresh perspective. Plus, the festival is next weekend, so they're probably desperate for extra hands. I consider the pile of marketing materials waiting on my dining room table, the dozen small tasks I'd planned to tackle this afternoon. Then I think about Aunt Vivian, who'd built her business on relationships rather than strategies, on genuine connections rather than calculated networking. Yes, I hear myself saying, I'd like that.
Chapter 4. Sam. The community center smells like old coffee and industrial carpet, but the energy buzzing through the room is infectious. Julia walks beside me, clutching a manila folder stuffed with what I assume are those promotional flyers she was working on. She's changed into dark jeans and a burgundy sweater that brings out the warmth in her brown skin. And I catch myself stealing glances as we navigate through clusters of folding chairs. Damn, that's a lot of people, I mutter under my breath. Julia shoots me a look that's part amusement, part nervousness. Language, neighbor. We're in polite company. Sweetheart, you haven't met Dolores Weatherby yet. She curses like a sailor when the bake sale doesn't hit her fundraising targets. The laugh that escapes her is genuine and unguarded, and something in my chest is this weird flutter thing. Dangerous territory. Calder. This woman is Vivian's niece. She's new in town, and she sure as hell doesn't need you complicating her life. But damn if that laugh doesn't make me want to hear it again. Sam! Margie Henderson waves us over to a cluster of chairs near the front. Get yourself over here and bring that pretty young lady with you. Julia's grip tightens on her folder. Are they all staring at us? Welcome to small-town life. You're the most interesting thing to happen since the Prescott twins got caught skinny dipping in Miller's Pond last summer. That's either reassuring or terrifying. A bit of both, honestly. I guide her toward Margie with a hand on the small of her back, and I don't miss the way she straightens slightly at the contact. File that reaction away for later consideration. Margie Henderson, meet Julia Irving, I say as we approach. Vivian's niece and the new owner of the B&B. Margie's face lights up like Christmas morning. Oh, honey, we've been so curious about you. Vivian talked about you constantly. Said you were this high-powered marketing wizard in the big city. Julia's professional smile slides into place, but I catch the slight tension around her eyes. Well, I don't know about wizard, but I did work in marketing and product development. I'm hoping to bring some of those skills to the B&B. That's wonderful, dear. We could certainly use fresh perspective around here. Julia opens her folder and pulls out a stack of flyers. Actually, I brought some information about the grand reopening. If anyone knows people who might be interested in a fall foliage getaway. She hands Margie a flyer, and I lean over to get a better look. The design is clean and elegant, with a photo of the B&B framed by autumn leaves. The copy strikes the perfect balance between professional and personal, highlighting amenities without sounding like corporate nonsense. This is beautiful work, Margie says, examining the flyer. Much more sophisticated than our usual photocopied announcements. Thank you. I wanted to capture what makes the B&B special while appealing to visitors who might not be familiar with Maplewood. Watching Julia work the room is like watching a masterclass in professional networking. She moves from group to group, introducing herself with just the right mix of confidence and humility, handing out flyers and collecting business cards from local vendors. She asks thoughtful questions about the Harvest Festival, takes notes on suggested partnerships, and somehow manages to make everyone feel like they're the most important person in the room. But it's the small moments that get to me. The way she carefully folds a tissue paper flower that little Jenna Kowalski brings her. How she genuinely listens when old Mr. Brennan rambles about the festival's history. The soft smile she gives when Mrs. Chen offers to teach her the secret to the best apple cider donuts. This woman is adapting to small-town life like she was born for it. And something about that makes my chest tight with an emotion I can't quite name. She's a real beauty, isn't she? I turn to find Petey Mulligan at my elbow, nursing a cup of coffee and watching Julia with obvious appreciation. Petey's a good guy. Owns the hardware store, coaches Little League, couldn't hurt a fly. But the way he's looking at Julia makes my jaw clench. She's Vivian's niece, I say, which isn't exactly an answer to his question. I heard. Sad about Vivian, but nice to see the B&B getting new life. Petey takes a sip of coffee. Julia's single, you think? Might ask her to the Founders' Day dance next month. The surge of protectiveness that hits me is immediate and completely irrational. Julia is a grown woman who can handle her own romantic entanglements. She doesn't need me playing guard dog, especially against someone as harmless as Petey. But the thought of him asking her to dance, of his hands on her waist, of her smiling at him the way she smiled at me earlier. She just moved to town, Petey. Maybe give her some time to settle in before you start making moves. Petey raises an eyebrow. That protective streak of yours showing, Sam. Because if you're interested in the lady, just say so. I'm looking out for Vivian's niece, making sure she feels welcome and isn't overwhelmed by every single guy in town hitting on her. Right. Petey's grin suggests he's not buying my explanation for a second. Well, when you're done looking out for her, let me know. I make a mean chili, and she looks like she could use some good home cooking. He wanders off before I can respond, leaving me standing there with the uncomfortable realization that my reaction to his interest in Julia was anything but neighborly. This is exactly what I don't need right now. In 2 weeks, my mother is coming for her visit, armed with her usual arsenal of questions about my love life, my lack of children to spoil, and my apparent inability to settle down with a nice girl. Last year's interrogation lasted 3 days, and ended with her threatening to sign me up for every dating app known to humanity, along with cutting me off of my $1 million trust fund. Empty threats, but it still stung to know she could stoop so low. The woman is relentless when she sets her mind to something, and this year she's made it clear that she expects progress on the relationship front, which means I need to find someone willing to play the part of serious partner for a long weekend. Someone who can handle my mother's intensity, navigate a small-town dynamics, and won't expect anything permanent when the performance is over. I glance across the room at Julia, who's currently charming the hell out of the festival committee with what appears to be a detailed marketing proposal for promoting the event. She's confident, articulate, and stunning in a way that makes every other woman in the room look like background scenery. She's also Vivian's niece, new in town, and definitely not the kind of woman who enters into fake relationships for convenience. But watching her interact with everyone, seeing how naturally she fits into this community that meant everything to Vivian, there's something about Julia Irving that makes me think she might be exactly what I've been looking for, even if I have no clue what that actually means. Sam, come over here, Julia calls out, waving me toward the main planning table. They want to discuss having the B&B as an official festival sponsor. I make my way over, noting how the committee members light up as Julia explains her ideas for cross-promotion and visitor packages. She's got the meeting out of her hand, and she doesn't even realize it. This is fantastic, says Carol Peterson, the festival coordinator. Having the B&B fully operational for the festival will be wonderful for out-of-town visitors. I'm hoping to have the grand reopening the week before the festival, Julia explains. That way any early guests can help spread the word about the event. Brilliant marketing strategy, Carol nods approvingly. You really do know what you're doing. Julia's smile is radiant, genuine pleasure at the positive reception of her ideas. Thank you. I'm excited to be part of the community. As the meeting winds down and people start gathering their things, I realize Julia has accomplished more in 2 hours than some businesses manage in months of effort. She's got contact information from half the vendors in town, commitments for festival partnership, and what appears to be dinner invitations from at least 3 different families. "How'd I do?" she asks as we walk toward the exit. "Are you kidding? You just became the most popular person in Maplewood. Pretty sure Mrs. Chen wants to adopt you. Everyone's been so welcoming. It's..." She pauses, searching for words. Different from what I expected. "Small towns get a bad rap, but this place grows on you." We step outside into the crisp October air, and Julia pulls her sweater tighter around herself. The sun is starting to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold that make her skin glow. "Thank you for bringing me today. I never would have thought to come on my own. Vivian would have dragged you here within a week anyway. She believed in community involvement, and she'd be proud as hell watching you work that room today." Julia's smile is soft, touched with sadness. "I hope so. I want to honor what she built here." "You will? You already are." We walk toward our cars in comfortable silence, and I find myself reluctant to let the evening end. There's something about Julia that makes me want to keep talking, keep learning about what makes her tick, which is dangerous thinking considering the half-formed plan that's been brewing in the back of my mind all afternoon. Because the more time I spend with Julia Irving, the more convinced I become that she might be the solution to my mother problem. The question is whether I'm crazy enough to actually ask her.
Chapter 5. Julia. The B&B feels different with the boxes unpacked and furniture arranged, like it's finally waking up from a long sleep. I've spent the morning organizing the guest rooms, hanging fresh linens and placing small touches that make each space feel welcoming rather than sterile. Aunt Vivian's collection of vintage quilts adds warmth to the beds, and the antique writing desks by each window create perfect spots for guests to sit with morning coffee. But it's the kitchen that needs the most work before opening day, which is why I'm currently standing in the pantry, taking inventory of cleaning supplies while trying very hard not to think about the man currently sprawled under my sink. Sam arrived an hour ago with a toolbox and an easy grin, announcing that he couldn't stand listening to that damn faucet drip for another day. "It's driving me crazy whenever I visit," he'd said, though I suspect his concern has more to do with neighborly kindness than actual noise pollution. "Hand me that wrench, would you?" His voice echoes from under the sink cabinet. I grab the tool from his open box and crouch down to pass it to him. Big mistake. From this angle, I have a perfect view of how his flannel shirt rides up, revealing a strip of tanned skin and the kind of abs that suggest he does more than just artistic pursuits in his spare time. Jesus, Julia. Focus on inventory, not your neighbor's six-pack. "Thanks," he says, fingers brushing mine as he takes the wrench. I retreat quickly to the pantry, pretending sudden fascination with the selection of flower varieties. Through the doorway, I can hear him working, the clank of metal on metal, an occasional muttered curse when something doesn't cooperate. It's oddly domestic, having someone else in the kitchen, fixing things I can't handle myself. The B&B feels more alive with him here, and that realization bothers me more than it should. I'm reaching for a box of tea on the top shelf when my foot catches on something, probably the vacuum cord I left snaking across the floor earlier. My ankle twists, sending me stumbling backward with a crash that echoes through the kitchen like a percussion symphony. "Damn," I mutter, catching myself against the doorframe as cleaning supplies scatter across the pantry floor. "You okay in there?" Sam's voice carries genuine concern. "Fine," I call back, probably too quickly. "Just reorganizing." Heat creeps up my neck as I scramble to collect the fallen bottles of glass cleaner and wood polish. So much for playing it cool. Nothing says competent B&B owner like face planting in your own pantry while your attractive neighbor fixes your plumbing. I emerge from the pantry with as much dignity as I can muster, arms full of cleaning supplies. Sam has slid out from under the sink and is sitting on the kitchen floor wiping his hands on a rag. His hair is mussed from crawling around under there, and there's a smudge of something on his cheek that makes him look appealingly rumpled. Reorganizing looks dangerous, he says, eyeing the collection of bottles in my arms. Very dangerous. Bottle of Windex nearly took me out. I set everything on the counter and brush imaginary dust off my jeans. How's the sink situation? Fixed. Should stop driving both of us crazy now. He stands, testing the faucet with a quick turn. No drip. You planning to open soon? This week. Grand reopening right before the Harvest Festival, just like we discussed at the meeting. I lean against the counter, grateful for something concrete to focus on. I'm hoping the timing will work in my favor. People coming for the festival might want to extend their stay. Smart thinking. This place will be booked solid. God, I hope so. The words come out more fervent than I intended, and Sam's expression sharpens with interest. Worried about occupancy? I considered deflecting, but something about his direct blue gaze makes evasion feel pointless. Terrified about occupancy. I've got enough savings to cover the renovations and maybe 3 months of operating expenses if bookings are light. After that, I shrug, aiming for casual. Let's just say failure isn't really an option. Pressure's on then. Just a little. I force a laugh. But hey, nothing motivates like potential financial ruin, right? Sam studies me for a moment, and I have the unsettling feeling he's seen more than I'm comfortable sharing. The vulnerability of admitting my financial constraints sits heavy in the kitchen air. You know, he says slowly, there might be ways to generate more buzz for the opening. Get people talking about the place. I'm open to suggestions. My marketing background helps, but word of mouth is everything in hospitality. Ever consider getting married? The question is so unexpected that I actually laugh. I'm sorry, what? Marriage, big wedding, lots of attention. People love a good love story, especially in a place like this. His tone is casual, almost joking, but there's something in his eyes that suggests he's not entirely kidding. Sam, are you suggesting I marry someone for publicity? Because that seems like a slightly extreme marketing strategy. Could work, though. Picture it. Romantic B&B owner finds love, has fairy tale wedding at her own establishment. Local press would eat it up. Probably get picked up by tourism blogs. I stare at him, trying to figure out if he's lost his mind or if I'm missing something obvious. Okay, hypothetically speaking, where exactly would I find this convenient husband? Craigslist? Dating apps with very specific filters? Well, Sam runs a hand through his hair, suddenly looking less confident. Hypothetically, you might not have to look very far. Something in his tone makes my stomach do a weird flip. Sam, what are you talking about? He leans against the sink, crossing his arms. The casual pose doesn't hide the tension in his shoulders. My mother's coming to visit in 2 weeks. That's nice. You two close? Close enough that she's been on me for years about settling down. Last visit, she threatened to cut off my trust fund and sign me up for every dating site on the internet if I didn't produce a serious girlfriend soon. Sounds charming. She's persistent. And this year she made it clear she expects to meet someone special, someone wife material. The pieces start clicking together in my brain, forming a picture I'm not sure I want to see clearly. Sam? Look, I know how this sounds, but think about it. You need publicity for the B&B. I need a temporary wife to get my mother off my back. It could work for both of us. I blink at him, certain I've misheard. Are you asking me to fake marry you? Sure, yes, for a few months tops. Maybe wear a ring, let people draw their own conclusions. He's speaking faster now, like he's trying to get the words out before he loses his nerve. Your grand opening would coincide perfectly with her visit. Having a husband there would definitely get people talking. The absurdity of the situation hits me all at once. This morning I was worried about thread counts and welcome baskets. Now my neighbor, my ridiculously attractive neighbor, who I've been trying very hard not to think about inappropriately, is proposing fake marriage as a business strategy. You want me to pretend to be your wife so your mother will stop hassling you about your love life. And you'd get the kind of publicity money can't buy for your B&B? Sam, I trail off, searching for words that adequately capture how insane this conversation has become. That's completely crazy. Crazy enough to work? I look at him standing there in my kitchen, wrench still in his hand, asking me to enter into a fake marriage, like he's suggesting we grab coffee sometime. His expression is hopeful and slightly desperate, and I realize he's completely serious about this ridiculous plan. I need to sit down, I say, sinking into one of the kitchen chairs. Sam immediately moves toward me, concern replacing the hopeful desperation. Hey, if it's too much? Too much? I look up at him, feeling slightly hysterical. Sam, you just asked me to pretend to be your wife. I think too much might be an understatement. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 6. Sam. Watching Julia sink into that kitchen chair, I can practically see the wheels turning in her head. Hell, maybe I've finally lost it completely. Proposing fake marriage to a woman I barely know is a solution to both our problems? Even for me, that's a new level of desperate brilliance. Or just desperate stupidity. Come on, I say, setting the wrench down and extending my hand. Let's get you somewhere more comfortable than this hard-ass chair. She looks at my outstretched hand like it might bite her, but takes it anyway. Her fingers are smaller than mine, warm and slightly calloused from all the renovation work I help her up and guide her toward the living room where Vivian's old floral couch sits beneath the window. Julia drops onto the cushions with less grace than usual, immediately grabbing one of those decorative fans from the side table and waving it in front of her face. Jesus Christ, Sam, a fake marriage! You realize how insane that sounds, right? Insane enough that it might actually work. I head back to the kitchen, needing something to do with my hands while she processes this. You want some tea? Coffee? Something stronger? Tea's fine, she calls back, voice slightly muffled by the fan. I fill the kettle and set it on the stove, grateful for the familiar motions. Making tea gives me time to think about how to sell this properly. Because despite how crazy it sounds, I genuinely believe this could benefit both of us. My mother's been relentless about the whole settling down thing ever since my 34th birthday. Samuel, you're not getting any younger, she'd said during our last phone call. I want grandchildren before I'm too old to enjoy them. Never mind that I've built a successful art business, bought my own house, and generally have myself together. None of that matters to Margaret Calder unless it comes with a wife and the promise of future heirs. The kettle whistles and I pour hot water over the chamomile tea bags I found in Julia's pantry. When I return to the living room, she's still fanning herself, staring out the window like she's trying to solve complex mathematical equations in her head. Here. I set the mug on the coffee table within her reach. Thanks. She takes a sip, then sets it back down. Okay, let's say, hypothetically, that I've completely lost my mind and am considering this ridiculous plan. How exactly would it work? Progress. I settle into the armchair across from her, leaning forward. Simple. We don't need a ceremony or anything formal. Just rings and a story about how we fell madly in love at first sight. At first sight? Her eyebrow arches. When did we supposedly meet? That day you arrived. I was the helpful neighbor who came over to introduce myself. You were the stressed-out city girl starting fresh. Classic meet-cute. And we just... what? Had some whirlwind courtship and decided to get married within a month? Why not? People do crazier things for love. I grin at her skeptical expression. Come on, Julia. Our neighbors are already curious about the new girl in town, Mrs. Henderson from down the street. Has been asking me about you every time I check my mail. Great. I'm the local gossip topic. Exactly. Which means when word gets out that the mysterious B&B owner and the town's most eligible bachelor have tied the knot, people will be talking about it for months. That kind of buzz is marketing gold. Julia sets down her fan and really looks at me for the first time since this conversation started. You really think this would help the B&B? I know it would. Think about it. Romantic bed and breakfast owned by newlyweds who fell in love at first sight. Every couple looking for a weekend getaway will want to stay here. Wedding parties will book the whole place, hoping to capture some of that magic. She's quiet for a long moment, considering. I can see her pragmatic mind working through the angles, weighing pros and cons like she's evaluating a business proposal. Which I suppose she is. And your mother? She asks finally. How long would we need to keep this up? She's visiting for a month in 2 weeks. After that, maybe a few months to make it believable. We could have a dramatic breakup by Christmas if you want. A dramatic breakup. Right. Julia picks up her tea again, wrapping both hands around the mug. Sam, this is literally the craziest thing I've ever heard. But you're still sitting here talking about it instead of throwing me out. That's because I'm questioning my own sanity. She takes another sip, then meets my eyes. The financial situation with the B&B, it's tighter than I let on. If this doesn't work out, I'll have to sell and move back to the city with my tail between my legs. The vulnerability in her voice hits me harder than expected. Julia strikes me as someone who doesn't admit weakness easily, and the fact that she's being honest about her fears tells me how desperate she really is, which makes what I'm about to offer feel less like manipulation and more like a genuine solution. What if I sweeten the deal? I lean back in the chair, trying to look casual even though my heart is hammering. A year's worth of operating expenses for the B&B, whatever you need. Utilities, supplies, maintenance, marketing budget. Considerate payment for helping me out. Julia goes very still. A year's worth of expenses, Sam, that's a lot of money. Yeah. I run a hand through my hair, but it's worth it to me. My mother's been threatening to cut off my trust fund if I don't settle down this way. We both get what we need. She sets down her mug with shaking hands. You're talking about tens of thousands of dollars. Probably more if we're being realistic. I watch her process this, seeing the exact moment when the financial reality shifts her perspective. Look, I know it sounds insane, but this could solve both our problems with one simple arrangement. Julia fans herself again, though I suspect it has less to do with temperature and more to do with the enormity of what I'm proposing. A year's worth of expenses would give her the breathing room she needs to establish the B&B, without the constant stress of financial failure looming over every decision. Just to be clear, she says slowly, you want to pay me to pretend to be your wife for a few months, so your mother will stop hassling you about marriage. And you'd get the publicity boost that comes with being the romantic B&B owner who found true love, plus the financial security to make sure the place succeeds. She's quiet for so long I start to worry I've completely miscalculated. Maybe the offer is too much, makes the whole thing seem too transactional. Or maybe it's not enough, and she thinks I'm trying to buy her cooperation on the cheap. Finally, she looks up at me. Fine. We can go ring shopping tomorrow. She stands up abruptly, smoothing down her jeans. But I want a contract. Something that outlines exactly what we're both agreeing to, how long this lasts, and what happens when it's over. Relief floods through me so fast I nearly laugh out loud. Absolutely. Whatever you need. I stand too, crossing to where she's gathering up the tea things with slightly jerky movements. Before I can second-guess myself, I take her hand and press a quick kiss to her knuckles. Thank you, Julia, seriously. You might be saving me here. Her skin is soft under my lips, and when I look up, there's something in her dark eyes that makes my chest tighten unexpectedly. Your mother must be quite the piece of work if you're willing to go to these lengths to avoid her matchmaking, she says, but her voice is softer than before. Margaret Calder is a force of nature. She's tough as hell and doesn't take no for an answer. I release her hand, though part of me wants to hold on longer. But if anyone can handle her, I think it might be you.
Chapter 7. Julia. The diamond catches the afternoon sunlight streaming through the coffee shop window, throwing tiny rainbows across my knuckles. I twist the ring around my finger for what must be the 100th time today, still unable to believe it's actually there. 24 hours ago, I was a single woman trying to save a failing B&B. Now I'm apparently engaged to Sam Calder, complete with a gorgeous solitaire that probably cost more than the B&B's yearly expenses. You're going to wear a groove in that thing if you keep fidgeting with it, Sam says, sliding into the booth across from me. His voice carries that easy confidence that seems to follow him everywhere, like he's never second-guessed a decision in his life. Meanwhile, I'm over here questioning my entire existence. Sorry, I force my hands flat on the table. This is just a lot. The ring or the whole situation? Yes. He grins at that, and I hate how the expression makes my stomach flutter. This is a business arrangement, a temporary solution to mutual problems. The fact that my fake fiancé happens to be ridiculously attractive is just an unfortunate side effect I'll have to manage. Well, it's working, he says, nodding toward the window. Mrs. Patterson from the flower shop has walked by 3 times in the last 10 minutes. Pretty sure she's trying to get a look at your ring. I glance over, and sure enough, there's a silver-haired woman pretending to examine the sidewalk while craning her neck in our direction. When she notices me looking, she waves enthusiastically and hurries away. Jesus, do people in this town have nothing better to do? Welcome to small-town life, sweetheart. Your business is everyone's business. Sam reaches across the table and covers my hand with his. Might as well give them something good to talk about. The casual endearment and the warmth of his palm against my skin send an unwelcome shiver up my arm. I should pull away, establish some boundaries about this physical contact thing. But 3 more people have just walked by the window, and they're all staring at our joined hands with undisguised curiosity. Right. The performance. That's all this is. I still can't believe I agreed to this, I mutter, but I don't move my hand. Having second thoughts, third and fourth thoughts, maybe fifth. I watch a young couple at the counter debate pastry options with the intensity of people choosing a mortgage. But you're right about the attention. I've had more people stop me on the street today than in my entire first week here. And it's true. Our morning of errands has been like a parade of introductions. The hardware store owner wanted to know all about my renovation plans. The woman at the post office asked 3 times if I was really planning to stay permanently. Even the teenager bagging groceries at the market perked up when Sam mentioned the B&B. See? I told you this would work. Sam's thumb brushes across my knuckles, and I resist the urge to jerk away from the unexpected intimacy of the gesture. People love a good love story and a local success story. Is that what we are? According to the narrative we're building? Absolutely. His blue eyes gleam with something that might be mischief or might be genuine affection. With Sam, it's impossible to tell. City girl inherits charming B&B. Falls for rugged local artist. Decides to plant roots in small-town paradise. It's like something out of a Hallmark movie. Rugged local artist? I raise an eyebrow. That's how you see yourself? Hey, I work with my hands and I've got the flannel collection to prove it. He releases my hand to gesture at his shirt, which is indeed a perfectly fitted flannel in deep green. Plus, I'm devastatingly handsome and irresistibly charming. And modest. Modesty is overrated. Despite everything, I laugh. There's something disarming about Sam's complete lack of false humility. He knows exactly what he is and owns it without apology. It's the kind of confidence I've always envied in other people. Okay, but seriously, I say, lowering my voice as a group of women settles into the booth behind us. How long do we need to keep this up? The hand-holding and the pet names and all that. As long as people are watching. He leans back against the vinyl seat, looking completely relaxed. Which, in a town this size, is pretty much always. Great. So I'm committed to months of fake physical affection. With a man who makes my pulse race just by existing in the same room. This is definitely going to end well. The bell above the coffee shop door chimes, and I look up to see a woman in her 50s approaching our table. She's got the kind of carefully styled hair that screams pillar of the community, and eyes sharp enough to cut glass. Sam called her, as I live and breathe. Her smile is friendly enough, but there's an calculating quality to it that puts me on edge. I heard the most interesting rumor about you today. Did you now, Mrs. Bradley? Sam's voice takes on a lazy drawl that somehow manages to sound both polite and completely unimpressed. And what might that be? Well, Cheryl Henderson mentioned she saw you at the jewelry store earlier today, with a certain someone. Her gaze shifts to me, taking in every detail from my hair to my ring finger. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. Here we go. I paste on my best professional smile and extend my hand. Julia Irving. I own the Maplewood B&B. That fine old place. Mrs. Bradley's handshake is firm and assessing. Such a shame when Vivian passed. She was a dear friend. And you're her niece, I supply. She left me the property. How lovely. And now her eyes dart meaningfully between Sam and me. Sam's hand finds mine again across the table, his fingers intertwining with mine in a gesture that looks natural and automatic. Now she's stuck with me, apparently. Stuck with you? Figure of speech. His grin is pure charm, the kind that probably got him out of trouble as a kid. What I meant to say is that I'm the luckiest bastard in town. Mrs. Bradley's eyes widen slightly at the casual profanity, but she recovers quickly. Oh my, this sounds serious. Dead serious, Sam confirms, and there's something in his tone that makes my heart skip, despite knowing this is all an act. In fact, we just picked up the ring. I nearly choke on my coffee. We hadn't discussed when or how to break the engagement news, and definitely not in the middle of a casual conversation with what's clearly the town gossip. But Mrs. Bradley is already squealing with delight, clapping her hands together like she's personally responsible for this development. Engaged? Oh, how wonderful. Cheryl owes me $5. I told her that jewelry store trip was for something special. You bet on us? I ask, genuinely horrified. Oh, honey, this is a small town. We bet on everything. Mrs. Bradley beams at us both. When's the wedding? Please tell me you're having it at the B&B. It would be so romantic. We haven't decided on details yet, I manage, shooting Sam a look that promises retribution later. Everything's still very new. Of course, but you simply must let me help with the planning. I organized my daughter's wedding last spring, and it was featured in 3 different magazines. Before I can politely decline, she's bustling toward the counter, probably to spread the news to anyone within earshot. I turn back to Sam, who's looking insufferably pleased with himself. What the hell was that? I hiss under my breath. That was perfect. By tonight, everyone in town will know we're engaged. Tomorrow, they'll be talking about wedding venues and guest lists. He signals the barista for refills. Trust me, this is exactly what we wanted. What you wanted, maybe. I wasn't prepared for the Spanish Inquisition. Mrs. Bradley's harmless, just curious. Curious enough to bet on our relationship status. See? People are invested in our story already. Sam looks genuinely delighted by this development. This is better than any marketing campaign you could have run. I want to argue, but he's not wrong. In the space of one conversation, news of our engagement is probably spreading through half the town. People will be curious about the B&B, about me, about this whirlwind romance that apparently swept me off my feet. The barista approaches our table with a fresh pot of coffee and a smile that's definitely more interested than professional. Congratulations. I couldn't help but overhear. An engagement is so exciting. Thanks, I say weakly, still processing how quickly this is all spinning out of my control. We're thinking about doing the ceremony at Julia's B&B, Sam says, because apparently he's decided to lean fully into this narrative. She's been renovating it, and the place is going to be incredible. Oh, that sounds amazing. I drive by there sometimes. The gardens are beautiful. Julia's put tons of work into restoring them. Sam continues, and I realize he's essentially giving the B&B a sales pitch, disguised as casual conversation. The whole property is going to be perfect for romantic getaways, intimate weddings, special occasions. The barista nods enthusiastically. My sister's been looking for a venue for her anniversary party. Mind if I give her your information? Absolutely. I fumble for one of the business cards I'd had printed last week. I'm not quite ready for bookings yet, but she's welcome to call and discuss possibilities. After the barista returns to the counter, I stare at Sam in amazement. You're actually good at this. At what? The marketing thing. You just got me a potential booking without even trying. I told you this would work. He leans back with a satisfied expression. People want to support local businesses, especially when there's a good story attached. And our story is pretty damn good. The coffee shop door chimes again. And this time it's a couple in their 30s, both carrying yoga mats and looking like they just stepped out of an outdoorsy lifestyle magazine. The woman notices us immediately, her eyes going straight to my ring. "Oh my God, is that an engagement ring?" she asks, apparently abandoning all pretense of minding her own business. I glance at Sam, who nods encouragingly. "Yes, it is." "That's so exciting." "Are you locals?" "I am," Sam says. "Julia just moved here to take over the Maplewood B&B." "A B&B? Here in town?" The woman's eyes light up. "We've been looking for a romantic weekend spot that's not too far from the city. Where is it?" And just like that, I'm giving directions and promising to call when I'm ready for guests. By the time the couple leaves, they've taken my card and asked to be added to my mailing list. "Okay," I admit, watching them walk away. Maybe this wasn't completely insane. Just mostly insane? Mostly insane with a small chance of actually working. Sam raises his coffee mug in a mock toast. I'll take those odds. I clink my mug against his, the ring catching the light again. Maybe I really have lost my mind. Maybe this whole thing will blow up spectacularly and leave me worse off than before. But for the first time since I inherited the B&B, I'm starting to believe it might actually succeed. The barista calls out from behind the counter. "Hey, are you two interested in our pumpkin spice drinks? They're our fall special." "Absolutely," Sam calls back. 2 pumpkin spice lattes, extra foam. As she starts working on our drinks, I notice her saying something to the other employees, all of whom turn to look at us with bright, curious expressions. "I think we just became the coffee shop's entertainment for the day," I murmur. "Better get used to it, sweetheart. We're the hottest news this town's had all year." The barista brings over 2 towering lattes topped with cinnamon and whipped cream, along with a conspiratorial smile. "These are on the house. Congratulations again." "That's so sweet, thank you," I say, genuinely touched by the gesture. "No problem. I'm so excited for you both." She pauses, then adds, "I hope you don't mind me asking, but how did you two meet? Was it romantic?" Sam's eyes meet mine across the table, and I see the exact moment he decides to go completely off script. "I fell head over heels for her the moment I saw her arrive to Maplewood," he says, his voice carrying just far enough for the other customers to hear. "And now we're getting married." The coffee shop erupts.
Chapter 8. Sam. The pasta arrives just as Julia is walking up my front steps, and I have to admit the timing is perfect. I've been planning this dinner all week, ever since we decided to go through with this whole fake engagement circus. Tomorrow's the grand reopening, and she's been wound tighter than a drum for days. "Something smells incredible," she says when I open the door, and I catch a whiff of her perfume mixed with the lingering scent of sawdust and paint from her final preparations next door. "Ordered from Romano's. Figured you needed something better than whatever frozen dinner you were planning to microwave tonight." She steps inside, glancing around my living room with those sharp eyes that miss nothing. I've lived here for years, but seeing it through her gaze makes me notice things I usually ignore. The stack of art magazines on the coffee table, the half-finished sculpture in the corner, the way the evening light hits the exposed brick wall in my kitchen. "This place is beautiful," she says, running her fingers along the edge of my dining table. "Very you. What's that supposed to mean?" Confident, comfortable, a little rough around the edges. She grins. In a good way. I uncork the champagne I've been saving for a special occasion, though I'm not entirely sure what makes tonight special. Maybe it's the fact that we've successfully convinced an entire town we're head over heels in love. Maybe it's because tomorrow everything changes for both of us. Or maybe it's just because Julia Irving looks damn good in my kitchen. To tomorrow, I say, handing her a glass, to not completely screwing this up. We clink glasses, and I watch her take a sip. She's been running on pure adrenaline and stubbornness, but tonight there's something different about her, softer maybe. Less like she's bracing for the next disaster. The pasta is perfect. Romano's never disappoints. And we settle at my dining table as the sun starts to set. Through the window I can see the B&B across the way, every window glowing warm and welcoming. She's done incredible work over there. I still can't believe we pulled this off, Julia says, twirling linguine around her fork. Not too long ago, I was a complete stranger. Now the entire town thinks we're getting married. Crazy how fast things can change. Completely insane. She takes another bite, then looks up at me with those dark eyes that always seem to see too much. But thank you for the fake marriage idea, for playing along with all the hand-holding and pet names, for making people actually care about the B&B. You did that part yourself. I just gave you a better story to tell. Still, she reaches across the table and squeezes my hand, the same gesture we've been performing for a whole week. Except this time, there's no audience, no one to convince. This momentum is going to change everything. The contact sends heat up my arm, and I have to resist the urge to turn her hand over and trace the lines of her palm. This whole fake relationship thing is starting to mess with my head in ways I didn't anticipate. Speaking of momentum, I say, reluctantly pulling my hand back to reach for my wine. My mother's visit is imminent. Julia sighs. Sam, I think your mother is going to take one look at me and know this whole thing is nonsense. Mothers have built-in lie detectors. Trust me, she doesn't. Besides, you're incredible at this fake girlfriend thing. Half the time, I almost believe it myself. The words slip out before I can stop them, carrying more truth than I intended. Julia stares at me for a moment, something unreadable flickering across her face. You're going to do an awesome job tomorrow, I say, changing the subject before I say something even stupider. The place looks incredible. Your marketing is spot on, and people are genuinely excited to see what you've done. What if no one shows up? Are you kidding? Mrs. Bradley alone has probably told half the county about our engagement and your grand reopening. You'll be lucky if you can handle the crowd. You might have to start turning away people at the door. She laughs at that, the sound rich and genuine. God, that woman is a force of nature. She's also your best advertisement. Every conversation she has is basically a commercial for the B&B. We finish dinner as the last light fades outside, and I pour us both another glass of champagne. Julia's curled up in her chair now, legs tucked under her, looking more relaxed than I've seen her since she arrived in town. The ring catches the candlelight, throwing tiny prisms across the white tablecloth. This is nice, she says quietly. Just normal. No performance, no audience. Yeah, it is. The silence stretches between us, comfortable but charged with something I can't quite name. She's beautiful in the flickering light, all warm skin and intelligent eyes, and that smile she saves for moments when she thinks no one's watching. I should probably head back, she says, but she doesn't move. Early morning tomorrow. Probably. Still, neither of us gets up. She's looking at me with an expression I can't read, and suddenly the space between us feels both too much and not nearly enough. The fake engagement, the performance, the carefully constructed story we've been telling. All of it fades away, leaving just this moment and the woman sitting across from my table. Sam, she starts, then stops, shaking her head. What? Nothing, just thank you for all of it. She stands then, the spell broken, and starts gathering her purse and jacket. I follow her to the door, every instinct screaming at me to say something, do something, find an excuse to make her stay. Good luck tomorrow, I say instead. Not that you need it. Thanks. She steps onto the porch, then turns back. For a second, I think she might say something else, something real, but she just smiles. See you at the opening? Wouldn't miss it. I watch her cross the street to the B&B, the porch light creating a pool of gold around her as she unlocks the front door. She waves before disappearing inside, and I lean against my doorframe, watching the windows light up one by one as she moves through the house. Julia Irving is going to be the death of me. A week ago, this started as a simple business arrangement. Help her establish credibility, give the town something to talk about, maybe drum up some interest in the B&B clean. Straightforward, mutually beneficial. But somewhere between the hand-holding and the champagne toasts, and the way she laughs when she thinks no one's listening, this stopped being just business, at least for me. The smart thing would be to keep my distance. Stick to the plan, play the part, make my mother happy. But watching her walk away tonight, seeing the way she looked at me across the dinner table, I'm starting to think the smart thing might be the last thing I want to do. The B&B windows go dark one by one until only her bedroom is still lit, a warm glow behind sheer curtains. I should go inside, get some sleep, prepare for tomorrow's performance. Instead, I stay on my porch, watching her house and wondering what the hell I've gotten myself into.
Chapter 9. Julia. The morning of the grand reopening arrives with the kind of crisp October sunshine that makes everything look like a postcard. I've been awake since 5, triple checking every detail, adjusting flower arrangements, and running through my mental checklist for the 100th time. Sam shows up at 8 with coffee and pastries from the bakery in downtown Maplewood, looking infuriatingly calm and put together in dark jeans and a navy button-down that brings out his eyes. "You're going to wear a hole in that floor if you keep pacing," he says, setting the bag on my kitchen counter. "I'm not pacing. I'm reviewing the space." "Right." He hands me a cup of coffee, and our fingers brush for just a moment. "Everything looks perfect, Julia. Seriously." The first guests arrive at 10, and by noon, I'm in complete disbelief. The parking area is full. People are wandering through every room, and the reservation book is filling up faster than I dared hope. Mrs. Bradley has appointed herself as an unofficial tour guide, leading groups through the house and recounting stories about my aunt that I've never heard before. Sam moves through the crowd like he was born for this, carrying trays of appetizers and refilling wine glasses with an easy charm that makes everyone feel like his best friend. I watch him from across the living room as he talks to a young couple, gesturing toward the staircase while explaining the history of the house. "Your fiancé is quite the catch," says Eleanor Hartwell, appearing at my elbow with a knowing smile. She's one of the town council members, and her approval carries weight around here. "He really is," I say, surprised by how naturally the words come out. "When's the wedding?" "We're still working out the details." The lie rolls off my tongue so smoothly now that it barely registers as one. Eleanor nods approvingly. "Smart to take your time. Though with a man like that, I wouldn't wait too long if I were you." She drifts away to admire the dining room, and I catch Sam watching me from across the room. He winks, then turns back to the elderly gentleman he's been talking to about local fishing spots. By 2 o'clock, I've booked every room through Sunday night. 3 couples want to extend their stays into next week. A woman from the city is asking about hosting her daughter's bridal shower here next spring. The wine is flowing, the conversations are animated, and I can barely keep up with the interest. "This is incredible," I whisper to Sam when he passes by with an empty tray. "Told you." He bumps my shoulder with his. "You're a natural at this." "We're a natural at this," I correct, watching him work the room. "I couldn't have done it without you." The afternoon blurs together in a whirlwind of conversations, check-ins, and room keys. Sam continues to play the devoted fiancé to perfection, mentioning our upcoming wedding in casual conversation, talking about how proud he is of what I've accomplished, and generally being so convincing that I start to believe it myself. Julia's got this vision. I hear him telling a group of women near the fireplace. She sees potential where other people just see problems. It's one of the things I love most about her. The casual way he says it, like it's the most natural thing in the world, sends an unexpected flutter through my chest. He's really committed to this performance. As evening approaches and the last of the day visitors filter out, I help the overnight guests get settled in their rooms. The Hollies from Albany have the blue room. The Patels from Portland have the garden suite. And Mr. and Mrs. Chavez have chosen the corner room with the best view of the mountains. Sam appears in the kitchen, where I'm putting together welcome baskets for each room. Need help with those? Almost done. I tie a ribbon around the last basket, then lean against the counter with a sigh. I can't believe how well this went. Better than well. You knocked it out of the park. We knocked it out of the park. I look up at him, this man who's spent the entire day pretending to be madly in love with me for the benefit of my business. Seriously, Sam, the way you talked about us, about the wedding, people were eating it up. Just giving them what they wanted to hear. Something in his tone makes me study his face more carefully. There's a flicker of something behind his eyes. Something that doesn't quite match the casual dismissal of his words. But before I can analyze what I'm seeing, or work up the courage to ask what he really means, Mrs. Chavez appears in the doorway. "Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt," she says with a warm smile that reaches her eyes. She's still wearing the same floral dress from earlier, though she's traded her heels for comfortable slippers. "I just wanted to thank you both for such a lovely day. The room is absolutely beautiful. And that little touch with the fresh flowers on the nightstand, it's so thoughtful." "Thank you so much," I say, genuinely touched by her enthusiasm. "If you need anything at all during your stay, just let me know. Extra towels, restaurant recommendations, anything." "Such a sweet couple," she says to Sam, her voice taking on that conspiratorial tone older women get when they think they're witnessing true love. "You can tell how much you adore each other. The way you look at her when she's not watching, it's written all over your face." My heart does something complicated in my chest, and I don't dare look at Sam. Instead, I focus on Mrs. Chavez's kind face and manage what I hope passes for a gracious smile. After she disappears back down the hallway, presumably to rejoin her husband, an awkward silence settles between us. Sam clears his throat and picks up 2 of the welcome baskets from the counter, his movements deliberately casual. "Come on," he says, not quite meeting my eyes. "Let's get these delivered so we can celebrate properly." We make our rounds to each room, and I'm struck by how natural it feels to move through the house with him, how easily we fall into step with each other. When we reach the last door, he follows me back downstairs to my private quarters. "Well," he says, closing the door behind us, "I'd say that was a resounding success. More than I ever imagined. The relief and exhilaration hit me all at once, and I throw my arms around him without thinking. Thank you for everything." His arms come around me immediately, solid and warm, and for a moment we just hold each other. I can smell his cologne mixed with the faint scent of wine and the lingering aroma of appetizers from upstairs. His chest rises and falls against mine, and I'm suddenly hyper-aware of how perfectly I fit against him. "Julia," he says softly, and when I look up, his face is closer than I expected. The kiss happens without planning, without thought. One moment we're celebrating, and the next his lips are on mine. Warm and sure, and absolutely perfect. My brain short circuits for a heartbeat. Then I'm kissing him back, my hands fisting in his shirt as I lean into him completely. He tastes like champagne and possibility, And when his hand tangles in my hair, I forget entirely that this is supposed to be fake. Nothing about the way he's kissing me feels like a performance. Nothing about the way my heart is racing feels like acting. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. Sam's eyes are dark and intense, and there's something in his expression that makes my pulse skip. He clears his throat, running a hand through his hair. I should probably head home now. Right, I nod, trying to ignore the way my lips are still tingling, trying to pretend that kiss didn't just turn my entire world sideways. Of course, he moves toward the door, then pauses with his hand on the handle. Thanks for letting me be part of this today. Thank you for the help. The words come out steadier than I feel. I couldn't have done it without you. He nods, and for a moment it looks like he might say something else. Instead, he just smiles that easy smile that's become so familiar. Get some sleep. You've earned it. Then he's gone, leaving me alone in my bedroom with the taste of him still on my lips and the distinct feeling that everything just changed.
Chapter 10. Sam. The next morning dawns clear and crisp, perfect for the Harvest Festival. I'm standing in front of my bathroom mirror, trying to decide if I'm overthinking the whole damn thing, that kiss last night. Christ. It felt real. Too real. And the way Julia looked at me afterward, like she was seeing me for the first time. Get yourself together, Calder, I muttered to my reflection. It's a job. You're helping a friend. Except friends don't usually kiss like that. I grab my keys and head over to the B&B, finding Julia in the kitchen with her guests. She's wearing jeans and a burgundy sweater that brings out the warmth in her skin, her hair pulled back in a ponytail that shows off the elegant line of her neck. She looks relaxed in a way I haven't seen before, like she's finally settling into this place. Morning, fiancé, I say, dropping a kiss on her cheek that's purely for the benefit of Mr. and Mrs. Chavez, who are lingering over coffee and pastries. Perfect timing. Julia's smile is bright, genuine. I was just telling everyone about the festival. Mrs. Chavez practically beams at us. You two are going together, I assume? How romantic. Wouldn't miss it, I say, sliding my arm around Julia's waist. She leans into me naturally, and I catch a hint of her perfume, something light and floral that makes me want to bury my face in her neck. After the guests head upstairs to get ready for their own festival adventure, Julia turns to me with that look in her eyes, the one that means she's thinking strategically. You know, she says, wiping down the counter with unnecessary precision, everyone's going to be watching us today. The whole town will be there. Yeah, so? So we need to be convincing. Really convincing. She pauses, then looks up at me. Speaking of which, we should probably figure out the wedding thing before your mom gets here. The timeline's getting tight. Right. Mom, the reason we're doing this whole charade in the first place. I can already picture her reaction when she meets Julia. The relief, the excitement, the immediate planning mode she'll switch into. What are you thinking? Julia leans against the counter, arms crossed. We could say we had a small private ceremony here at the B&B. Just the two of us. Very intimate. Maybe take some photos to make it look official. That actually sounds perfect. I run my hand through my hair, thinking it through. Mom will eat that up. She's always been a sucker for romantic gestures. Good. We can figure out the details later, but at least we have a plan. The ease with which she says it, like planning a fake wedding is the most natural thing in the world, should probably worry me. Instead, it makes something warm settle in my chest. We walk to the festival together. I'm struck by how different everything feels today. The whole dynamic between us has shifted somehow. Julia's shoulders aren't rigid with that familiar stress I've gotten used to seeing. She's not checking her phone every 30 seconds or mentally running through disaster scenarios like she usually does when we're heading into town. She looks happy actually content for the first time since she rolled into Maplewood with all her boxes and her big city walls up. "You seem different today," I tell her as we approach the town square, already buzzing with the kind of small-town energy that draws everyone out of their houses. The sound of laughter and conversation drifts toward us, mixing with the distant notes of someone tuning a guitar. "Different how?" She glances up at me, genuinely curious rather than defensive for once. "Relaxed. Like you're actually enjoying yourself for once instead of treating everything like a business meeting you need to survive." She considers this, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she thinks. A small smile plays at her lips, not the polite, professional one she uses with guests. But something real? I guess I am. Yesterday went so well, and now I feel like maybe I can actually do this. Make a real life here, not just exist. There's something in her voice that wasn't there before. Hope, maybe. Or at least the absence of that constant undercurrent of panic she's been carrying around like a security blanket. The festival is in full swing when we arrive. Booths line the square, selling everything from homemade crafts to kettle corn. There's a small stage where a local band is setting up, and the smell of apple cider and cinnamon fills the air. It's exactly the kind of small-town gathering that would normally make me feel restless. But with Julia beside me, it feels different. "Sam! Julia!" Mrs. Bradley waves us over to a booth selling quilts. "Don't you two look adorable together? Just like newlyweds should." Julia's hand finds mine, her fingers intertwining with mine in a gesture that feels automatic now. "Thank you, Mrs. Bradley. Everything looks wonderful." "Oh, this is nothing compared to what we'll do for your reception," Mrs. Bradley says with a knowing wink. "The whole town's going to want to celebrate with you." I hadn't thought about that, the expectation that there would be some kind of public celebration. But Julia doesn't miss a beat. "We're thinking of keeping things small," she says smoothly. "Maybe just a little gathering at the B&B. "Of course, dear. So romantic having it at your new home." We move through the festival like that, stopping at various booths, chatting with neighbors, playing the part of the happy couple. And the weird thing is, it doesn't feel like playing when Julia laughs at something Mayor Davidson says. The sound goes straight through me. When she unconsciously leans into my side while we're watching the apple bobbing contest, I have to resist the urge to pull her closer. "You're good at this," she murmurs during a quiet moment between conversations. "At what?" "Being a fake fiancé. Everyone believes it completely." I want to tell her it's not that hard when it doesn't feel fake, but that would complicate things in ways neither of us is ready for. We end up at the ring toss game, where a collection of stuffed animals hangs as prizes. Julia eyes a ridiculous purple bear with oversized ears. "That one's cute," she says, and something in her tone tells me she really wants it. "Stand back and let a professional handle this," I say, handing over $5 to the teenager running the booth. "Professional?" Julia raises an eyebrow. "At ring toss? Hey, I've got skills you haven't even discovered yet." The first two rings miss completely, and Julia tries to hide her smirk behind her hand. The third one bounces off the edge of a bottle, but the fourth lands perfectly around the neck of a bottle in the back row. "We have a winner," the kid announces, and I point to the purple bear. When I hand it to Julia, her whole face lights up in a way that makes my chest tight. It's just a cheap carnival prize, but she holds it like I've given her something precious. "Thank you," she says, and the warmth in her voice makes me feel like I could take on the world. "Anything for my girl." The words slip out before I can stop them, but Julia doesn't seem to notice the slip. She's too busy arranging the bear's tiny sweater, that soft smile still playing at her lips. For the first time in months, hell, maybe years, I feel genuinely happy. Not just content or satisfied with how things are going, but actually happy standing here in the middle of this small-town festival, watching Julia fuss over a stuffed animal I won for her. Everything feels right in a way I hadn't expected. "What?" Julia asks, catching me staring. "Nothing, just... this is nice." "It is." She looks around at the festival, at the people milling about, at the mountains rising in the distance. I think I'm really going to like it here. The way she says it, like she's surprised by her own contentment, makes me want to promise her 1,000 more days like this one. Which is dangerous thinking for a guy who's supposed to be faking everything. But watching her clutch that ridiculous bear, seeing the genuine joy on her face, I can't bring myself to care about the danger.
Chapter 11. Julia. The afternoon sun filters through the B&B's front windows as Sam and I stand in the living room contemplating what might be the most elaborate lie we've ever constructed together. All the guests have wandered into town for more festival activities, leaving us with the perfect opportunity to stage our fake wedding ceremony. This feels ridiculous, I say, adjusting the cream-colored dress I'd pulled from my closet. The nicest thing I own that could pass for something wedding-appropriate in photos. It's simple, knee-length, with 3/4 sleeves that hit just right. Nothing fancy, but it photographs well. Hey, your idea, Sam reminds me, looking unfairly handsome in his navy button-down and dark slacks. He's cleaned up well for our fake nuptials, his hair actually styled instead of its usual tousled state. Besides, we need these photos to sell the story to my mom. Right. His mom. The reason we're standing here like actors preparing for the world's most intimate performance. Sam sets his phone up on the mantelpiece, angling it to capture the fireplace as our backdrop. The autumn light streaming in creates exactly the kind of romantic ambiance that would make people believe two people fell so in love they couldn't wait for a big ceremony. How's this look? He asks, checking the frame. I move beside him to see the screen. We look good together, I have to admit. The height difference works, his broader frame balancing my smaller one. If I didn't know better, I'd think we were actually perfect, I say, stepping back. Very believable. All right, bride, let's get married. He moves to stand across from me, hands clasped behind his back, in a pose that's surprisingly formal for someone who usually approaches everything with casual confidence. The late afternoon light catches the planes of his face, highlighting the strong line of his jaw, the intensity in those blue eyes. Should we say actual vows? I ask. For authenticity? Depends. You want to write some, or should we wing it? Wing it. More natural that way? Sam nods. Then his expression shifts into something softer, more serious. When he speaks, his voice takes on a tone I've never heard from him before. Gentle, reverent, like he actually means what he's about to say. Julia Irving, he begins. And even though this is all pretend, something flutters in my chest at the way he says my name. When you showed up in Maplewood with your spreadsheets and your 5-year plans, I never thought you'd turn my whole world upside down. I blink, momentarily caught off guard. He's supposed to be acting, but there's something in his eyes that looks almost real. You're supposed to be making this up for the photos, I whisper. I am. His grin is pure mischief. Just go with it. The timer on his phone is running, capturing everything. I take a breath and slip into character, letting myself imagine for just a moment that this is real, that I'm standing here promising my life to this man who's somehow become essential to my daily existence in ways I'm still trying to understand. Sam Calder, I begin, surprised by how steady my voice sounds despite the way my pulse is hammering against my throat. You're infuriating and stubborn, and you have absolutely no respect for proper planning procedures. You think a grocery list is a suggestion, not a roadmap, and you've never met a deadline you couldn't cheerfully ignore. He laughs, a genuine sound that rumbles up from his chest and makes my stomach flip in ways that have nothing to do with our fake ceremony. The sound is warm and infectious, and I have to resist the urge to smile too widely in response. But you also make me feel like maybe it's okay to not have everything figured out. I continue, my voice growing softer despite myself. Like maybe the best things happen when you stop trying to control every variable and just let life surprise you. You make me want to throw my spreadsheets out the window and see what happens next. Something shifts in his expression as I speak. The easy playfulness giving way to something more intense, more focused. His blue eyes search my face like he's looking for something specific, and for a moment that stretches longer than it should, I forget we're performing for a camera. The words feel too real, too honest, like I've accidentally revealed something I wasn't ready to share. "Do you take this woman?" Sam says, his voice dropping to that low, confident tone that always makes my knees feel unreliable. To have and to hold, in sickness and health. For better or worse, even when she tries to organize your sock drawer. "I do," I say. And the words come out easier than they should, like they've been waiting there all along. "And do you take this man?" I continue, getting into the spirit of our ridiculous charade. Even though he leaves his coffee cups everywhere and thinks planning ahead means deciding what to have for breakfast while he's eating it. "Hey now," Sam protests, breaking character. "I plan ahead." The timer on his phone goes off, but we're too busy bickering to notice. This is exactly how a real argument between us would go. Him being deliberately obtuse, me getting worked up about basic logic, both of us enjoying it more than we should. "Anyway," Sam says, his voice carrying that hint of mischief that always gets me into trouble. He steps closer, close enough that I can smell his cologne mixed with the faint scent of paint from whatever project he's been working on today. "I believe there's supposed to be a kiss to seal the deal." My heart does something complicated against my ribs, a flutter that spreads down to my fingertips. The kitchen suddenly feels smaller. The light streaming through the windows, creating an almost ethereal backdrop for this moment that's supposed to be fake. For the photos, right? Absolutely. His blue eyes hold mine with an intensity that makes my breath catch. Just for authenticity, he reaches up slowly, giving me plenty of time to pull away if I want to. I don't want to. His hand cups my face with surprising gentleness, thumb brushing along my cheekbone in a touch that's so tender it makes my chest tight. The calluses on his fingers from his outdoor work create a delicious contrast against my skin, and I find myself leaning into his palm without thinking, like a flower turning toward the sun. "Just for the photos," I repeat, but my voice comes out breathier than intended, betraying every attempt at maintaining professional distance. "Just for the photos," he agrees, his own voice rougher now, and then his lips are on mine. This kiss is different from the one last night, less desperate, more deliberate. He takes his time, like he's savoring it, and I melt into him, without any of the hesitation I should probably be feeling. His other hand settles at the small of my back, pulling me closer, and I forget entirely that this is supposed to be performance. When we finally break apart, Sam's smiling at me with an expression I can't quite read, warm and soft and something else that makes my pulse skip. "Good?" he asks. "Very convincing," I manage, though I'm not entirely sure my legs are going to hold me up. "We should probably take a few more shots," he says, but he doesn't step away. "You know, different poses, more variety for the story." Right, variety. We spend the next 20 minutes staging various romantic photos. Sam spinning me around in the kitchen, both of us laughing at something he said, me straightening his collar while he grins down at me, the two of us looking out the window together, his arm around my shoulders. Each pose feels natural in a way that should probably worry me. "I think we got some good ones," Sam says finally, scrolling through the photos on his phone. "These definitely look like two people who couldn't wait to get married." I lean over his shoulder to see the screen, and he's right. We look happy, genuinely, unreservedly happy, like two people who are completely gone for each other. "Your mom's going to love these," I say. "Yeah, she will." He pockets his phone and turns to face me. So, Mrs. Calder, how should we celebrate our wedding day? The fake name sends an unexpected thrill through me. Well, Mr. Calder, I think this calls for pumpkin pie. Now that, Sam says, his grin spreading wide, sounds absolutely delicious. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Sam. The rental car feels smaller with Mom in the passenger seat, her excitement radiating through the confined space like heat from a furnace. She's been talking non-stop since I picked her up from the airport, barely pausing to breathe between questions about Julia, the B&B, and our supposedly whirlwind romance. I still can't believe you got married without telling me, she says for the third time in 20 minutes, adjusting her seatbelt as I turn onto Maple Street. My only son eloping like some teenager. We explained all this, Mom. It was spontaneous, very romantic. The lie rolls off my tongue easier than it should after yesterday's practice session. Sometimes you just know. Margaret Calder has never been one to accept simple explanations. At her age, she's retained the sharp curiosity that made her a successful judge before retirement, combined with the tenacity of a woman who raised 2 stubborn sons. Her silver hair is perfectly styled despite the flight, and she's wearing the kind of understated, elegant outfit that makes her look like she belongs in a magazine spread about graceful aging. Mom practically bounces in her seat as she takes in the B&B's welcoming facade. The afternoon sun highlights the fresh paint job, the carefully maintained flower boxes, the general air of prosperity that Julia's brought to the place. It looks exactly like the kind of establishment where 2 people might fall madly in love. "Oh, Samuel, it's beautiful," she breathes, her voice carrying genuine wonder. "And Julia runs this all by herself? She's incredible." That part, at least, isn't a lie. You're going to love her. Mom's already unbuckling her seatbelt before I've fully stopped the car. Well, what are we waiting for? I need to meet this woman who finally managed to pin you down. Jesus, Mom, let me at least... But she's already out of the car, striding toward the B&B's front door with the determination of a woman on a mission. I grab her overnight bag from the back seat and follow, wondering if Julia's ready for Hurricane Margaret. The front door opens before Mom can knock, and Julia appears looking every inch the perfect innkeeper in her navy cardigan and dark jeans, her hair pulled back in a neat ponytail that somehow manages to look both professional and effortlessly beautiful. She's got that bright smile on, the one she uses for guests, but I can see the slight tension around her eyes that means she's nervous. "Mrs. Calder," Julia says, extending her hand. "I'm so excited to finally meet you." "Oh, honey, please. Call me Margaret." Mom completely ignores the offered handshake and pulls Julia into a hug that would make a bear jealous. And I'm the one who should be excited. I never thought I'd see the day Sam settled down with someone. Julia catches my eye over Mom's shoulder, and I can see her fighting back laughter at my mother's enthusiasm. "He's pretty wonderful," she says, and damn if she doesn't sound like she means it. "Wonderful? Mom pulls back to get a better look at Julia, hands still on her shoulders. Honey, this man once tried to convince me that cereal counted as a balanced breakfast because it had vitamins added to it. Wonderful might be generous. Hey now, I protest, setting Mom's bag down in the foyer. That was perfectly sound logic. See what I mean? Mom turns back to Julia with the conspiratorial air of someone sharing state secrets. 20 years of trying to teach him proper nutrition, and he still thinks pizza constitutes a food group. Julia's laugh is genuine now, bright and unreserved. Well, he's been learning. I've got him eating actual vegetables now. You're a miracle worker. Mom's expression shifts to something more serious, more grateful. Honestly, Julia, I was starting to worry he was going to end up a bachelor forever. All his friends are married with families along with his brother, and here's Sam, perfectly content with his art and his projects and his complete inability to commit to anything that required showing up on time. Mom, I'm being serious, Samuel. She doesn't even look at me, her attention completely focused on Julia. I know my son. He's charming and successful and absolutely impossible. When it comes to settling down, the fact that you managed to get him to not only commit but actually marry you, that tells me everything I need to know about how special you are. The genuine emotion in Mom's voice catches me off guard. I'd expected her to grill Julia, to probe for inconsistencies in our story. Instead, she's looking at my fake wife like she's personally responsible for saving her son from a lifetime of solitude. He makes it easy, Julia says softly, and there's something in her tone that makes my chest tighten. Sam's not as complicated as he likes people to think. Oh, I like her, Mom announces, turning to beam at me. I like her very much. Would you like some tea? Julia offers, smoothly transitioning into hostess mode. I just pulled some lemon scones out of the oven. That sounds perfect. Mom follows Julia toward the kitchen like she's being led to paradise. I've been dying to try your baking. Sam's told me so much about it. I trail behind them, watching Julia work her magic. She moves around the kitchen with practiced efficiency, setting out delicate china cups and saucers, arranging the still-warm scones on a plate with small bowls of jam and clotted cream. The afternoon light streaming through the windows catches the rich brown of her skin, and I find myself remembering yesterday's fake wedding photos, the way she'd looked at me when she thought the camera was capturing something real. These are incredible, Mom says after her first bite of scone, closing her eyes in appreciation. Samuel, you didn't tell me your wife was a professional baker. She's full of surprises. I settle into the chair across from them, content to watch Julia charm my mother with the same ease she uses on the B&B guests. That's part of why I fell so hard. Julia shoots me a look that's part warning, part amusement, her dark eyes sparkling with that mischievous glint I've come to adore. Sam's very supportive of my baking experiments. Even when they don't turn out? Mom asks, with the knowing smile of someone who's witnessed her share of kitchen disasters over the years. She leans forward slightly, clearly enjoying this glimpse into our supposed domestic life. Especially then, I say, grinning as I remember the morning Julia had sworn creatively at a batch of collapsed muffins, her usual composure completely shattered by flour-covered chaos. She's got quite the vocabulary when things go wrong in here. I absolutely do not, Julia protests. But she's fighting back a smile, her lips twitching with suppressed laughter. She picks up her teacup with exaggerated dignity, as if that will restore her reputation. The great pancake incident of last Tuesday would suggest otherwise, I continue, unable to resist pushing her buttons. I learned some very colorful new phrases that morning. That was entirely the pan's fault, not mine, Julia insists, gesturing toward the offending cookware hanging from the rack above the island. It has an uneven bottom. How was I supposed to know it would create hot spots? Right, I drawl, stretching the word out. The pan made you call it a stubborn piece of... Sam! Julia cuts me off, but she's laughing now, the sound bright and genuine. Mom watches this exchange with obvious delight, her head moving back and forth like she's following a tennis match. Oh, you two are adorable. How long have you actually known each other? The question hangs in the air for a moment, loaded with the potential to expose our entire charade. Julia recovers first, her marketing background kicking in. Sometimes it feels like forever, she says, which is both true and completely misleading. But when you know, right? Absolutely right. Mom reaches over to pat Julia's hand. I could tell the moment I saw you two together. There's something special here. I take a sip of tea to avoid having to respond, but inside something uncomfortable shifts in my chest. Mom's not wrong. There is something between Julia and me. Something that started as mutual attraction and evolved into whatever this complicated thing has become. The problem is I'm starting to have trouble remembering which parts are real and which parts are performance. I should get your bags into my house, I say, standing before the conversation can venture into more dangerous territory. Let you get settled. Oh yes, of course. Mom rises as well, but she doesn't move toward the door. Instead, she turns back to Julia with genuine warmth. Thank you for the tea and the scones. And thank you for making my son so happy. I haven't heard him sound this content in years. Julia's smile softens into something more genuine. Thank you for raising such a good man. As I watch them hug goodbye, I can't help but think that this fake marriage might be the best decision I've ever made. Mom's practically glowing with satisfaction. Julia's handled the introduction like a pro, and nobody suspects a thing. Christ, I'm good at this whole fake husband thing.
Chapter 13. Julia. The Maplewood Farmers Market sprawls across the town square like a colorful patchwork quilt, vendors hawking everything from heirloom tomatoes to hand-knitted scarves. October air carries the scent of apple cider and wood smoke, mixing with the earthy smell of fresh produce and the distant aroma of kettle corn. I weave between the stalls with my canvas tote bag, mentally checking off items for this week's breakfast menu. Margaret Calder's visit yesterday went better than I could have hoped. The woman practically adopted me on sight, spending 3 hours regaling me with embarrassing stories about Sam's childhood, while he alternated between mortification and laughter. She's staying at his place for the rest of her stay, which means I get a temporary reprieve from our constant proximity. That should feel like relief. Instead, I find myself missing the easy banter we've developed, the way he steals bites of whatever I'm cooking and pretends not to notice when I catch him. This fake marriage thing is becoming dangerously comfortable. These look perfect, I murmur to myself, selecting a basket of Honeycrisp apples from Martha's orchard. The vendor, a weathered woman with dirt under her fingernails and a genuine smile, weighs them with practiced efficiency. Making pies? She asks, wrapping the apples in brown paper. Apple cinnamon muffins for the B&B guests. The words come automatically now. This identity I've built as the local innkeeper who bakes fresh treats every morning. My husband can't get enough of them. The lie slides out so smoothly it doesn't even register as strange anymore. Sam as my husband feels natural, like a role I was born to play. Which is exactly the problem. I'm supposed to be planning our eventual divorce, not daydreaming about what it would be like if this were real. In a couple months, we'll have to stage some kind of amicable split. Probably blame it on irreconcilable differences or conflicting life goals. The thought makes my chest tighten with something that feels suspiciously like loss. Your husband's a lucky man, Martha says with a knowing wink. That Sam Calder always did have good taste. He certainly thinks so. I hand over the money, accepting the slight flutter of pride that comes with being claimed by someone the whole town clearly adores. Another dangerous feeling to add to my growing collection. The next stall displays an array of pumpkins in varying sizes, from miniature gourds perfect for decoration to massive specimens that could feed a small army. I'm debating between sugar pumpkins for pie when someone calls my name. Julia Irving. The voice hits me like a physical blow. recognition slamming into my chest before I even turn around. That particular combination of confidence and uncertainty, the slight uptick at the end, like he's not quite sure I'll remember him. I know that voice. Slowly, I turn to face my past, and there he is. Ethan Parker, looking exactly like the ambitious graduate student I dated 6 years ago, just with the better clothes and more expensive glasses. His dark hair is still perfectly styled. His smile still carries that practiced charm that used to make my knees weak. He's wearing a tailored wool coat that probably costs more than most people's rent, standing out among the casual flannel and denim of the other market-goers, like a peacock in a chicken coop. Ethan, my voice comes out steady despite the way my heart just slammed against my rib cage. What are you doing here? Business trip, he says, stepping closer with that familiar, easy confidence. I'm working on a development project for the firm. Can you believe it? Little Maplewood is about to become the next big thing. Development project. The words send a chill down my spine that has nothing to do with the October air. Ethan works for one of those massive firms that swoop into small towns and transform them into generic suburban nightmares, all chain stores and cookie-cutter condos. How wonderful, I manage, clutching my basket of apples like a shield. I couldn't believe it when I saw you. His eyes sweep over me with obvious appreciation, taking in my casual jeans and oversized cardigan like he's cataloging changes. You look amazing, different but amazing. More relaxed, maybe? The assessment makes my skin crawl. Ethan always did that. Dissected people like specimens under a microscope, looking for weaknesses to exploit or angles to play. I'd found it sophisticated once, mistaking his calculating nature for intelligence. What have you been up to? He continues when I don't respond, his tone carrying that familiar mix of curiosity and condescension that used to make me feel like I was being interviewed for a position I didn't want. Last I heard through the grapevine, you were absolutely killing it in marketing back in the city. That corner office, the big accounts, wasn't that what you always wanted? I inherited a bed and breakfast. The words feel like armor, each syllable carefully chosen to protect me from whatever game he's playing. I lift my chin slightly, meeting his gaze with more confidence than I feel. I run it now, full time. His perfectly groomed eyebrows shoot up in genuine surprise, and for a moment, his polished facade cracks enough to show real shock. A B&B? You? The woman who couldn't keep a houseplant alive for more than 2 weeks? He lets out a short laugh, shaking his head like I've just told him I've become a professional tightrope walker. Remember that poor fern you murdered in your apartment? What did you name it, Franklin? People change, Ethan. My voice carries an edge now, sharp enough to cut through his amusement. Apparently they do. He laughs again, but there's something calculating behind it now, like he's already running numbers in his head, figuring out angles and opportunities. His gaze sweeps over the farmer's market around us, with barely concealed disdain before returning to me. Though I have to admit, when I imagined running into you again, I never pictured you as the small-town innkeeper type. You always said places like this would bore you to death within a week. Cultural wasteland was your exact phrase, if I remember correctly. The casual cruelty in his tone, disguised as friendly reminiscence, brings back memories I've spent years trying to forget. Ethan's particular talent for making you feel small while pretending to be supportive, for undermining your confidence with a smile. I was wrong about a lot of things back then. Were you? He steps closer, close enough that I can smell his expensive cologne, the same one he wore when we were dating. Because I've been thinking about us lately, about what went wrong. I know things got complicated at the end, but I'm married. The words explode out of me with the force of a shotgun blast, cutting through whatever romantic reconciliation speech he was building toward. Ethan's face goes blank with shock, like I've just announced I've joined a cult or taken up professional wrestling. Married? He repeats, the word dripping with disbelief. You? The woman who said marriage was an outdated patriarchal institution designed to trap women in domestic servitude? Heat crawls up my neck as he throws my own words back at me. I did say that probably more than once, usually during our fights about commitment and the future. But that was before I understood the difference between being trapped and being chosen, before I experienced what it felt like to have someone genuinely care about my happiness. I changed my mind, I say, lifting my chin with more defiance than I feel. I told you, people change. That dramatically? Ethan's laugh has an edge now, the sound sharp enough to cut. Come on, Jules. This is me you're talking to. I know you better than anyone. The old nickname makes my stomach clench with revulsion. He used to whisper it against my skin during our good moments, spit it like a curse during our fights. Toward the end, it became a weapon, a way to remind me that he knew all my weaknesses, all the ways to make me doubt myself. You knew who I was 6 years ago. I correct, backing away instinctively. That person doesn't exist anymore. Right. His eyes narrow with the predatory focus I remember from our worst arguments. So who's the lucky guy? Someone local, I'm guessing? Some simple small-town type who doesn't challenge you the way I did? The condescension in his voice makes my hands shake with suppressed anger. This is exactly how things used to escalate between us. Ethan pushing and prodding until I lost my temper, then using my emotional response as evidence that I was irrational, unstable. I should go. I take another step back, bumping into the pumpkin display and sending a small gourd rolling across the ground. It was unexpected seeing you. Julia, wait. His voice takes on that familiar coaxing tone, the one he used to use when he wanted something. Don't run away. We're both adults here. Can't we at least have coffee? Catch up properly? The word run hits like a slap. He always accused me of running when I tried to extract myself from his verbal sparring matches, making my need for space seem like cowardice instead of self-preservation. The familiar manipulation tactic works exactly as intended, flooding me with the old shame and self-doubt. But underneath the shame, anger burns bright and clean. I'm not that insecure graduate student anymore, the one who let him make her feel like emotional needs were weakness. I've built a life here, found my place, discovered what it feels like to be with someone who builds me up instead of tearing me down, even if that someone is only pretending. I said I should go. My voice comes out stronger this time, backed by years of hard-won confidence. Have a good day, Ethan. I turn and walk away before he can respond, my heart hammering against my ribs like a caged bird. Behind me, I can feel his eyes tracking my movement, calculating and predatory. The familiar sick feeling in my stomach tells me this isn't over, that Ethan Parker has never been the type to accept rejection gracefully.
Chapter 14. Sam. The brush moves across the canvas in steady strokes, orange and black paint blending into the twisted branches of a gnarled oak tree. Halloween decorations scattered beneath it, jack-o'-lanterns with wicked grins, fake tombstones jutting from autumn leaves like crooked teeth. The painting captures that perfect October atmosphere, the kind that makes kids dare each other to walk past supposedly haunted houses, and adults pretend they're too old to get excited about costume parties. My studio looks busy today. Easels crowd the space like sentinels, some holding finished pieces, others supporting works in progress. The familiar smell of oil paint and turpentine fills the air, mixing with the wood polish Mom used on every surface she could find this morning. She's been here 3 days now, and already my house has been reorganized within an inch of its life. Every dish washed and put away, every surface dusted, every piece of furniture repositioned for better feng shui. Not that I'm complaining, having someone fuss over me feels surprisingly good after years of bachelor living. The Halloween festival painting is coming together nicely. Mayor Davidson commissioned it for this year's promotional materials, and I promised to have it finished by tomorrow. The festival's become one of Maplewood's biggest events, drawing visitors from 3 counties over for the costume contest, haunted house tours, and what locals claim is the best pumpkin pie competition in the state. Julia and I plan to go together. She's been throwing herself into B&B preparations with the kind of methodical enthusiasm that makes everything she touches turn to gold. Yesterday, she spent 4 hours making miniature pumpkin decorations for each guest room, muttering about seasonal ambience and 5-star reviews. Watching her work with that focused intensity, tongue poking out slightly as she concentrated, did things to my chest that had nothing to do with artistic appreciation. Footsteps in the hallway announce Mom's arrival before she appears in the doorway, carrying a steaming mug of coffee and wearing the satisfied expression of someone who's just extracted every piece of gossip Maplewood has to offer. "The Oswald sisters send their regards," she says, settling the coffee on my paint-splattered workbench. "Apparently, you and Julia caused quite the stir at the farmer's market last week. Sally Oswald said you two were practically attached at the hip, and Julia was glowing like a woman in love." The brush pauses mid-stroke. Julia glowing. The phrase sends an unexpected jolt of satisfaction through me, followed immediately by the reminder that whatever glow Sally witnessed was pure Performance Academy Award-worthy acting from a woman who's gotten disturbingly good at playing the devoted wife. "Mom, you've been here exactly 3 days, and you already know more about this town's business than people who've lived here their whole lives." "It's a gift." She examines the painting over my shoulder, her reflection visible in the window behind me. "This is beautiful, Samuel. Really captures that spooky atmosphere without being too dark for children. You always did have a talent for finding the perfect balance." I add another shadow to the oak tree's trunk, darkening the hollows between its roots. "Thanks. It's for the festival promotional stuff." "Ah, yes, the Halloween festival. Julia mentioned you two are going together. She seemed excited about it when I ran into her at the grocery store yesterday. That woman has such a lovely smile. Lights up her whole face when she talks about you." My hand stills completely this time. Julia talking about me with that smile, the genuine one that transforms her entire expression from merely beautiful to absolutely radiant. I've been on the receiving end of that smile enough times to know exactly what Mom means, and the knowledge that Julia can summon it on command for the sake of our charade shouldn't feel like a punch to the gut. But it does. "She's something special, your Julia." Mom settles into the old leather chair I keep in the corner for visitors, her tone taking on that particular quality mothers use when they're about to dispense wisdom, whether you want it or not. The other ladies at the coffee shop were singing her praises. Apparently, she's transformed that old B&B into something magical. Fresh flowers in every room, homemade breakfast that has guests writing rave reviews online, personal touches that make people feel like family instead of customers. I drag the brush through a pool of burnt orange paint, mixing it with just enough brown to create the perfect pumpkin shade. She's got a good head for business. "It's more than that." Mom's voice carries the weight of someone who's raised children and buried a husband, someone who's learned to recognize the difference between surface charm and genuine character. She's got heart, real heart, the kind that can't be faked or taught. Mary Fleming said Julia spent an hour helping her elderly mother navigate the online reservation system. Wouldn't take a penny for the trouble. Each piece of praise feels like another weight added to my chest. Julia's kindness isn't an act. I've witnessed it firsthand dozens of times. The way she remembers exactly how each guest likes their coffee, how she slips extra blankets into rooms when the weather turns cold, how she somehow makes everyone feel like they're the most important person in her orbit. "And she's gorgeous," Mom continues with the matter-of-fact tone of someone stating an obvious truth. "I mean, absolutely stunning. But more than that, she's got class, real elegance, not the kind you can buy." I know exactly what she means. Julia moves through the world with this natural grace that has nothing to do with expensive clothes or practiced poses. It's in the way she holds herself, the The way she listens when people talk. The way she can make wearing jeans and an old sweater look like high fashion. The point is, Mom says, settling deeper into her chair with the air of someone building toward her main argument, a woman like that has options, lots of them. Every unmarried man in 3 counties probably dreams about catching her attention. The brush slips in my grip, leaving an unintended streak of orange across the canvas. The mistake mars the careful shading I've been working on for the past hour. But that's nothing compared to the sudden spike of something hot and possessive that shoots through my chest. Other men wanting Julia. Other men looking at her with appreciation, imagining what it would be like to wake up next to that smile every morning, to be the recipient of her sharp wit and unexpected tenderness. The thought makes my jaw clench hard enough to hurt. What I'm saying is, Mom continues, apparently oblivious to my sudden tension, you need to treasure what you have. Don't take it for granted. Marriage is work, Samuel. Real work. But when you find someone like Julia... She trails off, studying my face with the keen perception that made her such an effective mother. You hold on tight. Because there are plenty of men out there who would kill for the chance to sweep her off her feet. The image hits me like a physical blow. Julia laughing at another man's jokes. Julia curled against someone else's chest. Julia wearing someone else's ring and meaning it. Some faceless bastard who wouldn't appreciate the way she hums unconsciously when she's concentrating, or how she always makes enough coffee for 2, even when she's only making it for herself. My grip tightens on the brush until my knuckles go white. This jealousy is insane. Completely irrational. Julia and I have a business arrangement. Nothing more in a few months. We'll stage an amicable divorce and go back to being neighbors who occasionally wave across the yard. She'll be free to date whoever she wants, and I'll have no say in the matter. The logical part of my brain knows this, accepts it as the cold, hard reality of our situation. We made a deal, pure and simple, with terms and conditions that we both understood going in the rest of me, the primal, possessive part that's been growing stronger every damn day since she moved into the B&B, wants to find these hypothetical other men and make it very clear that Julia Irving is off limits. Maybe introduce them to my fists while I'm at it. I know what I have, I manage, my voice rougher than intended. The words scrape against my throat like gravel, betraying more than I want them to. Mom's eyebrows rise slightly at my tone, perhaps catching the subtle shift in my demeanor. She's always been too perceptive for my own good, able to read me like one of her favorite novels. But instead of calling me out on the obvious tension radiating from my shoulders, she doesn't comment on it directly. Instead, she stands with that graceful movement that comes from decades of yoga classes and moves to examine another painting, which is a landscape piece I finished last month featuring the covered bridge on the edge of town during peak fall foliage. She studies the canvas with the same intensity she'd just been studying my face, her fingers clasped behind her back. The silence stretches between us. Good, she says eventually, her voice carrying that matter-of-fact tone that means she's made up her mind about something. Because a woman like Julia doesn't come along often, Samuel Smart. Beautiful, independent, and from what I can see, she actually challenges you. She glances back at me over her shoulder, her expression serious. And trust me, if you mess this up, there'll be a line of men ready to show her what she's been missing.
Chapter 15. Julia. The Halloween festival transforms Maplewood's town square into something straight out of a storybook. Orange and black streamers cascade from lampposts, jack-o'-lanterns grin from every storefront window, and the air carries the scent of cinnamon donuts, caramel apples, and wood smoke from the bonfire crackling at the center of it all. I adjust the cat ears perched on my head and glance sideways at Sam, who's managed to look devastatingly handsome, even dressed as a pirate. The black bandana tied around his head emphasizes those impossibly blue eyes, and the loose white shirt he's wearing does absolutely nothing to hide the breadth of his shoulders. Several women have already given him appreciative glances, and we've only been here 20 minutes. You know, for someone who claimed he didn't want to dress up, You really committed to this whole swashbuckling thing." I gesture toward the plastic sword hanging from his belt, which he keeps adjusting like it's an actual weapon. Says the woman who spent 3 hours perfecting cat makeup. His fingers brush against my painted whiskers, the touch so brief it might have been accidental. Except Sam doesn't do accidental. Though I have to admit, the whole feline thing works for you, especially the attitude. I don't have an attitude. Right, and I'm not standing next to the most beautiful woman at this entire festival. The compliment hits me square in the chest, unexpected and warm. Before I can analyze whether it's part of our act or something more genuine, Mayor Davidson appears beside us with the enthusiasm of a golden retriever. "Sam, Julia, perfect timing." He's dressed as Uncle Sam because apparently the man has never met a patriotic opportunity he couldn't embrace. The judging for the costume contest starts in an hour, and you two are definitely in the running for best couple. That whole Beauty and the Beast dynamic you've got going is inspired. I glance down at my simple black dress and cat accessories. Then at Sam's pirate ensemble. Beauty and the Beast? Oh, not literally? Mayor Davidson laughs, clearly missing the way Sam's jaw tightens. I just meant the contrast. Julia's all elegant and refined, and Sam's got that whole dangerous, rakish thing happening. Very romantic. Very, what do the young people say? Aesthetic. Sam's hand finds the small of my back, his touch possessive in a way that sends heat spiraling through my stomach. Thanks, Mayor. We're just here to enjoy the festival. Of course, of course. Make sure you try Betty's pumpkin funnel cake. It's legendary. He bounces away toward another group of festival goers, leaving us standing by the apple cider stand. Dangerous and rakish? I raise an eyebrow at Sam, who's watching Mayor Davidson's retreat with an expression I can't quite read. Should I be concerned about my virtue? Too late for that. The words come out rougher than his usual banter, and when his eyes meet mine, there's something heated in them that makes my breath catch. Your virtue was compromised the moment you agreed to marry a pirate. Before I can formulate a response that doesn't involve admitting how much his proximity affects me, Sam's already steering me toward the food vendors. We sample everything from ghost-shaped sugar cookies to Halloween-themed kettle corn, falling into the easy rhythm we've developed over the past few weeks. He teases me about my systematic approach to festival navigation. I insist on hitting every booth in order, and I mock his inability to choose between competing funnel cake vendors. Just pick one, I say, watching him study the menu boards like they contain the secrets of the universe. They're all going to taste like fried sugar and regret. There's an art to these decisions. This one has pumpkin spice, but that one's got apple cinnamon. And the third one claims to have some kind of maple bacon situation happening. Oh my God, you're worse than Hamlet? I grab his arm and drag him toward the middle vendor. 2 pumpkin spice funnel cakes, please. The vendor, a cheerful woman in a witch costume, hands us our treats with a knowing smile. You two are adorable. How long have you been married? A week. Sam answers smoothly, his arm slipping around my waist like it belongs there. Still in the honeymoon phase? I can tell. You've got that glow about you, sweetie. She winks at me before turning to help the next customer. We find a spot near the bandstand where a local bluegrass group is setting up for their performance. The music hasn't started yet, but people are already gathering on the small dance floor, and I can see couples preparing to show off whatever moves they've been practicing in their living rooms. So, I say, breaking off a piece of funnel cake and trying to ignore how domestic this all feels. Your mom seems to be settling in well. I saw her at the grocery store yesterday. Something shifts in Sam's expression, a subtle tightening around his eyes. Yeah, she mentioned running into you, said you two had quite the conversation. She's lovely, really warm and welcoming. I pause, studying his face, though I get the impression she's pretty protective of you. That's one way to put it. Sam tears off a larger piece of funnel cake than necessary, popping it into his mouth like he's buying time to think. She's been giving me lectures about not taking good things for granted. The comment hangs between us, loaded with implications I'm not sure I want to examine too closely. Before I can ask what he means, a familiar voice cuts through the crowd noise behind us. Well, if it isn't the happy couple, my blood turns to ice water. I don't need to turn around to know who's standing behind me, but I do anyway, meeting Ethan's smug smile with what I hope passes for casual indifference. He's dressed as a lawyer, which would be hilarious if it weren't so fitting. Dark suit, briefcase, even a fake Bluetooth earpiece. The costume screams, I take myself too seriously, in a way that makes me wonder what I ever saw in him. Ethan, I keep my voice level, professional. Enjoying the festival? Oh, you know me. I love watching small-town traditions. His gaze flicks to Sam, taking in the pirate costume with obvious amusement. Though I have to say the entertainment value this year is particularly high. Sam, right? Julia's told me so much about you. That's a lie. And we all know it. I've barely mentioned Sam's name to Ethan, certainly never in the context of marriage or romance. But Ethan's always been skilled at creating false intimacy and making people feel like they're missing crucial information. Sam straightens to his full height, which puts him a good 3 inches taller than Ethan. The relaxed, festival-going Sam disappears, replaced by something harder and infinitely more dangerous. Ethan, Julia's mentioned you too. Another lie, though this one makes my stomach flutter with unexpected pleasure. The idea that Sam and I discuss my past relationships feels oddly intimate, even though I know it's just another line in whatever game we're playing. All good things, I hope. Ethan's smile doesn't reach his eyes. We had some great times together, didn't we, Jules? Remember that weekend in the Hamptons? That little cottage we rented right on the beach? Heat floods my body, and not the good kind. Ethan's bringing up the Hamptons on purpose, trying to establish some kind of claim or shared history that will make Sam uncomfortable. It's petty and transparent, and exactly the kind of move I should have expected from him. That was a long time ago. I stepped closer to Sam, letting my shoulder brush against his arm. Things change. They certainly do. Ethan's eyes focus on Sam with predatory interest. So tell me, Sam, what is it you do again? Julia was always vague about the details. Sam's hand settles on my hip, his fingers splaying possessively across the fabric of my dress. I'm an artist. An artist? How creative. Ethan draws out the word like it tastes bitter. That must be quite the lifestyle change for Julia. Going from corporate marketing to, what would you call this? Bohemian living. I'd call it happiness. Sam's voice drops to a lower register, one that carries an unmistakable warning. Something Julia deserves more of. The tension between them crackles like the bonfire behind us. Ethan's smile grows sharper, and I can practically see him calculating his next move, searching for the exact pressure point that will get the reaction he's looking for. Happiness is important, Ethan agrees with false sincerity. Though I always wondered if Julia might get bored with the simple life. She's got such sophisticated tastes, such high standards. Remember that time you made me take you to Le Bernardin 3 times in 1 month because you couldn't decide if their lobster was really as good as everyone claimed? My hands curl into fists. He's doing it on purpose, painting me as some kind of high-maintenance princess who demands expensive restaurants and luxury experiences. It's not even true. Le Bernardin was his idea, his need to impress clients and colleagues with his ability to secure impossible reservations. But before I can correct the record, Sam moves, not toward Ethan, but closer to me, his arm sliding around my waist in a gesture that's both protective and claiming. Lucky for me, Julia's tastes have evolved. His voice carries a hint of steel wrapped in velvet. These days, she seems to prefer authenticity over pretension, quality over flashiness, real connection over... His gaze sweeps Ethan from head to toe. Whatever this is supposed to be. Ethan's facade cracks slightly, revealing the angry man underneath. Careful, Sam. You might be punching above your weight here. That's when I see it. The moment Sam's control starts to slip, his muscles tense beneath my palm, his jaw clenching hard enough that I can see the pulse beating at his temple. This isn't just protective instinct or male posturing. This is something deeper, more primal. This is jealousy. Real, honest-to-God jealousy from a man who's supposed to be playing a role. The realization hits me like a physical blow. Sam isn't just defending his fake wife's honor or maintaining our charade for the sake of appearances. He's genuinely angry that another man is disrespecting me, genuinely threatened by Ethan's attempts to undermine our relationship. But why would he care, unless... You know what? I interject before Sam can respond to Ethan's provocation. We should go check out the haunted house. I heard they really outdid themselves this year. I don't wait for either man to respond. Instead, I grab Sam's hand and start pulling him away from Ethan, toward the other side of the square, where the haunted house attraction is set up in the old Methodist church basement. Julia, wait! Ethan calls after us, but I don't turn around. Sam follows my lead, though I can feel the tension radiating from his body like heat from a furnace. His fingers are laced through mine, holding on tighter than necessary for a simple fake marriage performance. We make it halfway across the square before he pulls me to a stop beside the dunking booth, where teenagers are currently trying to dunk the high school principal dressed as a vampire. What the hell was that about? Sam's eyes search my face, looking for answers I'm not sure I'm ready to give. Ethan being Ethan, he's always been good at pushing buttons. I study Sam's expression, noting the way his jaw is still clenched, the way his free hand keeps flexing like he's imagining it wrapped around Ethan's throat. I'm sorry. I should have handled that better. You handled it fine. I'm the one who almost lost my mind over some pompous jerk in a cheap suit. There's something in his voice, something raw and unguarded that makes my heart skip. This is something personal. Sam, I step closer, close enough that I have to tilt my head back to meet his eyes. Were you actually jealous back there? The question hangs between us like a live wire. Sam's gaze drops to my mouth, then back to my eyes. And for a moment, I think he might actually answer honestly. Might admit that somewhere along the way, this fake marriage has started feeling less fake and more like something real and terrifying and worth fighting for. But then the moment passes, and his expression shudders, returning to that careful, controlled charm he wears like armor. Just playing my part, he says, but his voice lacks its usual conviction. Can't have some ex-boyfriend undermining the happy couple routine, right? I want to push, want to dig deeper into that crack in his composure, want to know if the jealousy I witnessed was real, if the possessive way he touched me meant something beyond our agreed-upon performance. Because if Sam is developing real feelings, if this arrangement is affecting him the way it's affecting me, then everything changes. The careful boundaries we've established, the timeline we've agreed upon, the clean ending we've planned, all of it becomes complicated in ways I'm not sure either of us is prepared to handle.
Chapter 16. Sam. 3 hours later, we're standing in my kitchen while Mom interrogates Julia about her marinara sauce technique. I should be helping, but instead I'm leaning against the counter with a beer, watching Julia move around my space like she belongs here. She's changed out of her cat costume into jeans and one of my old flannel shirts, borrowed because she spilled apple cider on her sweater earlier. The shirt hangs loose on her frame, the sleeves rolled up to her elbows, and seeing her in my clothes does something to my chest that has nothing to do with our fake marriage arrangement. The secret is letting the garlic really caramelize before you add the tomatoes, Julia explains, stirring the pan with the kind of focused concentration she usually reserves for spreadsheets. Most people rush it, but if you give it time... Oh, I like this one, Mom murmurs to me, not nearly as quietly as she thinks. She actually knows what she's doing in a kitchen. I can hear you, Mrs. Calder, Julia calls without turning around, amusement clear in her voice. Good. I meant for you two. Mom moves to the stove, bumping Julia's hip with her own in a gesture so naturally maternal, it makes my throat tight. And it's Margaret. We're family now. Family. The word hits harder than it should, considering this whole thing is temporary. Considering Julia and I have an expiration date written into our arrangement like some kind of emotional prenup. But watching them cook together, seeing Mom's genuine affection for Julia and the way Julia responds to it with shy warmth, makes me want things I have no business wanting. Makes me imagine Sunday dinners that aren't performances, holiday mornings that don't require scripts, a future that extends beyond our agreed-upon timeline. Sam, stop lurking and help us, Julia orders, pointing a wooden spoon in my direction. Your mother's making tiramisu from scratch, and apparently it requires strong masculine hands for the whipping. I said no such thing, Mom protests, but she's laughing. I said it requires someone who won't give up after 30 seconds like my son usually does. Hey, I have excellent hand strength. I push off from the counter, moving to wash my hands at the sink. Ask Julia. The words slip out before I can stop them, loaded with implications that make Julia's eyes widen, and Mom's eyebrows shoot toward her hairline dam. That sounded a lot more suggestive than I intended. For opening jars, I clarify quickly, and other kitchen tasks. Julia coughs into her sleeve, clearly trying not to laugh at my spectacular save. Very helpful with tight situations. Christ. She's not making this better. Mom looks between us with obvious delight, like she's watching some kind of romantic comedy unfold in her kitchen. Well, this is enlightening, Julia, dear. How exactly did you two meet again? I feel like I'm missing some crucial details. Here we go. Time for another round of creative fiction. Julia and I have gotten good at this, building on each other's lies with the kind of seamless teamwork that probably should worry me more than it does. We met at the farmer's market, Julia says, handing me the whisk and a bowl of cream. Sam was arguing with Mrs. Henderson about her tomato prices. I wasn't arguing. I was negotiating. I start whipping the cream with more force than strictly necessary. There's a difference. He was gesticulating wildly with a bunch of basil, Julia continues, warming to the story. Completely oblivious to the fact that he was scattering herbs all over Mrs. Patterson's bread display. Mom claps her hands together. Oh, how perfectly Sam! And then what? Then this beautiful woman appears out of nowhere and starts helping me clean up my mess, I say, falling into the rhythm of our fabricated meet-cute. Didn't even introduce herself, just started gathering basil like it was the most natural thing in the world. I felt sorry for Mrs. Patterson, Julia admits with a grin. And someone clearly needed to teach this man some market etiquette. So romantic, Mom sighs, looking genuinely touched by our complete fiction. Love at first sight? I glance at Julia, whose smile falters slightly at the question. For a second, neither of us speaks, and I realize we've never discussed this particular detail of our story. The moment stretches, becoming awkward in a way that might give us away. Not love, I say finally, my voice coming out rougher than intended. But something that made me want to know everything about her. Julia's eyes snap to mine, surprise flickering across her face. Because that part isn't fiction. That part is the absolute truth, and we both know it. And I thought he was completely insane, Julia recovers, her voice only slightly breathless. Who argues about tomato prices with an 80-year-old woman? Someone with principles, I defend, though I'm still watching Julia's face, trying to read the expression there. Someone with too much time on his hands, she counters, which, as it turned out, was exactly what I needed. Mom beams at us like we've just recited Shakespeare. And when did you know it was serious? When she agreed to help me paint my studio, I answer without hesitation. Spent 8 hours covering herself in blue paint just because I mentioned needing help. That's when I knew she was special. And you? Mom asks Julia. When did you know Sam was the one? Julia's quiet for a long moment, her fingers absently adjusting the collar of my shirt. When he made me laugh during the worst week of my life, she says softly. I was dealing with some work stuff regarding the B&B, feeling completely overwhelmed, and he just showed up with terrible jokes and this ridiculous determination to make me smile. The cream is perfect now, soft peaks forming exactly the way Mom taught me. But I can't seem to stop staring at Julia, at the way she's looking at me like she's seeing something she hadn't noticed before. Oh, you two, Mom says, voice thick with emotion. This is just beautiful. I'm so happy for you both. Guilt twists in my stomach. Mom's genuine joy over our fake relationship feels like theft, like we're stealing something precious from her. But before I can figure out how to address that without blowing our cover, she's moving on to even more dangerous territory. So, have you given any thought to honeymoon plans? I know you rushed into the marriage, but surely you'll want to take some time to celebrate properly. Julia freezes, her hand halfway to the wine glass she'd been reaching for. Oh, we haven't really. I mean, the B&B is so busy right now. Nonsense, Mom waves her off. Every couple needs a honeymoon. What about somewhere tropical? Sam's always loved the ocean. Mom, I warn, recognizing the matchmaking gleam in her eyes. Or maybe something more adventurous. Mountain hiking. Wine country. She's building steam now, clearly delighted by the prospect of planning our non-existent romantic getaway. Oh, what about Italy? Julia, you'd love Tuscany, all those cooking classes, the vineyards. That sounds amazing, Julia manages, but her voice has gone tight. We'll definitely have to look into that. And speaking of the future, Mom continues, oblivious to Julia's growing discomfort, have you two discussed children? I know it's early, but at your ages, you probably don't want to wait too long. I'm dying to be a grandmother. The wine glass slips from Julia's fingers, shattering against the tile floor in an explosion of glass and red wine. She stares down at the mess like she can't quite process what happened. Damn, she breathes, then immediately looks stricken. Sorry, Margaret, I'm so sorry, I don't know what— Hey, it's fine, I say quickly, moving to grab the paper towels. Just a glass, no big deal. But Julia's already kneeling on the floor, trying to pick up the larger pieces with shaking hands. The panic in her movements is subtle, but I recognize it. This isn't about the broken glass. Julia, don't, I say, crouching beside her. You'll cut yourself. I can clean it up. I should clean it up. It's my mess. Hey. I catch her hands in mine, stopping her frantic gathering. Look at me. Her eyes meet mine, wide and a little wild. The conversation about kids has clearly rattled her in a way I didn't expect, and I realize we never discussed this particular landmine in our fake relationship preparation. Accidents happen, I say quietly, holding her gaze. No one's upset. Right, Mom? Of course not, dear, Mom says, her voice gentle. I shouldn't have been prying about such personal things. That was presumptuous of me. Julia takes a shaky breath, nodding. Thank you. We're taking things one day at a time, you know? Everything's still so new. Absolutely, I agree, helping her to her feet while I mentally file away her reaction for later examination. We're in no rush for any of that. The rest of dinner passes more smoothly, with Mom steering the conversation toward safer topics, like Julia's plans for the B&B and my latest art projects. But I can't stop thinking about that moment of panic in Julia's eyes, the way she looked like a trapped animal when faced with questions about our future. By the time we're clearing dessert plates, Mom's yawning every few minutes despite her protest that she's not tired. Go to bed, Mom, I tell her, taking the tiramisu bowl from her hands. Julia and I can handle the cleanup. Are you sure? I hate to leave you with all the work. We've got it, Julia assures her, though she still looks a little shaken from earlier. Thank you for dinner, for everything. It was lovely. Mom beams, pulling Julia into a hug that lasts longer than strictly necessary. Thank you for making my son so happy, dear. I haven't seen him smile this much in years. The words hit me like a punch to the gut, because they're probably true. I have been happier these past few weeks. Lighter in a way that has everything to do with Julia's presence in my life. The irony isn't lost on me that the most genuine happiness I've felt in years is built on a foundation of lies. After Mom heads upstairs, the kitchen falls quiet except for the sound of running water and clinking dishes. Julia's washing while I dry, and the domestic routine should feel normal, comfortable instead. The air between us feels charged, crackling with unspoken tension. Your mom's wonderful, Julia says, scrubbing a plate with unnecessary intensity. Really warm and welcoming. She likes you. I take the plate from her hands, our fingers brushing in the exchange. The contact sends electricity shooting up my arm. Hell, I think she likes you more than she likes me. Julia's mouth curves in a small smile. That's because I helped with dinner. You just stood around looking decorative. I whipped cream. After I forced you to. The banter feels normal, but underneath it something shifted. Maybe it's the wine, or the way she looks in my shirt, or the memory of her hands shaking as she tried to clean up broken glass. Maybe it's the realization that every lie we told tonight felt dangerously close to truth. Julia, I start, not sure what I'm planning to say, but needing to address the elephant in the room. Don't. She hands me another plate, not meeting my eyes. Whatever you're thinking, just don't. You don't even know what I was going to say. I know that look. That's your, let's have a serious conversation about feelings look. She drains the sink, reaching for the dish towel to dry her hands. And I'm not ready for that conversation. The honesty in her admission catches me off guard. Because she's right. I was about to push, to ask about her reaction to Mom's questions, to maybe even admit that some of the things I said tonight weren't lies at all. But Julia's standing there in my kitchen, in my shirt, looking vulnerable and beautiful and absolutely terrified. And I realize that pushing her right now, demanding answers to questions I'm not sure I'm ready to hear, would be the worst kind of selfishness. So instead of pushing, I step closer. Close enough that I can smell her shampoo, can see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes. Then we won't talk, I say, my voice coming out rougher than intended. The words hang between us, loaded with implication. Her breath catches, and I watch her tongue dart out to wet her lips in a gesture that makes my control slip another notch. Sam, she whispers. My name sounds like a warning, or maybe a prayer.
Chapter 17. Julia. The word hangs between us like a challenge, and I can feel my resolve crumbling with each second that passes. Sam standing so close I can feel the heat radiating from his body, can see the way his chest rises and falls with each controlled breath. This is dangerous territory. We agreed to keep things simple, professional. But there's nothing simple about the way he's looking at me right now. Like I'm something precious he's been waiting his whole life to touch. We should finish cleaning, I manage, my voice barely above a whisper. Should we? His hand comes up to cut my face, thumb tracing along my cheekbone with devastating gentleness. Because I'm having a hard time remembering why that matters right now. My eyes flutter closed at the contact. This is such a bad idea. Our arrangement has clear boundaries, and we're about to obliterate every single one of them. But his touch feels so right, so necessary, that I can't bring myself to step away. Sam, I start, though I'm not sure if it's a protest or a plea. I know, he says softly. I know this complicates everything, but Julia, I can't pretend anymore that this is just business between us. His words send a shiver through me. because he's voicing exactly what I've been trying so hard not to acknowledge. This stopped being just business the moment he kissed me in that lawyer's office, maybe even before that. The space between us shrinks to nothing, and I can feel his breath against my lips. My hands fist in the fabric of his shirt, torn between pulling him closer and pushing him away. "We can't," I whisper, even as every cell in my body screams the opposite. "We can't what?" His forehead touches mine, and the gentle contact is somehow more intimate than any kiss we've shared. "We can't want this because it's too late for that, sweetheart. Way too late." The endearment breaks something loose in my chest. I tilt my face up, closing the last inch between us, and our lips meet in a kiss that's nothing like the performances we've put on for everyone else. This kiss is desperate, hungry, full of weeks of suppressed desire finally breaking free. His hands tangle in my hair, and I press closer, needing more contact, more of him. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. He rolls to his side, pulling me with him so we're facing each other. His hand traces lazy patterns on my bare shoulder, and I can see something shifting in his expression, a seriousness creeping in that makes my stomach flutter with nerves. "Julia," he starts, but I press my fingers to his lips. "Don't," I whisper. "Not yet. Can we just have this moment before we complicate it with words?" He studies my face for a long moment, then nods, pressing a soft kiss to my fingertips, before pulling me closer against his chest. I settle against him, my head on his shoulder, trying not to think about what this means for our arrangement, for the careful boundaries we just obliterated. But even as I try to push away the thoughts, I can't ignore the way my heart is racing, or the fact that what just happened between us felt like so much more than just sex. It felt like something real, something that could change everything. And that terrifies me more than I'm willing to admit.
Chapter 18. Sam. The late afternoon sun streams through the windows of Maplewood's small art gallery. As I finish wrapping the landscape piece for my client, Harold's been collecting my work for 3 years now, and his enthusiasm for the local scenery never gets old. "This one's going to look perfect above the mantel," Harold says, running his weathered hands over the protective covering. "Martha's been after me to find something with more color, and this sunset piece is exactly what she had in mind. She's got good taste." I hand him the receipt and shake his hand. "Thanks for your business, Harold. Always a pleasure. Keep painting those mountain views, son. You've got a real gift for capturing the way the light hits the peaks." Harold heads out with his purchase tucked under his arm, and I'm packing up my remaining pieces when I hear footsteps behind me. Something about the measured pace makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Well, if it isn't the happy groom. I don't need to turn around to recognize that smug voice. Ethan's tone carries the same condescending edge it had on Halloween, like he's got some secret knowledge he's dying to share. I finish securing the last painting before turning to face him. He's dressed in his usual, pretentious outfit. Expensive suit, perfectly styled hair that looks like he spent an hour in front of a mirror. Everything about him screams try hard. "Ethan." I keep my voice level, professional. Didn't expect to see you here. Oh, I make it a point to keep tabs on the local developments. His eyes glitter with malice as he steps closer, especially when they involve people I used to care about. The possessive way he says it makes my jaw clench. Used to care about. Like Julia was some possession he misplaced rather than a woman who made the smart choice to get the hell away from him. If you're looking to buy art, I'm afraid you're too late. Just sold my last available piece. Art? He laughs, and the sound grates against my nerves. No, I'm here for something much more interesting. I wanted to congratulate you on your whirlwind romance. There's something in his tone that puts me on edge. The way he draws out the words like he's savoring some private joke. I cross my arms and wait for him to get to his point. See, the thing is, Sam, can I call you Sam? I know Julia. Really know her. Years of knowing someone teaches you their patterns, their fears, their deepest secrets. Is there a point to this? The point is that Julia Irving has never wanted to get married. Ever. She used to have panic attacks just talking about engagement rings. His smile turns razor sharp. So imagine my surprise when I hear she's not only married, but married to someone she barely knows. In record time, no less. My blood pressure spikes, but I force myself to stay calm. This is exactly what he wants. To get under my skin, to make me react. The same game he was playing on Halloween. People change, Ethan. Maybe you just didn't inspire those feelings in her. His face flashes with anger before he regains control. Oh, I think there's more to it than that. I think whatever's going on between you two isn't what it seems. Marriage of convenience, maybe? Some kind of arrangement that benefits you both? The accuracy of his guess hits too close to home, but I keep my expression neutral. What he doesn't know, what he can't know, is that everything changed last night. The way Julia looked at me, the way she whispered my name like a prayer, the way she fit perfectly in my arms afterward. You're fishing and you're way off base. Am I? He takes another step closer, invading my personal space. Because the Julia I knew would rather die than tie herself down to anyone she was allergic to commitment, terrified of depending on someone else. Said marriage was just a way for people to trap each other. Each word is designed to cut, to make me doubt what I felt in Julia's arms last night. But instead of uncertainty, I feel something else rising in my chest. A fierce protectiveness that surprises me with its intensity. Like I said, maybe you just brought out the worst in her. His face hardens. You don't know what you're talking about. Don't I? I step closer, using my height advantage to tower over him. See, here's what I think happened. You dated a woman who was too good for you. Spent years trying to change her into someone more convenient for your ego. And when she finally got smart enough to leave, you couldn't handle the rejection. You arrogant piece of... And now, I continue, my voice dropping to a dangerous level. You can't stand the fact that she found someone who actually deserves her, someone who makes her happy. The truth of those words hits me as I say them. Last night wasn't just about physical attraction or convenience. The way Julia looked at me, trusted me with her body, let me see her completely vulnerable. That was more real than anything I've felt in years. Happy? Ethan's laugh is bitter. You think Julia's happy playing house with some small-town nobody? She's using you, you idiot. Whatever arrangement you two have cooked up, she'll disappear the moment it stops serving her purposes. You're wrong. I lived with her for years. Years, you bastard. I know how she operates. Julia takes what she needs and moves on. She's probably already planning her exit strategy. The words sting because they echo my own fears, the doubts that creep in during quiet moments. But then I remember the way she touched me last night, the vulnerability in her eyes when she whispered my name. That wasn't calculation or convenience. That was connection. Maybe that's how she operated with you, I say, my voice steady despite the anger coursing through me. But that's not who she is with me. Oh, please. You've known her for what? A few months? I'm telling you, she doesn't do forever. She doesn't do deep emotional connections. She's incapable of it. Then you didn't know her at all. The certainty in my voice seems to catch him off guard. Good, because I am certain. What Julia and I have isn't some business arrangement anymore. It stopped being that the moment she looked at me like I was her anchor in a storm. You're delusional if you think. I think you need to back off. My patience finally snaps. Julia made her choice when she left you, and she made it again when she married me. Whatever fantasy you're clinging to about getting her back, let it go. Ethan's face turns red with fury. You think you're so special? You think you've somehow cracked the code that I couldn't? She's playing you, you moron. And when she's done, she'll toss you aside just like she did me. The difference is, I say, stepping even closer until he has to crane his neck to meet my eyes. She chose to leave you. She chose to stay with me. For a moment, I think he might actually take a swing at me. His hands clench into fists, his whole body radiating barely contained rage. But then he seems to remember where we are, that we're in a public space with people around. This isn't over, he says through gritted teeth. Yeah, it is. My voice carries a finality that makes him flinch. And if you keep harassing my wife, we're going to have a much less pleasant conversation. He stares at me for another long moment, clearly weighing his options. Finally, he straightens his expensive tie and forces his features back into a mask of cold control. Enjoy it while it lasts, Sam, because it won't. He turns and stalks out of the gallery, leaving me standing there with my heart pounding and my hands shaking slightly from adrenaline. But underneath the anger, there's something else. Something that feels suspiciously like certainty. Because no matter what Ethan thinks he knows about Julia, he's wrong about one crucial thing. What we have isn't an act anymore. Last night proved that beyond any doubt.
Chapter 19. Julia. The kitchen smells like cinnamon and nutmeg as I pull the last batch of maple pecan scones from the oven. 3 couples arrived this morning for a long weekend getaway, and I've been in full autumn hostess mode since dawn. My burnt orange sweater and dark jeans feel perfectly seasonal, and I've got my hair twisted up in a messy bun that somehow looks intentionally effortless. Mrs. Sanchez, breakfast is ready. I call toward the dining room, where my guests are already gathered around the antique oak table I spent weeks refinishing. The satisfaction of running this place, of creating these cozy moments for people, still catches me off guard sometimes. 6 months ago, I was stuck in conference rooms arguing about market demographics. Now I'm arranging fresh chrysanthemums in mason jars and debating whether to add cardamom to my apple butter recipe. Julia, these scones are incredible, calls Mr. Rivera from the doorway. He's here with his wife for their anniversary, and they've been nothing but complimentary about everything from the room decor to my homemade granola. Thank you. The secret is using real maple syrup instead of artificial. I transfer the warm scones to a linen-lined basket. Help yourself to the coffee bar, too. I just put out some of that local honey you were asking about. Mrs. Rivera appears beside her husband, practically glowing with contentment. This whole place is like something out of a magazine. You've really created something special here. The compliment warms me more than any corporate achievement ever did. This is what I was missing in my old life. The immediate, tangible impact of making people happy. No quarterly reports or focus groups required. I'm so glad you're enjoying your stay. If you need any recommendations for hiking trails or local shops, just let me know. They head back to the dining room, and I'm arranging the last touches on a platter of seasonal fruit when I hear the front door slam. Not the gentle close of guests coming and going, but the aggressive bang of someone making a statement. Heavy footsteps cross the hardwood floors of the main room, moving with a purpose that makes my stomach clench. I know those footsteps. Even after 6 years, my body recognizes the particular cadence of Ethan's walk when he's pissed off. Julia! His voice carries through the house, sharp and demanding. I set down the fruit bowl and take a deep breath, trying to center myself. Whatever this is about, I won't let him ruin the peaceful morning I've created for my guests. In the kitchen, I call back, keeping my voice level. He appears in the doorway like a storm cloud, all expensive suit and barely controlled fury. His hair is perfectly styled as always, but there's something wild in his eyes that immediately puts me on edge. We need to talk. Lower your voice. I have guests. I don't move from behind the kitchen island, using it as a barrier between us. What do you want, Ethan? What do I want? He steps into the kitchen, and I notice he's breathing hard, like he's been running or working himself up into this state. I want to know what the hell you think you're playing at. I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't give me that innocent act. You know exactly what I'm talking about. He moves closer, invading the space I've carefully cultivated. His presence feels like a violation, contaminating the warmth and comfort I've built here. You married him, Julia. You actually married him. The profanity makes me wince, partly because my guests might hear, but mostly because it reminds me of all the reasons I left him in the first place. Ethan's anger always had an edge of cruelty to it, a need to hurt when he felt cornered. Yes, I got married. People do that sometimes. Not you. His voice drops to a harsh whisper, but the intensity doesn't diminish. Never you. You used to have panic attacks just thinking about wedding rings, remember? You told me marriage was a trap, that you'd rather die than tie yourself to someone like that. The memory hits like a slap. Those conversations, usually late at night when he'd been drinking and pushing the topic again, how desperate he'd been to lock me down, to make our relationship permanent in a way that felt more like ownership than partnership. That was 6 years ago, Ethan. I was a different person then. 6 years? You've known this guy for what? A few weeks? And suddenly you're ready to walk down the aisle? He's getting louder again, his control slipping. Do you think I'm stupid, Julia? I think you need to leave. I could have given you everything. The words come out raw, desperate. Everything you could have wanted. The penthouse, the vacation home in the Hamptons. Connections that would have made your career unstoppable. And you threw it all away for what? This? He gestures around the kitchen dismissively. Plain house in some backwater town with a guy who paints pictures for a living? The condescension in his voice makes my jaw clench. He's looking at my kitchen, my beautiful, warm, welcoming kitchen, like it's some kind of consolation prize. Like the life I've built here is something to be pitied. This is my home, Ethan. This is my choice. Your choice? Or his manipulation? His eyes narrow, and I can practically see the gears turning in his head. There's something off about this whole situation. The timing, the speed, the fact that you, Miss Anti-Marriage herself, suddenly became a blushing bride. What's he got on you? He doesn't have anything on me. I love him. The words come out before I can stop them, fierce and protective. And as soon as I say them, I realize they're true. Not just the convenient truth I've been telling myself to justify the arrangement, but the real, terrifying, life-changing truth. I love Sam. Ethan's face goes through a series of expressions. Surprise, disbelief, then something ugly and possessive that makes me take a step back. Love him? You don't know what love is, Julia. You're incapable of it. 3 years we were together, and you couldn't even say those words to me. Maybe because I didn't feel them. The cruelty of the statement hangs in the air between us. I should probably soften it, but I'm tired of protecting his ego at the expense of my own truth. But you feel them for him? For some stranger you've known for 5 minutes? He's not a stranger. He's my husband. Husband. He spits the word like it tastes bitter. You've been playing house for what, a couple months? And you think that makes it real? It is real. Nonsense. He's getting agitated again, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. There's something wrong here, Julia, something you're not telling me, and I'm going to figure out what it is. The threat in his voice makes my skin crawl. This is exactly the kind of behavior that drove me away in the first place. The need to control, to possess, to refuse to accept that I might have my own agency. There's nothing to figure out. I fell in love and got married. People do it every day. Not you. Yes, me. The me I am now, not the person you think you remember from 6 years ago. 6 years ago, you were mine. The possessiveness in his voice makes my stomach turn. I was never yours, Ethan. We dated. That's not the same thing. We lived together. We talked about a future. You talked about a future. I listened because I didn't know how to tell you that your version of forever felt like a prison sentence. He flinches like I've slapped him, but I'm past caring about his feelings. He showed up at my home, my business, making demands and assumptions. He doesn't get to play the wounded party now. I'm happy, I say, and the truth of it rings clear in my voice. Happier than I've ever been. And that's something you need to accept. Happy running a bed and breakfast. Happy playing hostess to strangers. You had a corner office, Julia. You had power, influence, a real career. I have a real life. You have a fantasy. And when you wake up from it, when this whole charade falls apart, don't expect me to be waiting. I wouldn't dream of it. I move toward the kitchen door, making it clear this conversation is over. Now I need you to leave. I have guests to take care of. But instead of following my lead, he steps closer, backing me against the counter, not touching, but close enough that I can smell his expensive cologne, feel the heat of his anger. This isn't over, Julia. Whatever game you're playing, whatever arrangement you and this Sam have worked out, I'm going to figure it out. There's no game, there's no arrangement. There's just me, choosing a life that makes me happy. We'll see about that.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaire's audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 20. Sam. The studio feels like a sanctuary this morning, sunlight streaming through the oversized windows and casting shadows across the canvas I've been working on for the past hour. It's a landscape piece, rolling hills dotted with the kind of autumn maples that make tourists stop their cars and take pictures. But my mind keeps wandering from the brushstrokes to Julia, to the way she looked this morning when I left her bustling around the kitchen in that burnt orange sweater that makes her skin glow. And to that jerk Ethan who's been sniffing around like a dog, marking territory. I dragged the brush across the canvas with more force than necessary, adding a slash of crimson to the maple canopy. The guy's clearly eaten up with jealousy, can't stand that Julia moved on without a backward glance. 6 years he's had to get over whatever they had, and he shows up now like some kind of wounded hero expecting her to fall into his arms. The jealousy thing is almost pathetic. Julia's made it crystal clear she's not interested, but he keeps pushing, keeps looking for angles to work. Yesterday he cornered her at the grocery store, trying to convince her that small-town life isn't what she really wants. Last week it was showing up at the farmer's market with some nonsense about needing to discuss old times. I mix more red into the orange on my palette, thinking about how Julia's jaw tightens whenever his name comes up. She tries to play it off like he's just a minor annoyance, but I can see the way his presence unsettles her. It makes me want to have a very direct conversation with him about boundaries. The front door slams, followed by the sound of grocery bags hitting the kitchen counter. Mom's back from her weekly expedition to gather intelligence disguised as shopping. "Samuel, you in that studio of yours?" "Yeah." I don't look up from the painting, but I can already hear her footsteps heading my way. 2 weeks she's been staying here, and somehow she's already become the town's unofficial information hub. She appears in the doorway with that particular expression that means she's got gossip burning a hole in her tongue. You'll never guess what I heard at the market today. Probably not. I add some gold highlights to a cluster of leaves, trying to capture the way morning light catches the edges. About Julia's ex-boyfriend, that Ethan fellow who's been making such a nuisance of himself. My hand stills on the brush. What about him? Well, apparently he's been quite vocal about his opinions on your marriage. She settles into the old armchair I keep in the corner, the one covered in paint splatters and completely unsuitable for normal human use. Betty Morrison said he was in the coffee shop this morning, going on and on about how Julia would never get married, how it's completely out of character for her. I roll my eyes but keep painting. Guy can't handle losing her. Pretty obvious if you ask me. Language, Samuel. Sorry, pretty damn obvious. She gives me a look but continues. He was saying all sorts of things about how she used to have panic attacks about commitment, how she told him marriage was a trap making quite the scene, according to Betty. The brush moves across the canvas in steady, deliberate strokes, but I can feel my jaw clenching tighter with every damn word that comes out of my mother's mouth. Each stroke becomes more forceful, the bristles scraping against the textured surface as anger builds in my chest. Ethan running his mouth in public about Julia's private business, trying to make her look unstable or flighty to anyone who'll listen, airing her personal stuff like dirty laundry for the whole town to pick apart and judge. The guy really is a piece of work, a pathetic, bitter piece of work who can't handle being dumped. Sounds like standard ex-boyfriend nonsense to me. I force my voice to stay level, controlled, even though part of me wants to throw this brush across the room. Can't accept that she's happy without him, that she chose someone else. That's exactly what I thought too, until... Mom pauses mid-sentence, and there's something different in her tone now. Something that makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It's the same careful way she used to talk when I was a kid, and she was about to drop some heavy news on me. I finally look up from the painting, meeting her eyes across the studio. Until what? The silence stretches between us for a heartbeat too long. Mom shifts in the paint-splattered armchair, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her sweater like she's choosing her words carefully. Well, he was saying it's all a sham marriage, that there's something fishy about the whole thing, the timing and everything, that people don't just up and marry someone they barely know unless there's some other agenda involved. The brush slips in my hand, my grip suddenly unsteady as her words hit me like a punch to the gut. A thick line of crimson paint drags across the golden maple leaves I've been working on for the past hour, completely ruining the delicate highlights I'd been building up. My chest tightens like someone just wrapped a steel band around my ribs and pulled it tight, making it hard to draw a full breath. What exactly did he say? Oh, you know how these things get exaggerated. But Betty said he was going on about how Julia would never really marry someone she'd only known for a few weeks. How the whole thing doesn't add up. She's watching me carefully now, probably picking up on the tension in my shoulders. He's saying there's gotta be some other reason for it. Damn. I set the brush down and reach for a rag, wiping paint off my hands while my mind races. No way Ethan actually knows anything. The arrangement between Julia and me is solid, airtight. Only Julia and I know the truth. This has to be just his jealousy talking, him grasping at straws because he can't accept the reality. Guy's making up now. I keep my voice level, casual, getting desperate. That's exactly what I told Betty. I said, "Have you seen the way those two look at each other? That's not fake." Mom's voice has that satisfied tone she gets when she's defending family. Some people just can't stand to see others happy. But there's still something uncertain in her expression, a little crease between her eyebrows that means she's not entirely convinced. Damn it, if Ethan's got people talking, even people who want to believe in us, that's a problem. Besides, I add, turning back to the painting but keeping my voice conversational, what would be the point of a fake marriage? What would either of us get out of it? Exactly what I said. You've got your business, she's got hers. Neither of you needs anything from the other, except companionship. She's warming to the topic now, building her own case, and anyone with eyes can see how much you care about each other. Relief floods through me as I hear her convince herself. People see what they want to see. Ethan wants to see problems where there aren't any. Still, it's got people talking. You know how this town is. I do know. That's the problem. Small towns thrive on gossip, and once a story gets traction, it takes on a life of its own. Doesn't matter if it's true or not, if enough people start whispering about it, it becomes real. Let them talk. They'll find something else to focus on soon enough. But even as I say it, my mind's already working through the implications. If Ethan keeps pushing this angle, keeps planting seeds of doubt, it could become a real problem, not just for the arrangement, but for Julia's business, her reputation in town. And if he somehow stumbles onto actual evidence... I suppose you're right. Still, I don't like that man stirring up trouble for Julia. She seems like such a sweet girl, and she's been through enough with her aunt dying and starting over in Maplewood. I nod, adding some darker shadows to the base of the trees. She's tougher than she looks. Ethan's just noise. Good, because I quite like having her as a daughter-in-law, even if it was rather sudden. The casual way she says it makes my chest tight for an entirely different reason. Mom's already claimed Julia as family, already woven her into the fabric of our lives, which makes this whole situation even more complicated. Yeah, well, sometimes you just know. That's true. Your father and I only knew each other 6 weeks before we got engaged. When it's right, it's right. I grunt in agreement, but my thoughts are spinning. We need to deal with Ethan before this gets out of hand, before his jealous ranting turns into something more dangerous.
Chapter 21. Julia. The autumn air carries the scent of wood smoke and dying leaves as Sam and I walk down Main Street, our fingers interlaced in what should look like a natural intimacy, but feels more like strategic positioning. Orange and gold garland winds around the old-fashioned street lamps, and every storefront window displays some variation of Thanksgiving cornucopias and paper turkeys. The whole town looks like a Norman Rockwell painting, which would be charming if I weren't so worried about our carefully constructed facade crumbling around us. We need to talk about damage control, I murmur, keeping my voice low as we pass the hardware store, where Mr. Wilson waves from behind his display of leaf rakes and winterizing supplies. Sam's thumb traces across my knuckles, a gesture that might look affectionate to anyone watching, but feels more like nervous energy. Already thinking the same thing. Ethan's getting bolder with his nonsense. The morning frost crunches under our feet as we make our way toward Maple Grounds, the local coffee shop that serves as the town's unofficial gossip headquarters. If we're going to deal with whatever rumors Ethan's been spreading, we need to know exactly what we're up against, Plus, being seen together in public, looking happy and comfortable, is part of our ongoing performance. Your mom mentioned he was in here yesterday morning, making quite the scene. I adjust my scarf, a burnt orange wool blend that Sam complimented earlier. These little details matter when everyone's watching for cracks in our story. Yeah, running his mouth about how sudden everything was, how it doesn't make sense. Sam's jaw tightens, and I can feel the tension radiating through his grip on my hand. Like he's some kind of expert on what makes sense in other people's lives. A gust of November wind rattles the bare branches overhead, sending a shower of brown leaves across our path. I pull my jacket tighter, wishing I could pull our entire arrangement tighter too, make it more secure against whatever Ethan's trying to accomplish. The timing thing is going to be our weakest point, I say as we approach the coffee shop's cheerful yellow door, complete with a wreath made of miniature pumpkins and autumn leaves. People in small towns notice when things happen fast. People in small towns also mind their own damn business most of the time. It's just Ethan stirring up stuff because he can't handle being yesterday's news. The bell above the door chimes as we enter, and the warmth hits my face along with the rich aroma of coffee beans and cinnamon pastries. Maple Grounds has that cozy, lived-in feeling that makes it perfect for lingering conversations and, apparently, spreading gossip about unsuspecting newlyweds. The morning rush has died down, leaving just a handful of tables occupied by the usual suspects, retired folks nursing their second cups of coffee, and a few work-from-home types with laptops and determined expressions. Behind the counter, Sarah Higbee greets us with a smile that seems genuine enough, though I catch her eyes flicking between Sam and me like she's cataloging our body language. "The usual?" she asks, already reaching for 2 large cups. "Actually, let's try something different today," Sam says, his arm sliding around my waist in a gesture that looks natural, but sends a little jolt through my nervous system. "What's good for sharing?" Sarah's smile brightens. "We've got some amazing apple cider donuts fresh from the oven, and the maple scones are perfect for 2 people who don't mind getting a little messy together." I lean into Sam's side, playing up the newlywed angle. "Messy sounds perfect. We'll take the scones and 2 coffees." As Sarah moves to prepare our order, I catch snippets of conversation from the corner table where Betty Jane sits with 2 other women I recognize but can't name. Their voices are low, but I hear sudden and barely knew each other, and my stomach clenches. Sam must hear it too because his arm tightens around me. "Ignore them," he murmurs against my ear, but his voice has an edge to it that suggests ignoring isn't really an option. We find a table by the window where the autumn sunlight streams in, highlighting the golden undertones in Sam's hair and making his blue eyes look particularly intense. He's wearing a dark green flannel over a white t-shirt, sleeves rolled up to reveal forearms that are definitely distracting, even when I'm trying to focus on crisis management. "Okay, so here's what I'm thinking," I say, breaking off a piece of the maple scone and watching steam rise from the warm pastry. "We need to be more visible as a couple, more public displays of affection, more stories about how we met, more details that make the whole thing feel organic." "You mean more lies?" He takes a sip of his coffee, studying my face over the rim of his mug. "More elaboration on the truth. We did meet. We do get along. There is chemistry between us." The words come out more honest than I intended, and I quickly focus on adding cream to my coffee to avoid his gaze. "Is there?" The question hangs in the air between us, loaded with implications I'm not ready to examine. Because yes, there's definitely chemistry. Has been since that day when he showed up at my door looking like every small-town fantasy I never knew I had. But admitting that complicates everything, turns our business arrangement into something messier and more dangerous. And the sex? Can't forget about the sex we've had. But that doesn't mean anything, nothing at all. "There's enough," I say finally, which is both true and completely inadequate. Sam leans back in his chair, that familiar half-smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Enough for what? Before I can answer, the coffee shop door chimes again, and my heart sinks as Ethan walks in, scanning the room until his eyes land on our table. He's wearing that expensive jacket he always liked, the one that makes him look like he stepped off a magazine cover, and his expression suggests he's here on a mission. Damn, I breathe, my fingers tightening around my coffee mug. Let me handle this, Sam says, but his voice has gone low and dangerous in a way that makes me nervous. Ethan approaches our table with the confident stride of someone who thinks he holds all the cards. Julia, Sam. He nods at each of us like we're business associates, rather than people whose lives he's actively trying to complicate. Ethan, I keep my voice neutral, professional. What do you want? Just grabbing coffee. Couldn't help but notice you two looking so domestic. His tone is pleasant enough, but there's something underneath it that sets my teeth on edge. Hard to believe it's been, 2 weeks since you got married? 3, Sam corrects, his hand finding mine across the table. Time flies when you're happy? Ethan's laugh has sharp edges. Right, happy. That's one word for it. The conversations at other tables have quieted, and I can feel eyes turning toward us. This is exactly what we don't need, a public confrontation that gives everyone more to speculate about. Is there something specific you wanted to say? I ask, keeping my voice level despite the anxiety clawing at my chest. Just wondering how long you plan to keep this up. The whole charade. Ethan's voice is loud enough to carry, and I see Betty lean forward at her table, clearly trying to catch every word. Sam's chair scrapes against the floor as he stands, his full height suddenly imposing in the cozy coffee shop. You want to say that again? Sam, don't. But he's already moving, stepping around the table to position himself between Ethan and me. Every line of his body radiates controlled aggression, and I can see the other customers watching with the fascination people reserve for potential disasters. I said, Ethan continues, apparently oblivious to the fact that he's about to get himself knocked on his balls, that everyone knows this marriage is some kind of setup. People don't just fall in love overnight and get married to someone they barely know. Hell no, Sam's voice cuts through the coffee shop like a blade. We're in love and that's that. End of discussion. The silence that follows is deafening. Even the espresso machine seems to have stopped hissing. Sarah stands frozen behind the counter, a coffee cup halfway to her lips, and Betty looks like Christmas came early. Sam, I start to stand, but he's already reaching for me, his hand closing around my arm with gentle but firm pressure. We're done here, he says, his eyes never leaving Ethan's face. And if I hear you running your mouth about my wife again, we're going to have a very different kind of conversation. He guides me toward the door, leaving our half-finished scones and full coffee cups on the table. The bell chimes frantically as he pushes the door open, and then we're back on the sidewalk in the crisp November air, both of us breathing hard like we just ran a marathon. Jesus Christ, Sam. My hands are shaking as I pull my jacket tighter. What the hell was that? That was me defending my wife. That was you making a scene that's going to be all over town in about 10 minutes. I can feel everything spiraling out of control. All our careful planning dissolving in the face of Ethan's persistence and Sam's protective instincts. This is falling apart because of my ex, and I don't know how to fix it. The words come out more vulnerable than I intended, and suddenly the weight of everything, the arrangement, the lies, the growing complications between Sam and me feels overwhelming. I press my hands against my face, trying to hold myself together on a public sidewalk where anyone could see. Then Sam's arms are around me, pulling me against his chest in a hug that feels entirely too real for something that's supposed to be fake. His flannel shirt is soft against my cheek, and he smells like coffee and that cedar soap he uses, and for a moment I let myself pretend this is all genuine. Hey. His voice is gentler now. The aggression from inside the coffee shop completely gone. We'll figure this out, okay? We're not letting that jerk ruin everything we've built. I nod against his chest, allowing myself this moment of comfort, even though I know it's dangerous territory, because Sam's right. We will figure this out. We have to, even if I'm not entirely sure what this is anymore.
Chapter 22. Sam. The bedroom feels smaller tonight, the walls closing in with the weight of everything unsaid between us. I sit on the edge of Julia's bed, my shirt discarded somewhere near the dresser after the longest damn day I've had in years. The confrontation with Ethan keeps replaying in my head, the way he stood there throwing accusations around like grenades and how badly I wanted to shut his mouth permanently. Julia moves behind me, the mattress dipping slightly as she settles with her back against the headboard. Then I feel her lean forward, her body pressing against my spine, warm and solid and real in a way that cuts through all the pretense we've been maintaining. Her breath tickles the back of my neck when she speaks. What are we really? The question hangs in the air like smoke, impossible to ignore. I stare at the opposite wall, at the framed print of some peaceful landscape that probably came with the B&B, while my mind races through every careful boundary we've established. I mean, yes, this is a fake marriage, she continues, her voice barely above a whisper. But these feelings, they don't feel fake. Christ, there it is, laid out between us like a live wire. I close my eyes, feeling the warmth of her body against mine, the gentle rise and fall of her breathing. I feel the same, I admit, the words scraping out of my throat like gravel. But I don't know if it's right to continue like this, blurring all these lines we drew. Her forehead touches the space between my shoulder blades, and I can feel her exhale long and shaky. What if the lines were nonsense from the start? I turn then, shifting on the bed until I'm facing her. She's wearing one of those soft sweaters that makes her skin look like warm chocolate in the lamplight. Her hair falling in loose curls around her shoulders, her eyes hold mine, steady and uncertain at the same time. Julia! But she's already moving closer, her hand coming up to touch my jaw, fingers tracing the line of stubble there. I know this complicates everything I know. It's messy and probably stupid, but I kiss her before she can finish the thought, because some things don't need to be talked to death. My hands find her waist, pulling her closer until she's practically in my lap, and she makes this soft sound against my mouth that goes straight to my gut.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Thank you, she whispers into my hair, her voice soft and satisfied in a way that makes my chest tight. Thank you. I stay quiet, my face buried in the curve of her neck, breathing in the scent of her skin mixed with sex and sweat. Her heartbeat is still racing beneath mine, gradually slowing back to normal, and I can feel her body relaxing completely for the first time since this whole mess started. But even as I hold her, even as every instinct tells me to stay right here and forget about everything else, my mind won't shut off. Ethan's accusations keep echoing in my head. The way he looked at Julia like she was some kind of opportunist, the threat in his voice when he promised this wasn't over. What the hell are we going to do about him? This thing between Julia and me, Whatever it is now, it just made everything more complicated. Ethan won't back down. Especially not after today. He'll dig deeper, push harder, and now there's real feeling involved. Real stakes. Julia's breathing has evened out beneath me, her fingers still moving in those soothing circles on my back, and I don't want to break this moment. But I can't stop thinking about what comes next, how we're going to navigate this minefield we've created. The fake marriage was supposed to be simple. Clean, a business arrangement with clear boundaries and an exit strategy. None of this feels simple anymore.
Chapter 23. Julia. The late afternoon sun cuts through the trees as I pull into the B&B's gravel driveway, my car loaded with supplies from town. 3 trips to the hardware store, 2 stops at the grocery, and 1 very long conversation with the florist about centerpieces for next month's wedding bookings. My shoulders ache from lugging paint cans, and all I want is a hot shower and maybe some of that leftover Thai food Sam brought home yesterday. I'm juggling my purse, a bag of groceries, and the receipt folder when I spot him leaning against the porch railing like he owns the place. Ethan. My stomach drops straight through the gravel. Well, look who's finally home. His voice carries that particular brand of smugness that used to make my skin crawl during the worst parts of our relationship. He's wearing a navy blazer over dark jeans, looking every inch the successful businessman he's always reminded everyone he is. The sight of him here on my property makes my chest tighten with a familiar dread. What are you doing here, Ethan? I set the groceries down on the porch steps, keeping my voice level despite the way my pulse has started hammering. I thought I made it clear that we have nothing to discuss. Oh, but we do. He pushes off from the railing, that grin spreading wider across his face. See, I had the most interesting afternoon. Decided to take a little trip to the town hall. My blood turns to ice water. And? Funny thing about marriage certificates, Julia, they're public record. Easy enough to look up if you know where to search. He takes a step closer, and I fight the urge to back away. Want to guess what I found when I looked for yours and Sam's? The receipt folder slips from my fingers, papers scattering across the porch. I scramble to collect them, buying myself a few seconds to think, but my mind has gone completely blank. Damn. It's probably too soon for it to be available, I stammer, standing up with the papers clutched against my chest like a shield. These things take time to process, and we just... Nonsense. The word cracks through the air like a whip. I called ahead, Julia. Asked exactly how long it takes for a marriage certificate to show up in the system. Want to know what they told me? I don't answer. Can't answer, because my throat has closed up completely. Same day, he continues, clearly enjoying every second of this. Sometimes within hours. So either your husband is spectacularly incompetent at paperwork, or he pauses dramatically, tilting his head like he's solving a particularly satisfying puzzle. There was never a marriage certificate to begin with. The words hang in the air between us, each one landing like a physical blow. My hands are shaking now, and I'm grateful for the papers pressed against my chest because they're hiding the way my whole body has started to tremble. I knew it. His laugh is sharp and triumphant. I knew this whole thing was a sham from the minute I saw you two together. The way you looked at each other, all that awkward touching, like you were still figuring out how to be in the same room. Real married couples don't act like that. You don't know what you're talking about. The words come out weaker than I intended, lacking any real conviction. Sam and you what? Are madly in love? He takes another step closer, close enough that I can smell his cologne, the same expensive stuff he wore throughout our entire relationship. Come on, Julia. Give me some credit. I dated you for years. I know when you're lying. Heat floods my face, a combination of humiliation and fury that makes my vision blur around the edges. You know what? Damn you, Ethan. Damn you and whatever twisted game you think you're playing here. This isn't a game. His voice drops lower, more serious, and suddenly I can see the real anger lurking beneath his smug exterior. This is payback. Payback for what? For making me look like an idiot? For stringing me along for months while you planned your escape? For dumping me like I meant nothing to you? Each word is delivered with surgical precision, designed to cut deep. Did you really think I'd just let that slide? That I'd watch you play house with some small-town pretty boy and not call you out on your nonsense? My chest feels like it's being crushed in a vice. The worst part is that underneath all his cruelty, there's a grain of truth. I did string him along. I was too much of a coward to end things cleanly, too afraid of confrontation, to be honest about how miserable I was with him. But that doesn't give him the right to ambush me like this, to show up at my home and tear apart the new life I'm trying to build. I don't want anything to do with you, I say, backing toward the front door with my groceries clutched against my chest. Not anymore. Whatever we had, whatever I did wrong, it's over. Done. Leave me alone. Oh, we're nowhere near done. His smile returns, cold and calculating. See, now I have to decide what to do with this information. Do I keep it to myself? Share it with a few select people around town? Maybe give that sweet old lady at the diner a heads up that her favorite newlyweds aren't quite what they seem. The threat hits me like a slap. Mrs. Fredrickson, who always asks about Sam with such genuine warmth. Tom at the hardware store, who gave us that discount on paint because he was so happy to hear about our whirlwind romance. All the people in this small town who've welcomed me with open arms, who've made me feel like I finally belong somewhere. You're sick, I whisper, my voice barely audible as I fumble desperately for my keys with hands that refuse to stop shaking. The metal slips against my sweaty palms, and I have to try 3 times before I can even grip them properly. You're actually sick? I'm thorough. There's a difference. His voice carries that same smug satisfaction, like he's savoring every second of my panic. I finally manage to get the key in the lock, my fingers trembling so violently I nearly drop them again. I practically fall through the door in my desperate haste to get away from him, to put something, anything between us. Stay away from me, Ethan. I mean it. Or what? You'll call your fake husband? His cruel laughter follows me as I slam the door shut, with enough force to rattle the windows. The sound echoes through the empty foyer like a gunshot, reverberating off the walls and making my ears ring. I drop everything right there on the hardwood floor, groceries spilling from their bags, my purse hitting the ground with a dull thud, keys clattering across the polished wood. My legs give out completely, and I slide down with my back pressed against the door. The solid weight of it the only thing keeping me upright. My whole body is shaking now, violent tremors that rack through me from head to toe. I can't control it, can't make it stop. The adrenaline is crashing through my system like a tidal wave, leaving me feeling sick and dizzy and completely helpless. The tears come all at once, hot, angry tears that burn tracks down my cheeks and make it impossible to breathe. They're coming so fast I'm choking on them, gasping for air between the sobs that tear from my throat. This is it. The facade is over. Everything Sam and I built, all the careful planning and boundary setting and mutual benefit, it's about to come crashing down. Ethan won't keep this to himself. He's too vindictive, too hungry for revenge. He'll make sure everyone knows that Julia Irving is a fraud, that her marriage is fake, that she's been lying to an entire town full of people who trusted her. The worst part is imagining their faces when they find out. The disappointment, the betrayal. Mrs. Fredrickson's kind smile turning cold. Tom refusing to meet my eyes. All the warmth and acceptance I've found here dissolving like sugar in rain. And Sam. God, what is this going to do to Sam? His business, his reputation in this town where he's lived for so long. He'll be painted as either a co-conspirator or a fool, and either way, he'll pay the price for helping me. I bury my face in my knees and let the sobs come, ugly and raw and completely beyond my control. The sound echoes off the walls of the empty B&B, and I've never felt more alone in my life.
Chapter 24. Sam. I'm sorting through canvases in my studio, trying to decide which pieces might work for the B&B's main hallway when Mom bursts through the door. Tears stream down her face, and her usually perfectly styled hair looks disheveled, like she's been running her hands through it. Samuel. Her voice cracks on my name. Please tell me it isn't true. I drop the canvas I'm holding, the frame clattering against the concrete floor. What isn't true? Mom, what's wrong? Your marriage. She presses a trembling hand to her chest. That man, Ethan, he came to see me at the flower shop. He said you and Julia aren't really married at all. My stomach drops, and for a moment I can't find my voice. Ethan, that bastard actually went to my mother. Mom, he showed me paperwork from the town hall, said there's no marriage certificate on file for you and Julia. Her eyes search my face desperately, looking for denial that I can't give her. He said the whole thing is fake. A lie. I run both hands through my hair, my mind racing. There's no point in denying it now. Not when she's looking at me with those broken, hopeful eyes that are begging me to tell her Ethan is wrong. Sit down. I gesture to the worn leather chair in the corner of the studio. Please, just let me explain. Oh, Samuel. The disappointment in her voice cuts deeper than any anger could. She sinks into the chair like her legs won't hold her anymore. How could you do this? How could you lie to me? I pace across the studio, my boots echoing against the floor. Where the hell do I even start? How do I explain that this whole thing began as a calculated business arrangement, and somewhere along the way became the most real thing in my life? It started as a favor, I say finally, stopping in front of her. Julia needed a way to kickstart the grand opening to her B&B. And you? Christ, Mom. You were so worried about me being alone. Always asking when I was going to settle down, find someone. So you decided to fake it? Her voice rises, incredulous. Instead of just talking to me about how you felt, you created an elaborate lie? It wasn't supposed to be elaborate. We had boundaries, rules. It was just supposed to help her out and get you off my back about the whole marriage thing. The words sound even worse out loud than they did in my head. We figured we'd do it for a few months or so, then quietly divorce and go our separate ways. She stares at me like I'm a stranger. And you thought that would be better than being honest with your own mother? Guilt twists in my gut like a knife. I thought I was protecting you, making you happy. You lit up when I told you about Julia, Mom. You were so excited, so relieved that I'd finally found someone. Because I love you! The words explode out of her. Because I want you to be happy, not because I need you to perform happiness for my benefit. I slump against my workbench, the weight of everything crashing down on me. She's right. Of course she's right. I took the easy way out instead of having a difficult conversation with her about boundaries and expectations. But something changed. The admission comes out quieter, more vulnerable than I intended. Along the way, I fell for her, Mom. Really fell for her. Her tear-stained face softens slightly. What do you mean? I mean this isn't fake anymore. Not for me. I push off from the workbench, needing to move, to do something with the restless energy coursing through me. Julia is... She's everything I didn't know I was looking for. She's sharp and funny and stubborn as hell. She makes me want to be better, do better. Then why didn't you just tell her that? Tell me that? Because I'm a coward. The words taste bitter in my mouth. because admitting I had real feelings meant admitting the whole thing started as a lie. Mom wipes her eyes with the back of her hand, smearing her mascara. Does she know? How you feel? I think about last night, the way Julia curled into me while we watched a movie, the soft smile she gave me when she thought I wasn't looking, the careful way we've been dancing around this thing between us, both too scared to name it. I think so. Maybe we've been... God, Mom, we've been acting like a real couple for weeks now, but we've never talked about it. Never said the words. And now this Ethan person has ruined everything. The fury that's been simmering beneath my confusion finally boils over. That jerk went to the town hall specifically to dig up dirt on us. Who does that? What kind of sick man takes time out of his day to sabotage someone else's happiness? The kind who's been hurt, Mom says quietly. Though that doesn't excuse what he's doing. I need to get to Julia. I grab my keys from the workbench, my hands shaking with adrenaline. I need to make sure she's okay. Figure out how we're going to handle this. Mom stands slowly, her movements careful and deliberate. Samuel. I turn back to her, dreading what I'm going to see in her face. I'm disappointed. Deeply disappointed that you felt you couldn't trust me with the truth. Her voice is steady now, controlled. I need some time to process this, to figure out how I feel about all of it. Mom, please. No. She holds up a hand to stop me. I understand why you did it, but that doesn't make it right. You lied to me, Samuel. You let me get giddy about the whole thing, tell all my friends about your beautiful wife. The shame burns hot in my chest. I hadn't thought about all the ripple effects, all the people who'd been drawn into our deception without knowing it. I need space, she continues. Time to think about what this means for us. She walks past me toward the door, then pauses with her hand on the frame. I hope you can fix things with Julia. If you really love her the way you say you do, she deserves to know the truth. All of it. The door closes behind her with a soft click, leaving me alone in the sudden silence of my studio. I stand there for a moment, surrounded by my paintings and the scattered remains of the life I thought I was building. Then I grab my jacket and head out. Maybe Julia hasn't heard yet. Maybe we can get ahead of this, control the narrative somehow. But the moment I see her car in the driveway, groceries scattered across the porch steps like she dropped them in a hurry, I know it's too late. I find her in the kitchen, standing at the sink with her back to me. Her shoulders are rigid, her whole body radiating tension. Jewel? She doesn't turn around. He told your mother. It's not a question. The flatness in her voice tells me everything I need to know about how this conversation is going to go. I know. She came to see me. I take a step closer, wanting to touch her, to comfort her. But something in her posture warns me off. We'll figure this out, We'll what? She spins around and I see the tear tracks on her cheeks, the red-rimmed eyes. Tell the whole town we've been lying to them? Explain that our marriage is a business arrangement. It's not just a business arrangement anymore. The words tumble out of me, desperate and raw. You know it's not. What we have, Julia, it's real. It's the most real thing in my life. She laughs, but there's no humor in it. Is it? Or is that just what you're telling yourself to make this whole mess feel less sordid? Don't do that. Don't minimize what's happening between us because you're scared. I'm not scared. I'm realistic. She crosses her arms over her chest, armor against whatever I might say next. This was always going to end, Sam. We both knew that going in. But it doesn't have to. We could make this real. Get actually married. Start over. The look she gives me is so full of pity it makes my chest ache. Start over with what foundation? Built on what trust? We've been lying to everyone, including ourselves. So we stop lying. We tell people the truth. The truth? Her voice rises. The truth is that I'm a fraud who came to this town pretending to be something I'm not. The truth is that I've been using you and this marriage to legitimize my place here. That's not... It is. She wipes her face with the back of her hand. And now everyone's going to know it. All the people who welcome me here thinking I was your partner, your wife. They're going to feel like idiots for believing in us. I want to argue to find some way to convince her we can weather this storm together. But looking at her now, seeing the defeat in her eyes, I realize she's already made up her mind. I need space, she says quietly. Time to figure out what comes next. Jewel, please, don't shut me out. We can face this together. I can't. Her voice breaks on the words. I need to think, Sam. I need to figure out how to fix this mess without dragging you down with me any further than I already have. You haven't dragged me anywhere I didn't want to go. She shakes her head. Just give me some time. Please. The please nearly breaks me. I want to fight, to argue, to make her see that running away isn't the solution. But the exhaustion in her face, the way she's holding herself like she might shatter at any moment, stops me. How much time? I don't know. She looks out the window toward the garden we've been planning together. I just know I can't think clearly with you here, with us pretending everything's normal when our whole world just fell apart. Every instinct I have is screaming at me to stay, to fight for this, for us. But forcing the issue now will only push her further away. Okay. The word tastes like ash in my mouth. But Julia, this isn't over. Whatever happens next, what we have isn't over. She doesn't respond, just stands there looking out the window like she's already somewhere else entirely. I walk toward the door, each step feeling like I'm leaving pieces of myself behind. At the threshold, I turn back one more time. I love you, I say to her rigid back. I should have told you sooner. Should have found the courage to be honest about how I felt. But I love you, Julia. That's not fake. And it's not going anywhere. Her shoulders shake slightly, but she doesn't turn around, doesn't say anything. I wait for a moment that feels like an eternity, then force myself to leave before I say something that will make this worse. The front door closes behind me with a finality that echoes through my chest like a gunshot.
Chapter 25. Julia. I've been hiding in my kitchen for 2 weeks now, measuring flour and sugar like they hold the answers to all my problems. The wooden spoon scrapes against the ceramic bowl as I fold chocolate chips into what must be my 15th batch of cookies this week. My phone buzzes with another text from Sam. I don't look at it. Haven't looked at any of them since that horrible conversation where everything fell apart. The counter is already covered with cooling racks full of muffins, scones, and enough bread to feed half the town. But my hands need something to do or they start shaking. The whole town knows now about the fake marriage, about the lies, about how I came here pretending to be something I wasn't. Mrs. Henderson won't make eye contact when I venture out for supplies. The barista at the coffee shop gives me tight smiles instead of the friendly chatter we used to share. I'm folding the dough when a sharp knock echoes through the B&B. My stomach clenches. It's probably another delivery I need to sign for, or maybe someone coming to cancel their reservation. 3 bookings have already been pulled since the news broke. Coming, I call, wiping flour-covered hands on my apron. Margaret Calder stands on my porch, her silver hair perfectly styled despite the autumn wind. She's wearing a cream-colored coat that probably costs more than my monthly grocery budget, and her expression is unreadable. Mrs. Calder. The words stick in my throat. What can I do for you? May I come in? We need to talk. The formality in her voice makes my chest tight. This is it. She's here to tell me what a disappointment I am, how I've hurt her son, how I should leave town and never come back. Of course. I step aside, gesturing toward the living room. Can I get you some coffee, tea? Coffee would be lovely. My hands shake as I pour 2 mugs. adding cream to hers the way I remember from family dinners that feel like they happened in another lifetime. When I return to the living room, she's sitting on the edge of the sofa, her purse clutched in her lap like armor. Here you go. I set the mug on the coffee table and sink into the chair across from her, wrapping my hands around my own cup for warmth. She takes a sip, studying me over the rim. You look terrible. The bluntness of it startles a laugh out of me. Thanks. That's exactly what every woman wants to hear. I'm not here to coddle you, Julia. I'm here because you and my son are being idiots. I blink at her. Excuse me? Idiots, she repeats, setting down her mug with a sharp clink. Both of you, wallowing in guilt and shame instead of dealing with reality. Reality is that I lied to everyone in this town, that I pretended to be married to your son for my own gain. And what gain was that exactly? Her eyebrows arch. You think opening a B&B in a small town is some get-rich-quick scheme? You think marrying Samuel was your ticket to Easy Street? No, but nothing. She waves a dismissive hand. You needed help launching your business, and he needed space from my meddling. You found a solution that worked for both of you. Where's the crime in that? The defensive walls I've built around my guilt start to crack. We deceived people. We deceived you. Yes, you did. Her voice sharpens. And I'm disappointed in both of you for that. Deeply disappointed. I raised Samuel to be honest, to face problems head on instead of creating elaborate workarounds. Shame burns hot in my chest. I'm sorry. I never meant for it to hurt you. I know that. Her expression softens slightly. But here's what I don't understand. Why are you both so determined to throw away something real because of how it started? It's not real, though. That's the point. The whole thing was fake. Was it? She leans forward, pinning me with those sharp blue eyes that are so much like Sam's. Was it fake when you spent hours planning the garden together? Was it fake when you stayed up all night, taking care of him when he had food poisoning that one weekend? My throat tightens. Those things just happened. Exactly. They happened because you care about each other, because somewhere along the way this stopped being an arrangement and became something else entirely. I stand abruptly, needing to move, to escape the intensity of her gaze. It doesn't matter what it became. Everyone knows the truth now. They know we started this whole thing as a lie. So what? The sharpness in her voice stops me mid-pace. So what, Julia? I stare at her, shocked by the profanity coming from this elegant woman. Ethan exposed your secret. Fine. He's a vindictive little weasel who couldn't stand seeing you happy. But he's done his damage. She stands too, crossing her arms. Now what? You're going to let him win? Let him destroy something good because he's bitter about his own failures? It's not about letting him win. It's about facing the consequences of what we did. The consequences? She laughs, but there's no humor in it. The consequence is that people know you entered into a marriage of convenience that turned into something real. Happens more often than you think, particularly in small towns. People trusted us. They welcomed me here because they thought I settled in quickly, that I fell in love with Sam the artist and wanted to make my mark. And now they know the truth about how you got here. So what comes next is up to you. She moves closer, her voice gentling. You can let shame and guilt drive you away from the best thing that's ever happened to you. Or you can decide to start over, this time with honesty. The words hit something deep in my chest, a spark of hope I've been trying to smother for 2 weeks. Start over? From right here, right now. No more pretending, no more arrangements. Just 2 people who fell in love figuring out how to build something real together. I don't know if Sam even wants that anymore. The admission comes out small and broken. I haven't talked to him since that day. I told him I needed space, and he's given it to me. That boy has been miserable for 2 weeks. His studio looks like a tornado hit it. He's barely eating, and he's been calling me every other day asking if I think he should come see you. She shakes her head. You're both being stubborn as hell. I hurt him. I hurt you. I hurt everyone who believed in us. Yes, you did. And you know what? People will get over it. She sits back down, patting the sofa cushion beside her. Come here. I hesitate, then sink down next to her, suddenly feeling like a child who needs comfort. When Samuel's father and I got married, we told everyone we'd been dating for 2 years, she says quietly. Truth was, we'd known each other for 6 weeks and got married because I was pregnant. My eyes widen. Really? Really? Scared both our families would disapprove, so we lied about the timeline, made up elaborate stories about our long courtship. She smiles at the memory. Didn't make our love any less real. Didn't make our marriage any less solid. But that's different. You were protecting your family. And you were protecting your business, your fresh start, your chance to build something meaningful here. She takes my hand, her skin warm and soft. The why doesn't matter as much as what happened after. Tears prick at my eyes. I don't know how to fix this. You start by admitting you love him. The words hang in the air between us, simple and terrifying. I've been so focused on the guilt and shame that I haven't let myself feel the other truth that's been growing in my chest. I do love him. The admission comes out as a whisper. I love his terrible jokes and the way he hums when he's cooking. I love how he talks to his plants like they're people and how he always smells like sawdust and paint. Then why are you sitting here baking your feelings instead of telling him that? Because I'm scared. The words taste like ash. What if this whole mess has ruined everything? What if he's realized he's better off without the complications I bring? Margaret squeezes my hand. That boy has been in love with you since the first week you were married. Real married, fake married, doesn't matter. He's yours if you want him. How can you be so sure? Because I raised him. I know what he looks like when he's just going through the motions. And I know what he looks like when something matters to him. She stands, smoothing down her coat. You matter to him, Julia. More than he's ever let anything matter before. I watch her gather her purse. The weight of everything she's said settling over me like a blanket. Why did you come here? Really? Because I extended my stay in Maplewood just to have this conversation with you. She pauses at the door. I'm flying home tomorrow, and I couldn't leave knowing you were both being too stubborn and scared to fight for something worth having. Thank you. The words feel inadequate for everything she's given me. I don't deserve your kindness after everything. Maybe not, but you deserve a chance to make things right. You both do. She opens the door, then looks back one more time. Don't waste it, Julia. Life doesn't hand out many chances at real love. The door closes behind her with a soft click, leaving me alone with the truth I've been running from for 2 weeks. I love Sam Calder. Really, truly, completely love him. And it's time I told him so.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker. a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 26. Sam. The Maplewood Community Center buzzes with the controlled chaos of Thanksgiving preparations. I balance 3 framed canvases against my hip while navigating through clusters of volunteers, arranging tables and hanging decorations. The smell of roasting turkey drifts from the kitchen, mixing with the pine scent of fresh garland draped along the walls. Sam, perfect timing. Mayor Davidson appears at my elbow, his enthusiasm as relentless as always. Those pieces look fantastic. The auction table is right over there by the stage. I nod, following his gesture toward a long table already crowded with donated items. Hand-knitted scarves, homemade preserves, a vintage quilt that probably took someone months to complete my paintings will fit right in. Appreciate you organizing this whole thing, I tell him, setting the canvases down carefully. Schools need all the help they can get. Well, you know how it is. Community supporting community. His smile falters slightly, and I catch that familiar look crossing his face. The one I've been seeing for 2 weeks now. How are you holding up? I know things have been difficult lately. There it is, the pity, the careful tone people use when they think your life has imploded, and they want to acknowledge it without being too direct about the mess. I'm fine, Mason. Really? The lie comes easily now. I've perfected it over 14 days of well-meaning neighbors and concerned friends, tiptoeing around the elephant in the room. Of course you are. You're strong, Sam. Always have been. He pats my arm with the kind of gentle firmness reserved for wounded animals. Things will work themselves out. They always do. I arrange the paintings on their display stands, focusing on the task instead of the hollow ache that's taken up permanent residence in my chest. The larger piece is a landscape of the lake at sunset, all golden light and soft shadows. I painted it 3 weeks ago, back when everything felt possible. Back when I'd wake up to Julia humming in the kitchen and fall asleep, listening to her turn pages of whatever book she was reading. These are beautiful, Sam. Mrs. Henderson appears beside me, her voice carrying that same careful gentleness. I'm sure they'll bring in good money for the kids. Thanks. I step back, checking the angle of the frames. Figured it was time to contribute something worthwhile. You always contribute worthwhile things. She hesitates, then leans closer. I hope you know that what happened, well, it doesn't change how this community feels about you. You're one of us. That hasn't changed. The kindness in her voice almost breaks through the numbness I've been carrying around. Almost. But I've gotten good at keeping that locked down tight. Appreciate that, Mrs. H. She nods, satisfied she's done her good deed for the day, and moves on to fuss over the dessert table. This is my life now. People being careful around me, offering comfort I don't want for a situation I can't explain without making it worse. Because how do you tell an entire town that the best relationship you've ever had started as a complete lie? How do you explain that somewhere in the middle of all that deception, you fell so hard for someone that losing them feels like losing a vital organ? You don't. You smile and say you're fine and arrange paintings for charity auctions while your world stays broken. Sam! Charlie Rodriguez waves from across the room, gesturing me over to where he's setting up the sound system. Need you to test this mic for me. I make my way through the growing crowd, dodging kids running between tables and volunteers carrying trays of food. The community center has been transformed into something warm and welcoming. All amber lighting and autumn colors. Julia would love this. She'd probably have 17 ideas for how to make it even better, each one more creative than the last. But Julia isn't here. Julia has been hiding in her B&B for 2 weeks, and I've been respecting her request for space, even though it's killing me. Just say something into this, Charlie instructs, holding out the microphone. Testing, testing. My voice echoes through the speakers clearer than I expected. Sounds good. Perfect. Mayor Davidson wants to make some remarks before dinner, and then we'll do the auction. He adjusts a few dials on the mixing board. Should be a good turnout. Half the town's already here. I scan the room, taking in the familiar faces. The Hendersons are arranging centerpieces while their teenage grandson rolls his eyes at having to help Dr. Martinez is deep in conversation with the fire chief about something that involves a lot of hand gesturing. Sarah from the coffee shop is setting up a dessert display that could be featured in a magazine. Normal people living normal lives, gathering for a normal community event. Meanwhile, I feel like I'm watching it all through thick glass, present, but not really here. You okay, man? Charlie's voice pulls me back to the moment. You look like someone stole your truck. Just tired. Been working on a big commission. Another lie. And I haven't been working on anything bigger than trying to get through each day without losing my mind completely. My studio looks like a hurricane hit it. Half-finished canvases everywhere, and paint tubes scattered across every surface. Nothing I've touched in 2 weeks has been worth keeping. Well, try to enjoy tonight. It's for a good cause, and the food's going to be incredible. I nod, already planning my exit strategy. Show up, make an appearance, let my paintings get auctioned off for whatever they'll bring, then go home and stare at the ceiling until morning. Same routine I've perfected since everything went to hell. The crowd continues to grow as dinner time approaches. Families file in with covered dishes and bottles of wine, kids racing around in their Sunday best, while parents try to keep them from destroying the decorations. The energy is infectious in the way small-town gatherings always are. Everyone genuinely happy to be together. I'm considering whether I can slip out early when movement near the entrance catches my eye. Julia. She's wearing a deep green dress that brings out the warmth in her skin, her hair pulled back in a way that shows off the elegant line of her neck. She looks nervous, scanning the room like she's not sure she should be here. My heart does something stupid and painful in my chest. 2 weeks. 2 weeks of giving her the space she asked for, of not calling or texting or showing up at her door demanding we talk through this mess. 2 weeks of wondering if I'd messed everything up so completely that she'd never want to see me again. And here she is. She spots me across the room, and for a moment we just stare at each other. The noise of the party fades into background static. All I can see is the woman I fell in love with. The one who makes great coffee and laughs at my worst jokes and fits against me like she was designed specifically for my arms. Then she's moving, weaving through the crowd with purpose. People turn to watch her pass, some with curiosity, others with the same careful sympathy they've been directing at me, but she doesn't seem to notice or care. Her focus is entirely on me. Sam. Her voice is soft when she reaches me, uncertain in a way that makes my chest tight. Hi. Hey. The word comes out rougher than I intended. Didn't expect to see you here. I wasn't planning to come. But then I realized I've been hiding long enough. She takes a breath, her hands fidgeting with the strap of her purse. I've missed you. So much. The honesty in her voice nearly undoes me. Julia, I know I asked for space. I know I've been impossible to deal with. But these 2 weeks have been the worst of my life, and I can't do this anymore. Before I can respond, before I can process what's happening, she steps closer and rises up on her toes. Her hand cups the back of my neck, fingers threading through my hair, and then her lips are on mine. The kiss is desperate, hungry, full of 2 weeks' worth of missing each other. My body responds before my brain catches up, arms wrapping around her waist and pulling her against me. She tastes like mint and possibility, like every good thing I thought I'd lost. Relief floods through me so completely it's almost overwhelming. This is what I've been missing. What's been wrong with every moment since she walked away. The feel of her in my arms, the way she melts against me like she belongs there. The world around us disappears. The party, the people, the careful whispers and pitying looks, none of it matters. There's only Julia, kissing me like she means it, like she's as desperate for this connection as I am. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard. Her eyes are bright with tears she's trying not to shed, and I can see everything she's been feeling written across her face. "I love you," she whispers, the words so quiet I almost miss them over the party noise. "I'm in love with you," Sam called her, and I'm tired of pretending that's not the most important thing in my life.
Chapter 27. Julia. The words hang between us like a bridge I finally found the courage to cross. Sam's eyes search mine, and I see the exact moment he truly hears what I've said. His hands tighten on my waist, pulling me closer. Julia. My name on his lips sounds like a prayer, like relief, like coming home. But we're not alone. The community center buzzes around us, and I can feel eyes turning our way. Whispers start at the edges of my awareness, the kind of hushed conversations that happen when people witness something unexpected. This is it. The moment I've been avoiding for weeks, the reckoning I've been too afraid to face. I step back from Sam, but only far enough to keep hold of his hand. His fingers intertwine with mine immediately, like he's afraid I might disappear again. The warmth of his palm grounds me, gives me the strength to do what I should have done a long time ago. "Actually," I say, my voice carrying farther than I intended in the sudden lull of conversation, "I have something I need to say to everyone." Sam's eyebrows lift in surprise, but he doesn't let go of my hand. If anything, his grip tightens, and I draw courage from the steady pressure of his fingers. Mayor Davidson appears at my elbow, ever the politician. "Julia, so wonderful to see you. I wasn't sure you'd make it tonight." I almost didn't. I glance around the room, taking in the sea of familiar faces. Mrs. Henderson by the dessert table, pausing mid-conversation to watch us. Dr. Martinez near the auction display, his attention shifting from whatever Charlie was saying. Sarah from the coffee shop, her eyes bright with curiosity. These people have been nothing but kind to me. They welcomed me into their community, supported my business, treated me like family, and I've been lying to them. My stomach churns with nervous energy, but I force myself to speak louder. "Actually, Mayor Davidson, could I borrow that microphone for a minute? There's something I need to tell everyone." The room goes quiet with the kind of sudden stillness that happens when people sense drama approaching. Sam squeezes my hand, and when I look at him, his blue eyes are steady and encouraging. "You sure about this?" he murmurs, low enough that only I can hear. "No, but I'm doing it anyway." Charlie hands me the microphone with a confused smile. My hands shake as I bring it to my lips, the weight of everyone's attention settling on my shoulders like a heavy coat. "Hi, everyone." My voice echoes through the speakers, too loud and too shaky. I take a breath, try again. I know this isn't exactly the time or place for this, but I need to be honest with all of you about something. The silence stretches, expectant and heavy. I can see faces throughout the crowd, people who've become friends, customers who've become regulars at the B&B, people I care about, who deserve better than the web of lies I've been spinning. Most of you know that Sam and I got married last month. The words stick in my throat, but I push through. What you don't know is that it wasn't real. Not at first. A murmur ripples through the crowd. I see Mrs. Henderson's hand flutter to her chest, Sarah's mouth drop open in surprise, but I force myself to keep going. We both needed help. I wanted to get established here in town and continue the legacy that my Aunt Vivian left behind. I didn't want to mess anything up, and Sam was trying to please his mother who wanted to see him married. The murmur grows louder, but Sam's hand in mine keeps me anchored. His face is calm, supportive, ready to weather whatever storm this creates. I know how that sounds. I know what you must be thinking, and you're right to be disappointed in me. I'm ashamed that I let it get to this point, that I've been deceiving people who've shown me nothing but kindness. My voice cracks, and I have to pause to collect myself. The microphone feels impossibly heavy in my free hand. But somewhere along the way, something amazing happened. This fake marriage turned into something real, something beautiful. I squeezed Sam's hand, drawing strength from his unwavering presence. I fell in love, completely, hopelessly, head over heels in love with this man who was willing to risk everything to help someone he barely knew. The crowd's attention is absolute now. I can practically hear people holding their breath. I'm not asking for your forgiveness right away. I know I need to earn that. But I'm hoping, I'm praying, that maybe you'll give me the chance to make this right. To prove that I'm not just some outsider who came here to take advantage of your generosity. Tears blur my vision, but I blink them back. This isn't the time for crying. This is the time for honesty. This town, this community, these relationships, they mean everything to me. You mean everything to me. And Sam, I turned to face him fully, the microphone capturing every word. Sam, I love you. Not because of an agreement or any of the practical reasons this started. I love you because you're kind and generous and funny and talented, and because you make me want to be better than I am. The silence that follows feels endless. Then slowly, Sam's free hand comes up to cut my cheek. His thumb brushes away a tear I didn't realize had fallen. I love you too, he says, his voice carrying without the microphone. Always have. From the first day you walked into my life with your plans and your spreadsheets and your determination to fix everything. A few people in the crowd chuckle at that, the tension breaking slightly, but before I can fully process the reaction, another voice cuts through the moment. Well, isn't this touching? I turn toward the entrance, my heart sinking as I spot Ethan making his way through the crowd. Ethan? Sam's voice goes flat, dangerous. He steps slightly in front of me, a protective gesture that's entirely unconscious. Sam? Ethan's smile is all teeth, no warmth. I have to say I'm impressed. You two really had everyone fooled, didn't you? All this time, playing happy couple while running a complete scam? The crowd shifts uncomfortably, but I'm surprised to find I'm not afraid. Not anymore. The worst is already out there. The truth is told. It wasn't a scam, I say, handing the microphone back to Charlie but keeping my voice clear and strong. Not in the end. Oh, please. Ethan laughs, the sound grating. You really expect people to believe that this convenient little love story just magically happened? That you didn't plan this whole thing from the beginning? Sam takes a step toward Ethan, his whole body radiating tension. I'd watch what you say next, jerk. Or what? You'll throw another drink at me? Ethan's smirk widens. Face it, everyone. These two are nothing but liars and... He stops mid-sentence because Sam has moved to stand directly beside me again, our hands still clasped, our shoulders touching. And maybe it's the way we fit together so naturally, or the obvious love in Sam's eyes when he looks at me, or the simple fact that we're not running from the truth anymore. But Ethan's smugness falters. You're angry, I realize, studying his face. You came here expecting to expose some elaborate fraud, but instead you're seeing two people who are genuinely happy together. Ethan's jaw tightens. Don't flatter yourself. She's right. Sam's voice is steady, confident. You thought you'd blow up our lives, but all you've done is give us the push we needed to stop hiding. The truth of it settles over me like sunlight. We're standing here, in front of half the town, openly admitting to what started as deception. And instead of feeling exposed and vulnerable, I feel free. Ethan must see it too, because his expression shifts from smug to frustrated. This isn't over. Yeah, it is. Sam's voice carries the kind of quiet authority that makes people listen. You need to leave, now. For a moment, I think Ethan might argue, but something in Sam's stance, in the way the entire room has gone silent and watchful, seems to change his mind. He straightens his tie, shoots me one last venomous look, and heads for the exit. The tension breaks the moment he's gone. Conversations resume, but they're different now. Warmer somehow, more inclusive. Mrs. Henderson approaches first, her expression thoughtful rather than judgmental. Well, she says, her voice carrying just enough volume for nearby people to hear. I always did think you two fell in love awfully fast for a marriage of convenience. Sam chuckles, some of the rigidity leaving his shoulders. Not much gets past you, does it, Mrs. H? 73 years on this earth, dear. You learn to recognize the real thing when you see it. She turns to me, her eyes kind but serious. You made a mistake, Julia, but you owned up to it, and that takes courage. We all make mistakes. Relief floods through me so completely my knees almost buckle. Thank you. That means more than you know. Don't thank me yet. You'll have to prove yourself all over again, but this community believes in second chances, especially when people are willing to work for them. Other faces appear around us. Sarah with a supportive smile. Dr. Martinez with a nod of approval. Even gruff old Mr. Wilson managing something that might charitably be called encouraging. Not everyone looks completely convinced. And I can see a few disapproving frowns scattered throughout the crowd. But the overwhelming response is one of cautious acceptance. Mayor Davidson claps his hands together, ever the politician. Well, I think we've had enough excitement for one evening. How about we eat some of this incredible food before it gets cold? The crowd disperses gradually, people drifting toward the buffet tables or gathering in small groups to discuss what just happened. Sam and I remain where we are, hands still clasped, processing the magnitude of what just occurred. You okay? Sam asks, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. I think so. Better than okay, actually. I turn to face him fully, marveling at how right this feels. I can't believe I waited so long to do that. Worth the wait. His free hand comes up to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. I'm proud of you. That took guts. I had good motivation. I rise up on my toes, bringing our faces closer together. I love you, Sam Calder, and I'm tired of hiding it. Good. His lips brush mine, soft and sweet and full of promise. Because I plan on loving you back for a very long time. The kiss deepens, and I lose myself in the taste of him, the solid warmth of his body against mine. When we finally break apart, the party continues around us, but everything feels different, lighter, like a weight I didn't realize I was carrying has finally been lifted. Take me home, I whisper against his lips. Sam's smile is answer enough. He laces our fingers together, and we make our way through the crowd toward the exit. People nod and smile as we pass, some with genuine warmth, others with polite reserve, but no one looks away, and no one whispers behind their hands. We step out into the crisp November air, and I breathe deeply for what feels like the first time in weeks. The B&B isn't far, just a pleasant walk through streets lined with houses glowing warmly in the evening light. So, Sam says as we stroll down the sidewalk, our joined hands swinging between us. What happens now? Now we go home. I squeeze his fingers, reveling in the simple pleasure of being able to touch him freely. And we figure out the rest as we go. I like the sound of that. We walk in comfortable silence, two people who finally stopped running from the truth. The B&B comes into view, its windows glowing with warm yellow light, and I realize with a start that it truly feels like home now. Not just because it's mine, but because Sam is walking beside me toward it.
Chapter 28. Sam. The smell of roasting turkey fills the B&B like a warm embrace, and I can't help but grin as I balance 3 boxes of pastries from the bakery in one arm and a bottle of champagne in the other. Julia's been up since dawn, orchestrating what she calls the perfect Thanksgiving experience for her guests, and knowing her, she's probably stressed herself into a complete frenzy by now. I knock on the kitchen door with my elbow, hearing the familiar chaos of holiday cooking on the other side. Pots clattering, timer beeping, Julia's voice muttering what sounds like a very creative string of curse words. "It's me," I call out, "and I come bearing gifts." The door swings open to reveal Julia in full chef mode, hair pulled back in a messy bun, flour dusting her apron, a slight sheen of perspiration on her forehead. She's beautiful, even when she's clearly on the verge of a minor breakdown. Thank God. She steps aside to let me in, immediately reaching for the pastry boxes. "Please tell me one of those has pie. Mrs. Edison specifically mentioned she was hoping for apple pie, and mine is currently resembling something more like apple soup. 2 apple pies, 1 pumpkin, and a dozen of those cinnamon rolls you love." I set the champagne on the counter and pull her into my arms, ignoring her half-hearted protests about getting flour on my shirt. "How are you holding up, sweetheart?" "I'm fine. Totally fine. Everything's under control." Her voice rises slightly on the last word, and I can feel the tension radiating through her shoulders. The turkey's going to be perfect. The side dishes are all timed precisely, and if that damn cranberry sauce doesn't set properly in the next 20 minutes, I'm gonna lose my absolute mind. I chuckle, pressing a kiss to her temple. "Breathe, Julia. Your guests are going to love everything you've made. They already adore you." She melts against me for just a moment, and I can feel some of the stress leaving her body. This is what I love about us now. She doesn't have to pretend to have everything together. She can just be human, stressed, and imperfect, and completely lovable. I know. She pulls back to look at me, and her smile is more genuine now. I just want this to be special. It's our first real holiday together, and with everything that's happened, it's going to be perfect because you're here. I brush a strand of hair away from her face, and because you care this much about making everyone happy. The timer goes off and she spins away to check something in the oven. I watch her move around the kitchen with practiced efficiency, tasting, adjusting, orchestrating the entire meal like a conductor leading a symphony. She's in her element here, and the sight of her confidence makes my chest tight with pride. "Oh, speaking of making people happy," I say, leaning against the counter as she bastes the turkey. "I have some news that's going to improve your day significantly." She glances over her shoulder, eyebrow raised. "Good news or great news?" "Fantastic news." The grin spreading across my face is so wide it almost hurts. Ethan's company is pulling out of Maplewood. Apparently, they've decided the project isn't financially viable after all. Julia straightens so quickly she nearly drops the baster. "What? Are you serious?" "Dead serious. Got the official word this morning. He's packing up and leaving town by the end of the week." The squeal that escapes her is pure joy. And before I can react, she's launching herself at me, flour-covered apron and all. Her arms wrap around my neck, and she peppers my face with kisses between words. Oh my God. This is the best news ever. How did you find out? What happened? Did someone convince them to back out? I catch her face in my hands, still grinning like an idiot. Turns out when you threaten to expose a company's shady business practices to the State Environmental Board, they suddenly lose interest in your little town. You magnificent, brilliant man. She kisses me properly this time, deep and grateful and full of relief. I can't believe it's really over. It's over, sweetheart. Maplewood is safe. The B&B is safe. And that jerk is out of our lives for good. I reach for the champagne bottle, working the cork loose with practiced ease. I think this calls for a celebration, don't you? The cork pops with a satisfying sound, and I pour 2 glasses of the bubbly liquid. Julia is still beaming, her earlier stress completely forgotten in the wake of this news. To Ethan getting the hell out of our town, I say, raising my glass. To new beginnings, she counters, clinking her glass against mine. The champagne is crisp and perfect, and watching Julia's face light up with pure happiness makes every second of dealing with Ethan's nonsense worth it. She deserves this peace, this security, this chance to build the life she wants without some jackass trying to tear it down. I should get back to cooking, she says after we've finished our champagne. But she doesn't move away from me. The guests will be down for dinner soon. Need any help? You've already helped more than you know. She rises up on her toes to kiss me again, softer this time. But you could keep me company while I finish up. The next hour passes in comfortable domesticity. Julia orchestrates the final preparations while I set the dining room table and help carry dishes her guests filter down gradually. The elderly couple from Texas, the young family from Seattle, the business traveler who decided to extend his stay. For the holiday, everyone's in good spirits, complimenting the smells coming from the kitchen and commenting on how beautifully Julia has decorated the dining room. When we finally sit down to eat, the table groaning under the weight of perfectly prepared food, I can see the satisfaction in Julia's eyes. This is what she was meant to do. Create spaces where people feel welcome, cared for, at home. The turkey is succulent and perfectly seasoned, the gravy rich and smooth, the side dishes a symphony of autumn flavors. Conversation flows easily around the table, guests sharing stories of their travels and asking Julia about the history of the B&B. She glows under their attention, confident and gracious in a way that makes my chest swell with pride. I catch her eye across the table during a lull in conversation. The smile she gives me is radiant. This is happiness, I realize. Not the fleeting pleasure of a good time, but the deep, settled contentment of being exactly where you belong with exactly the right person. After dinner, the guests drift away to walk off their meal or settle in the living room with coffee. Julia and I tackle the dishes together, working in the easy rhythm we've developed over the past few weeks. She washes, I dry, and we steal kisses between plates. I have one more surprise for you, I say as we finish the last of the serving dishes. Sam, you've already done so much. But her eyes light up with curiosity. I reach into my jacket pocket and pull out a small white bakery box tied with ribbon. Well, Sarah Higbee made these special. Just for you, dark chocolate truffles with sea salt. Julia's face softens with delight as she unties the ribbon. Inside the box are 6 perfect chocolate spheres, dusted with coarse salt and looking like edible jewels. You remembered. Her voice is soft, almost wondering. You mentioned them exactly once, about 3 weeks ago. Said they were your absolute favorite indulgence, but you could never justify buying them just for yourself. She looks up at me with tears threatening at the corners of her eyes. I can't believe you remembered that. I remember everything about you, sweetheart. Every little thing that makes you happy. Before I can say another word, she's in my arms again, holding me tight enough that I can feel her heartbeat against my chest. When she pulls back to look at me, her face is luminous with love and gratitude and something that looks like amazement. I have never been this happy, she whispers. Not once in my entire life. I didn't even know it was possible to feel this complete. Julia. Her name comes out rougher than I intended, thick with emotion I don't have words for. She kisses me then, and I can taste champagne and contentment on her lips. This is what I've been searching for my whole life without knowing it. This sense of rightness, of being exactly where I'm supposed to be with exactly the right person. When we break apart, she keeps her forehead pressed against mine, our breathing synchronized in the quiet kitchen. "Thank you," she murmurs. "For the chocolate, for the champagne, for making Ethan disappear, for everything."
Chapter 29. Julia. The December air bites at my cheeks as Sam and I walk through downtown Maplewood, our breath creating little puffs of white in the crisp morning air. I'm bundled in my favorite wool coat, a bright red scarf wrapped snugly around my neck, while Sam looks effortlessly handsome in his charcoal pea coat and that ridiculous beanie that somehow makes his blue eyes even more striking. "So I was thinking," I say, gesturing enthusiastically with my gloved hands, "we could string lights along Main Street from the bakery all the way to the hardware store, and maybe convince Mrs. Henderson to let us put a Christmas tree in her shop window. You know how everyone stops to look in there." Sam chuckles, his arm sliding around my waist as we navigate around a patch of ice on the sidewalk. "You realize you're talking about essentially redecorating the entire town, right?" "Not redecorating, enhancing. And I've got Mayor Davidson's approval already." I lean into his warmth, already mentally cataloging all the places that could use a touch of Christmas magic. And don't even get me started on what we could do with the town square. Picture this: a massive tree, maybe 20 feet tall, right in the center. We could have a tree lighting ceremony the weekend before Christmas, with hot chocolate and caroling and... "Slow down there, Martha Stewart." His laugh rumbles through his chest. "We've got plenty of time to plan the most elaborate Christmas celebration Maplewood has ever seen." The enthusiasm bubbling inside me is almost too much to contain. This is my first Christmas here, my first Christmas with Sam, and I want everything to be perfect. Not the sterile, corporate-sponsored perfection I used to orchestrate for marketing events, but the warm, genuine kind that brings people together. "I've already talked to Sarah about making those gingerbread cookies shaped like the B&B, I continue, practically bouncing on my toes as we pass the bakery. "And Tom at the hardware store said he'd help with the lights. Oh, and we absolutely have to have a Christmas market. Nothing huge, just local vendors selling crafts and baked goods and..." "Julia." Sam stops walking abruptly, his hands finding my shoulders as he turns me to face him. "Take a breath, sweetheart." I look up at him, suddenly aware that I've been chattering nonstop for the past 10 minutes. His eyes are warm with affection, but there's something else there too. Something that makes my stomach flutter with nervous anticipation. "Sorry, I know I'm getting carried away. It's just, this is going to be our first Christmas together and I want it to be special. It's going to be perfect because you're here." He brushes a strand of hair away from my face with fingers that are slightly trembling despite his gloves. "Come on, let's walk through the park." The town park is beautiful in winter, bare trees creating delicate silhouettes against the pale sky. Our footsteps crunch softly on the frost-covered grass as we make our way toward the old gazebo in the center. I'm still mentally planning Christmas decorations when Sam suddenly stops again, this time in the middle of the pathway. "Sam, what's wrong?" I turn to face him, concerned by the sudden change in his demeanor. He's looking at me with an intensity that makes my heart skip, his blue eyes bright with something that looks like nervous determination. When he reaches into his coat pocket, my breath catches in my throat. "Julia." My name comes out rough, loaded with emotion. When we got married the first time, it was fake. A business arrangement to save you and me. My heart starts hammering against my ribs as he drops to one knee on the frost-covered ground, pulling out a small velvet box that makes my entire world tilt sideways. "But this time," he continues, his voice steady despite the vulnerability in his eyes, "I want to marry you for real. Because I love you. Because I can't imagine my life without you. Because you've turned this little town into something magical just by being here. He opens the box, and I actually gasp out loud. The ring is stunning, a perfect solitaire diamond that catches the winter light and throws it back in brilliant sparkles. It's elegant and classic and absolutely ridiculously expensive. Sam, the word comes out as barely a whisper. That ring must have cost. Don't even think about the cost. His grin is boyish and proud. You deserve something beautiful, something that shows everyone how much you mean to me. I stare down at him. This incredible man who somehow saw past my walls and convinced me to take a chance on love. The ring is gorgeous, but it's nothing compared to the way he's looking at me right now, like I'm the most precious thing in his world. Julia Irving, he says, his voice carrying across the quiet park. Will you marry me? For real this time? Yes? The word bursts out of me before he's even finished asking. Yes, of course, yes. He slides the ring onto my finger with hands that are definitely shaking now. And it fits perfectly. Of course it does. Sam probably consulted with half the town to make sure he got it right. The moment he stands up, I launch myself into his arms, not caring that we're in the middle of the park where anyone could see us. His arms wrap around me, lifting me off the ground as I pepper his face with kisses. I love you, I say between kisses, my lips finding his cheek, his jaw, the corner of his mouth. I love you so much, it's ridiculous. I love you too, sweetheart. He captures my mouth with his, kissing me deep and thorough until I'm breathless and dizzy with happiness. When we finally break apart, I hold up my left hand to admire the way the diamond catches the light. It's perfect, classic, and elegant, and totally Sam. Not flashy or ostentatious, just genuinely beautiful. You realize this means we get to plan a real wedding now? I say, already imagining all the possibilities. Sam groans dramatically. Please tell me you're not going to go as overboard with wedding planning as you are with Christmas decorating. Oh, I'm absolutely going to go overboard. I grin up at him, still floating on a cloud of pure joy. But don't worry, it's going to be perfect. I grab Sam's hand. The new ring catching the light as our fingers intertwine. The diamond feels foreign against my skin, but in the best possible way, like a beautiful reminder that this is really happening. You know what this means, right? I say, tugging him along the frost-covered path. We're going to have to get your mother involved in planning this time. Sam raises an eyebrow, his mouth quirking into that half smile I've come to adore. You want to unleash my mother on wedding planning? She missed out on the first one because we kept her in the dark about the whole fake marriage thing. I swing our joined hands between us, still giddy with the reality of this moment. Besides, she's been dropping hints about wanting to plan a real wedding since the day she found out we were actually together. Hints? She flat out told me last week that she's been collecting wedding magazines just in case. He pulls out his phone with his free hand. You're right, though. She deserves to be part of this. The thought of Margaret's reaction makes my chest warm with anticipation. She's been nothing but welcoming since day one, treating me like the daughter she never had. Having her involved in planning our real wedding feels important, like cementing my place in this family I never expected to find. Call her now, I say, practically bouncing on my toes again. I can't wait to tell her. Sam stops walking and pulls me closer, his arm wrapping around my waist as he dials. The phone barely rings twice before Margaret's voice comes through, clear and cheerful. Samuel, what a lovely surprise. How are you and Julia doing? We're good, Mom. Really good, actually. Sam grins down at me, his eyes sparkling with mischief. In fact, we have some news. Oh? The excitement in Margaret's voice is immediate and infectious. What kind of news? The kind where your son finally did something right and proposed to Julia properly. The squeal that comes through the phone speaker is so loud, I'm pretty sure half the park can hear it. Sam holds the phone away from his ear, laughing as Margaret's excitement pours through. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is wonderful. Julia, are you there? Tell me everything. I'm here, I call out, leaning closer to the phone. And yes, he did it properly this time. There was even a real ring and everything. A real ring. Oh, I want to see it immediately. Is it beautiful? Of course it's beautiful. Samuel has excellent taste when he applies himself. Where did he propose? Please tell me it wasn't somewhere ridiculous like the gas station. Sam rolls his eyes good-naturedly. It was in the park, Mom, by the gazebo. The gazebo? Oh, that's perfect. So romantic. Margaret's voice turned slightly scolding. Though I still haven't forgiven either of you for that whole fake marriage charade. I bite my lip, remembering how hurt Margaret had been when we finally told her the truth about our marriage of convenience. She'd gotten over it quickly enough, but not before making us both promise never to keep something that important from her again. That's actually why we're calling, I say, squeezing Sam's hand. We want you to help plan the real wedding this time. If you're interested, that is. The silence on the other end lasts exactly 3 seconds before Margaret's voice comes back, thick with emotion. Interested? Oh, my dear girl. I've been waiting for this moment since Samuel was born. I have so many ideas already. The flowers, the venue, the cake. Oh, we could have it at the vineyard outside town, or maybe the botanical gardens. Do you have a dress in mind? What about colors? Please tell me you're not thinking of some rushed little ceremony. Sam and I look at each other, both trying not to laugh at the rapid-fire questions. This is exactly what I expected from Margaret, and exactly what I wanted. We haven't planned anything yet, I say. We literally just got engaged 15 minutes ago. 15 minutes, and you called me immediately. Oh, you two are perfect. Margaret's voice turned slightly teasing. Though you know what this means, don't you? What's that, Mom? Sam asks, though his expression suggests he already knows where this is heading. Now you really need to give me some grandchildren to make up for that fake marriage stunt you pulled. I feel heat creep up my neck, but I'm laughing too hard to be truly embarrassed. Sam's arm tightens around me, and I can feel him shaking with silent laughter. Mom, Sam says, his voice full of affectionate exasperation. I'm just saying, I'm not getting any younger, and I've been very patient about this whole situation. A nice spring wedding gives you plenty of time to get started on my grandchildren by Christmas next year. Margaret, I finally managed to get out between laughs. We haven't even planned the wedding yet. Details, dear. Details. Her voice is warm with love and mischief. But in all seriousness, I'm so happy for you both. Samuel, you found yourself a keeper. And Julia, you're getting the best man I know, even if he can be stubborn as a mule sometimes. Thanks for the ringing endorsement, Mom. You're welcome. Now, when can we meet to start planning? I'm free tomorrow afternoon, and I've already got 3 bridal magazines and a notebook full of ideas. I look up at Sam, who nods with resigned amusement. Tomorrow afternoon works perfect, I say. We'll call you around too. Wonderful. Oh, I'm so excited I could cry. This is going to be the most beautiful wedding Maplewood has ever seen. After we hang up, Sam slides the phone back into his pocket and pulls me into his arms again. The park is quiet around us, just the sound of our breathing and the distant hum of traffic from Main Street. You realize what you've just unleashed, right? He says, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. My mother in full wedding planning mode is a force of nature. I'm counting on it. I tilt my face up to look at him, my heart still doing little flips every time I catch sight of the ring on my finger. I want our wedding to be everything the first one wasn't. Real beautiful. Surrounded by people who love us. It will be. His thumb traces along my cheekbone, his touch gentle and sure. Everything with you is real, Julia. Everything with you is beautiful. The sincerity in his voice makes my chest tight with emotion. 6 months ago, I was a burned-out businesswoman with no real connections, no real home. Now I'm engaged to the most incredible man I've ever met, planning a life in a town that's become my sanctuary. Come on, I say, taking his hand again and starting back toward the path that leads to Main Street. Let's go home and start planning the rest of our lives. As we walk, Sam's arm finds its way around my shoulders, and I lean into his solid warmth. The B&B waits for us in the distance, our home, our future, our beginning.
Chapter 30. Sam. The familiar creak of the B&B's floorboards follows us as we make our way to her bedroom. Our bedroom, really, though we still call it hers out of habit. The engagement ring catches the hallway light, sending tiny rainbows dancing across the walls. My mom's never going to let us forget about the grandchildren comment, I say, closing the door behind us and leaning against it. You know that, right? Julia laughs, that bright sound that never fails to make my chest tight with affection. She's been dropping hints since the beginning. Speaking of which, I push off from the door, stalking toward her with deliberate slowness. You interested in getting started on that baby making she mentioned? Sam. Julia shakes her head, but she's still laughing. You're being silly. Am I? I reach for her, my hands finding her waist and pulling her closer. We're engaged now, officially. Might as well make the most of it. Her arms slide up around my neck, fingers playing with the hair at my nape. Is that your idea of romance? Might as well. My idea of romance is making you come so hard you forget your own name. The words hang between us for a moment before Julia's breath catches, her pupils dilating as her mouth falls open slightly. Christ, I love how responsive she is. How quickly I can shift her from laughter to desire with just a few well-placed words. That's much better, she whispers against my mouth before I capture her lips with mine. The kiss starts soft, a gentle exploration, but it doesn't stay that way. Julia's mouth opens under mine, her tongue sliding against mine with a hunger that matches my own. My hands tighten on her waist, pulling her flush against me until there's no space between our bodies.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Damn, she whispers, her voice still shaky. That was... Yeah? I press a kiss to the top of her head, my arm tightening around her. I know. We lie there in comfortable silence, her fingers tracing lazy patterns on my chest while I play with her hair. The engagement ring catches the light when she moves her hand, a reminder of the promise we made today. So, Julia says eventually, tilting her head to look up at me. Think your mom will be satisfied with our progress on the grandchildren front? I laugh, the sound rumbling through my chest. Let's maybe get through the wedding first before we start giving her updates on our sex life. Probably wise. She settles back against me, her body soft and pliant in my arms. I love you, Sam. I love you too, sweetheart. I kiss her forehead, breathing in the scent of her hair. Always.